Director Myers?
Here.
Director Peterson here. Director Ray?
Here.
Director Williams?
Here.
Director Weiniger?
Here.
Okay. Item 2, Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, and moving right on to item number 3, the study dialogue and dinner session, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Wise.
Thank you very much. We are going to start our session off down here on the floor, and rather than having all of us down on the floor tonight, this is a little bit more of an interactive discussion, but also with a presentation to share more information. So I'll turn it over to CFO Kate Kataska and Colleen Doan, the 2 resident experts.
Maybe one resident expert here. So thank you for allowing us this time for this conversation tonight. It's a weird point in the year where usually the first question out of either of our mouths is, what year are we talking about? We're still tying up loose ends on last year, beginning to bring forward tonight the revised budget of the current year, and believe it or not, already kicking off the work to build the budget for next year's budget. Our departments and schools are quickly starting to build and work on their budget requests. Our schools will have budgets in hand pretty quickly here as well. But for tonight's conversation, we are focused on the revisions associated with the current year, fiscal 21-22. This process is largely a true-up, as I've shared with you in your memo this week, for various points of revenue and expenditure throughout the budget. Colleen Doan, Director of Budget, will lead us through the bulk of the conversation. As is always with our study and dialogue sessions, this is meant to be a conversation. So feel free to chime in with any questions that you have, and we'll do our best to answer those questions for you. So with that, Colleen, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Kate. Can everyone hear me on the mic? Okay, all right. I apologize in advance for any coughing, just recovering from a cold. So if we can go then, oh, I have the clicker. Well, if I can get it to work. Okay, thank you. All right, so Kate overviewed our outline, but to just get a little bit more specifics, we will be first discussing that purpose of why we're here doing a revision halfway through the year and where we are in that annual budget timeline. We'll then talk specifically to those changes, specifically on the revenue side between the adopted and the revision. Highlight the major changes to the general fund. It is our single largest fund, is our operating fund that covers all schools and most departments. We'll then talk about some of the uses of our general fund reserves, as our adopted budget was unique this year of allocating, excuse me, quite a bit within reserves. We'll highlight changes to the other funds that are pertinent for you to know. Talk about some ongoing upside and downside risks, as we are only halfway through the year and there's no crystal ball to tell us exactly where we're going to end. And then finally overview the resolutions that you will be voting on tonight on the consent agenda, which is the main reason why we're here to actually get your vote. So to go through that timeline, and please feel free to interrupt at any point in time. This is meant to be a dialogue so we can have any conversation, but we've got quite a bit of time tonight to go over this topic. So this here represents where we are within our budget cycle. It truly is annual year-round, but I wanted to focus on just the 6 months in the first half of the year, the spring semester, and have a star on January to just indicate that we are right here, both in that preliminary stage for next year's budget development, so 22-23, as well as the revision to that current year. So I'm not going to walk through each section of the schedule, but the color coding represents the different type of budget. So whether it's school initiated, department initiated, or our district-wide budget, and what audiences are working on the respective sections at that point in time. But as you can see, it's going to be a busy spring for us when it comes to the budget. So Kate already alluded to this, but our purpose really is set in statute. So statute allows for all school districts in Colorado to revise their budget by January 31st annually. It provides that opportunity to account for the October student count. That's our actual count of students, as well as property taxes because we set the mill levy certification for the collection of property taxes in December. So we take that opportunity to also revise other items on the expenditure side for things that are now known that were not known back in June, but really the main purpose is that revenue side as referenced within statute. And all school districts are going through this process at the end of January. Oops. All right, so as we look at the comparison of a few key numbers from the adopted to the revised, I'm going to go step by step through this one. So the first line is our per pupil revenue. That is the money that we get through the School Finance Act, the total program formula on a per pupil basis. There's a direct pass-through of that to our charter schools. So when we adopted the budget back in June, we had a per pupil revenue as projected by the Colorado Department of Education of $8,607 per student. The December update from CDE dropped it to $8,591 per student. The main reason for that decrease is that there were less at-risk students throughout the state of Colorado because less families were filling out the free and reduced lunch eligible forms when lunch served through nutrition services was free for everyone. The state just this past Thursday night proposed new legislation that CDE's school finance unit ran some numbers on that would create an at-risk supplemental. This budget does not reflect that information because this was prepared before Thursday late evening. If that were to pass, it still needs to go through the legislature. It would be reflected in our final revised budget, which you would vote on in June of 22. So the next lines outline enrollment. So there's a difference between enrollment and funded pupil count. So to talk enrollment first, though that's the actual membership. Those are the kids that are present, that are counted within our student count, regardless of their full-time or part-time status. So our neighborhood schools were under their projection. Their projection was 46,423, and the actual enrollment came in at 45,869, or 554 students under projection. Our alternative schools and district-run early childhood or preschool were on a similar lens where they were under projection by 274 students. I've split our charter school enrollment into two lines because we had a unique situation occur with our online multi-district charter school, which is Hope Online. So the non-online multi-district charter enrollment had a similar trend with our neighborhood schools where it was under the projection by 414 students, while Hope Online, which has a slightly different funding formula, was significantly over projection. They projected 1,250 and actually had 2,014 students. That was largely due to taking on additional learning centers, and these are students that live throughout Colorado and aren't all geographically located within Douglas County. So with that, you'll see that there is a mix of over and under, but overall, we were under enrollment as a school district. The funded pupil count, however, actually increased from projection. Now, the reason why is because the funded pupil count isn't just adding up all of the enrollment in a singular year. When you're a declining enrollment school district, you look at the greater of 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years of full-time equivalent. But that's only of the students in brick and mortar or kind of physical building counts. They then add in that singular enrollment for online multi-district schools at the end. So the fact that that number was added in at the end caused that to be so much over, which is good news for us because that means more funding, even though overall we had less kids. This is favorable to us within this Colorado School Finance Act, the way it takes care of the averaging. We would have a much lower funded pupil count if we had the calculation purely based upon the October 2021 enrollment. So with that, while there is that increase, as I mentioned at the beginning, the charter schools receive their PPR and pass through 100% kid for kid, and so that increase will be passed through to the charter schools. So overall, the total program funding, which is the per pupil revenue multiplied by the funded pupil count, saw an increase of about $4 million. So seeing that those are kind of the main drivers of it, now I'll go into what that means in terms of the budget. So the property taxes will see an increase within the budget, and this is based upon the mill levy certification that you all passed back in December. So that increase for property taxes is approximately $11.4 million. There's an associated decrease in the state equalization because increase to the local means a cut to the state when the overall funding is roughly the same. There's also an increase to the specific ownership tax. That is your vehicle registrations that are paid within Douglas County that go back to the school district. That is just simply based upon the trend and being tied to the taxes overall. Part of that is set by CDE, and then part of that is just updating for our non-school finance act portion of that. So that is the main portion of the actual revenue that increased. But as you may remember from first quarter presentation in early November, the financials that were on consent, as well as the audit, we ended last year with more resources than projected. So that is the increase to the beginning fund balance. That's not revenue collected this year. That's what we started the year with July 1, once the audit was complete for last year. And that was a $21.4 million increase from where we set the adopted budget. So on the expense side, there are a few things that are typical for a normal year, and then a few unique things to this fiscal year. So the typical things are the neighborhood school and charter school true-up. So when we have less kids in our neighborhood schools, 554 to be precise, their SBBs or site-based budgets have to be updated to reflect that. And so that true-up process occurs every December, and overall the SBBs were reduced by $1.3 million as they're held harmless for some of the students, and it's not a dollar for dollar. Our charter schools, that pass-through increased $3 million to reflect that actual funded pupil count. Now, it's not the entirety of that total program, again, because our online school, Hope Online, has a slightly different funding formula. Our carryover, those are dollars saved from the prior year that are eligible to roll into the next fiscal year, were awarded in September of 2021. Since that was after the adopted budget, that's now reflected within the revised budget. So for our district-run schools, that totaled $19.5 million within the general fund for this year. There are additional resources outside of the general fund, but I'm only highlighting those here. You can see the full amount in the actual revised financial plan and budget. So those are the typical updates. The unique ones for this year is that we've added in an operation budget for the Peoria campus, or Legacy Innovation, I'm not certain the current name, but formerly CU South. So that $1.4 million was what was discussed at length during those meetings in November and December when voting upon the purchase of that building. Additionally, because of the extreme shortage of positions this year and number of vacancies, we've been able to recoup some vacancy savings in our budget. They are not usually this significant because we don't usually have dozens of positions within singular position titles vacant at any one point in time, but we've been able to calculate to set aside almost $6 million of vacancy savings. So what that does is that lowers the salary budget to then be able to reallocate those dollars for additional needs, to not have to go to contingency for every unforeseen item. And we're actually utilizing a portion of that to help support our special education with the additional pay and substitutes and class coverage that's needed just to keep our students supported. And then finally, the last unique item within the general fund is back in November, all employees were paid a one-time stipend equivalent of $1,000, and so that was about $7.5 million that is included within the revised budget, since that, again, was a decision made after the budget was adopted. Oh. Okay. So I know there's a lot of numbers and words on this, but I'll just kind of take it line by line here. So normally I don't go into an update on all of the revisions to our reserves, but like I mentioned, our adopted budget was unique this year where we did allocate a lot into reserves, knowing fully that we were going to plan to spend those later in the year. So the first couple are normal. That's our TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and Board of Education reserves. Those are set to equal dollar amounts, and we just update that to reflect the audited numbers from the prior year and the updated revenue projections. Our school carryover, the reason why you see that is now 0, is because those dollars have been fully allocated to our schools. And so we actually projected a higher amount than what was actually awarded, the $19.5 million, but now we don't have any of that held centrally because it's all within the schools' budgets, and if they wanted, they could spend every dollar. It's their money. The Medicaid carryover is a similar function. This is a federal reimbursement grant, so we are required to reserve those dollars. We don't normally have department carryover, but since that is now back in the hands of our Medicaid department to allocate for nurses and other Medicaid eligible expenses, the reserve is 0. Now our compensation reserve, our compensation plan is continuing to move forward as last presented to you all in December. And the amount held here, which is $10 million, will be fully needed and then some, which will be brought into the 22-23 adopted budget. So still held there at that same amount. Our literacy curricular materials reserve is associated with a consent agenda item before you tonight. This is to allocate resources to all of our district-run schools for benchmark and wonders for reading curriculum. So it is not yet allocated out to the departments because you have an agenda item tonight for your discussion, and upon approval of that, we would then allocate those dollars out. The full $4.5 million based upon payment schedule may not fully be expensed this fiscal year, that term still to be determined with the vendors if voted on tonight. The next line is our mill levy override reserve. You'll notice that that one actually increased from the adopted budget, and that's due to the underspend in the portion of the mill levy that's set aside for career tech last year. So they did not spend their allocation intentional. It's being dedicated towards our innovation campus. And so the dollars available that we need to restrict for future use on the mill levy related items was slightly higher than anticipated. Our next line is our special education and mental health reserve. So we set aside within the adopted budget $1 million for each. And this fall, we've fully allocated the $1 million towards special education services. And then we've allocated $225,000 of the mental health. So there's $775,000 remaining in the mental health. But those plans are currently underway, and that will be fully allocated this spring. So by the end of the year, you'll see that reserve is then 0. There's much more information on the actual plans on how we are spending that $2 million in your revised financial plan and budget. Next is our enrollment reserve. So we knew back in June that there was a strong possibility we would not meet projections. And so we set aside a reserve to help the schools that were going to most severely be impacted by loss of students. We allocated every dollar of that reserve back out to schools that were down in enrollment. So that helped offset those lost students in our school true-up. Our multi-year lease reserve, that's for the Inverness building, and that is simply due to contractual reasons. We need to hold that full amount in reserve, and every year we will reduce that reserve as we pay a year of the lease. And then finally, we are left with what is unassigned. So these are dollars that are not appropriated. We are recommending they stay within reserve. It would be a change to the appropriation resolution to be able to spend them, but the single contributor to that increase from 23.1 to 43.3 is that increase to the beginning fund balance carrying over from the prior year. At this point in time, we provide an update on the use of the district contingency. This is set to 1% of our operating budget annually, so it's set to about $6.1 million at the beginning of the year. And per board policy DB, we provide an update after we've reached the 50% threshold. We haven't actually reached that threshold yet, but we will likely do so before we get to June. So wanted to provide you an update. These are all very typical uses. As you can see, the majority of them on the list are associated with special education staffing out in schools. So switching gears and going to our other funds, so still can be major governmental, but also the non-major. There are a few key highlights that are unique to this year. So first, our Nutrition Services Department has two funds, the National School Lunch Program Fund and the Non-National School Lunch Program Fund. When they built the budget a year ago almost, we thought that this would be a normal year where we would restore having the non-national school lunch programs at our high schools and have the Subway franchises, et cetera. That did not hold to be true, and so they had to start from scratch back in October, realizing this was going to be a different year, and so everything was consolidated back into the National School Lunch Program. Our government grants have their own fund, and you'll see this one is a revision and slightly lower because when the budget was built, we did not yet know out of our federal stimulus-related funds, specifically ESSER, how much would be planned to be spent in this fiscal year versus carrying into the next year versus spent last June at the very end of last fiscal year. So now that's all been reflected and the plans are more developed, we can update that to appropriately reflect the appropriation for just the current fiscal year. Our base program depends upon tuition from students participating in the program. Given the situations of the fall with program quarantines, program closures due to COVID, due to staffing shortages, they have not been able to generate the revenue that was projected. So in order to maintain a balanced budget within our before and after school programs and not have them reduce staffing further, we are recommending that we increase their interfund transfer from the general fund and provide a one-time subsidy to the programs of almost $1.8 million. So this is dollars coming out of the general fund for this year only to help keep those programs afloat. Next, we had a financing adjustment with our Certificate of Participation Lease Payment Fund. Aspen View Charter School refunded their portion of it, and those proceeds, the timing occurred over the spring and summer of 2021, and those were placed in an irrevocable trust during the summer, so just needed to update that to reflect the payoff of that lease. Our bond building and capital project funds, where we have all of our construction, capital improvements, et cetera, those have been adjusted just to reflect timing of schedules of construction work. So both on the front of the fiscal year and the end, summer 2021 and summer 2022, having better schedules now, we can revise those to accurately reflect construction. And then finally, our medical fund. This is a self-insured fund, internal service fund. It was directly paying for our health savings accounts for our employees on a high deductible health plan. And we had to change that mid-year to have that follow the employee's payroll to hit at each individual account where our employees' pay hits. And so that was just a mid-year adjustment, but it's about a $2 million adjustment to the medical fund, so I wanted to highlight that there. So that summarizes the changes to our other 16 or so funds. So as we reflect on what we still don't know, we have kind of the side-by-side upside and downside risks. So on the upside, the first one is that state supplemental budget will restore per pupil revenue to the adopted level. We have now good information from what was released last week that there is a strong likelihood that this will be restored or increased. And so that's good news on the upside. Another upside could be that our enterprise funds fare better than expected. And for example, base does not need the full 1.78 million, and we can pull some of that back to the general fund. If COVID cases are reduced to levels seen earlier this summer and fall, with then decreased staff absences and decreased need for substitutes, then we will spend less in subs, since every sub, that's an increased cost because our staff are already being paid when they're taking their sub days. And then vacant positions. If we can fill those vacancies, then that will certainly help everyone, even if there is the cost to actually pay those salaries. So then on the downside, the first one is that if the legislature does not pass what has been introduced to restore the per pupil revenue, if we have increased program closures due to staffing shortages or COVID outbreaks impacting our enterprise funds mostly before and after school, then that may mean that they need more than what we have recommended. And then that may also mean that we may have more absences with greater need for subs. And then also, if those vacant positions continue to remain unfilled, we need to do right by our employees and compensate them for additional time worked. So all of that results in increased costs as well. So this is the first of the two resolutions you'll be voting on tonight. The appropriation resolution authorizes the ability to spend within each of these funds up to the dollar amount shown on the screen. So there's no problem if we come in under that amount, but we can't go even $1 over that amount. And then the second resolution that you'll be voting on tonight is our use of the beginning fund balance. What this simply states is that you're authorizing us to draw down our reserves in these respective funds for 1 year only. We need to have a balanced budget and we will replenish in future years, but some of them are fully intended, like the bond. We would naturally draw that down because we get the proceeds up front and need to spend it to zero within 5 years. So most of these are fairly typical. So then I just want to draw your attention before we close to the full revised financial plan and budget. This is in your electronic school board item as one of the attachments. And we just want to have a huge shout out and thank you to the budget office. All the budget analysts put in a ton of work to get this ready. We have 4 of these presentations a year. These are not short documents, and it is a lot of work. So thank you to all of them. Within that, you'll see all of our district-wide and fund-level financials. It includes audited actuals from last year and the current year's adopted budget and revised budget for your vote tonight. All of our charter schools include information in here as well. It's a requirement in our contract with them that they provide revisions as well. So they have the same information, plus they've also included a preliminary projection for next year. We have the details on our use of the district contingency and even more information on those uses of reserves. We have information related to our staffing. So our full-time equivalents are all outlined, excuse me, as well. So you can see that by each position type and each category or program in which the position supports outlined as finally, and then those resolutions excuse me, that you are voting on. So to wrap up, before we open it up for questions, we are formally asking for a vote on those 2 items on consent tonight. So again, they are the revised appropriation resolution and the revised use of beginning fund balance resolution. So with that, open it up to any questions.
I'll go ahead and start. Did you also look at what's being proposed for an increase for our students with special needs? From what I've read in the legislation, they were proposing moving from $1,250 per student to $1,750. Is that also being looked at as and do you have any feedback on whether you think that is likely to pass or not pass?
That has not been included within the revised budget, but we'll follow along with that in the legislative updates. And we will reflect that if there is an increase for Tier A or Tier B supports.
Okay, thank you. Any other directors? Director Ray?
Thank you, Colleen and Kate, and your department. Indeed, what a task this is. If the state doesn't restore PPR, what is the cost of that to us? What would we need to have on hand for that?
The cost is approximately a $1 million reduction.
Okay. And then on the first page where we talk about unassigned, that includes Tabor and board, is that right? Or is that separate, is that in addition to our Tabor and board contingency?
The unassigned is in addition to the Tabor and board reserve.
Okay, thank you. And then back on the base programming, weren't we doing some supplemental costs for staff for base programming to allow them to have childcare services? I thought we were doing something for them during that time when childcare was hard to find for them. Is that something we did or are still doing, or refresh my memory?
So there are some grant funds that are available for BASE. It's been used for a variety of scholarshiping, not just for our staff, but other highly impacted families to make sure that they can afford childcare during this time. It was not strictly reduced for staff though, or restricted for staff.
So that 1.8 million or whatever that we're estimating that we need to supplement, are we including that program in there as well?
Not at this time. So those dollars that were available last year expired last year.
Okay.
We are applying for additional grants through the state, but have not yet been awarded them yet and don't have confirmation on what the award amount would be if received. And so if we receive grants that we are eligible to spend this year, we would reflect that within our final revised budget and pull back a portion of that increase coming from the general fund.
So that's contingent on whether we receive the grant. We don't see us providing that opportunity if we don't receive grant dollars?
It's not currently built into the plan or the budget. There's also a very small portion of our ESSER funding that is also assisting with the scholarshiping. Again, not completely restricted to reduce costs for staff.
Okay.
Any other directors? Okay, thank you, Ms. Stone, and thank you, Ms. Kataska. Moving on to the next item, item 4, DCSD Spotlight, and I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Would it be possible if we stop this dinner session and take a break and then start at our regular time of 6 p.m.? I believe student and staff recognition that we won't have them available and ready till 6.
Absolutely. We can take a long recess for 30 minutes as much as I would like to proceed. It makes no sense to recognize those who are not here. So we will take a recess and reconvene at 6 o'clock. But before we do, I would actually like to, I know it's not a DCSD spotlight, but for those that were unaware, we did have an incident just 2 blocks south of here earlier today, some gunfire. And I'd like to put a little shout out to all our law enforcement folks, some of which are here today, and a special shout out to the Castle Rock Police for handling that that incident earlier today without any injuries or things. So just a shout out to our community and our local police force. With that, we will recess till 6 o'clock. Sorry, moving on to agenda item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Wise.
Thank you very much and good evening. This is always the highlight of a meeting. And to start off with, I'm honored to take a look and spotlight our performing arts, and specifically within our performing arts, our music education. And when you take a look at it, our student musicians they perform at an incredible level. Many of us were down at the the Denver Buell, and watching the Continental League music concerts, and you see the representation of the Continental League, the 9 Douglas County schools, along with Heritage, Littleton, and Regis, and really just see our students perform at a high level. It feels like you're at a professional band. And tonight, we get to honor 4 high schools. And when you take a look at some of the accomplishments that happen, each year the Colorado Music Educators Association, or the CMEA, they have a conference at the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs. Bands and choirs and select groups get selected. And in Colorado, there were 15 music groups selected, 4 of which are from the Douglas County schools. So tonight, virtually, we're going to be honoring these programs and students. And with the number of them that we're honoring, we are doing this virtual. But I just want to really let everybody know that when you think about this selection, it's kind of like the Super Bowl. To get narrowed down and to be able to perform at such a grand event is a high caliber. It's a very difficult selection, and I'm just really proud to really recognize this group. Again, as we start taking a look, we have Castleview High School Versailles Choir, Mountain Vista High School Chamber Orchestra. We have Rock Canyon High School Jag Choir and Rock Canyon High School Symphonic Band. We will have representatives tonight from Castleview and Mountain Vista, and unfortunately, Rock Canyon was unable to attend, but I'd like to send them our congratulations. So we're going to start with Castleview High School and the Versailles Choir. With us tonight are Castleview's Principal Dr. Rex Court, Director of Choral Activities, Mr. Heath Walter, and 2 members of the Versailles Choir, Caitlin Dalton and Mia Newman. So Dr. Court, Mr. Walter, I'd like to just start with you. This is the 4th time that the Versailles Choir has been selected for this honor, and it's the 8th time that Castleview High School Choir has been selected in total. I want to make sure that's accurate and correct, but Mr. Walter, knowing you for years and the impact that you and your family have at Castleview within the performing arts, talk a little bit about these accomplishments, what it means, and then to the 2 students, I'm going to ask you a few more questions as you represent your ensemble. Mr. Walter? Hang on, Mr. Walter. We are having some audio difficulty to make sure we can hear you. Dr. Cora, I'll get with you next. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Walter, we're ready for you. Why don't we start with you? Go for it.
Perfect. Hey, first of all, thank you for recognizing us tonight. We greatly appreciate that. What this really means is we have a lot of great students at Castleview High School throughout the years that live up to expectations, meet expectations, however you want to phrase that, and they strive for that every single year. And we're just lucky that we submit our auditions to CMEA, and we've been very lucky to be selected most times that we were selected to this, and the students rise to that occasion every single time. So we're very honored that we were selected to go down and sing at the Broadmoor, and the girls just sang their pre-CMEA concert last night, and they're ready to go, and we're looking forward to our performance this Thursday.
Mr. Walter, again, you make a difference not only with the performing arts, but also throughout Castleview. So Dr. Kaur, tell us a little bit with your history, not only in the performing arts department, but now as principal. Talk to us about the impact of Mr. Walter, the Versailles Choir, and what this honor means to Castleview.
I'll tell you, I had the great pleasure of teaching across the hall from Mr. Walter a lot of years ago, and to have watched this program over the 14 years that we've been at Castleview just grow by leaps and bounds. And what I always say about Mr. Walter is he makes it fun to work hard, and he does have a very exacting expectation. I know that Mia and Caitlin could speak to that, but I think that he also blends a great deal of humor and passion into every day in class and every rehearsal, and it is, as you said, Superintendent Wise, it's a lot like the Super Bowl, getting to go down to the Broadmoor and hear the very best in the state of Colorado, and to have Castleview, to have Douglas County School District represented so prevalently year after year. And it's just a great source of pride for our school. These young ladies have worked so hard. They are an outstanding representation of SaberCat Nation.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. All right, Mia, Caitlin, first off, tell us a little bit about yourselves, how long you've been a part of the Versailles Choir, what it takes to be a part of it, and what your experience was like performing down at the CMEA.
Okay, so I'm Mia.
I'm Caitlin.
And we've been a part of Castleview Choirs all 4 years.
Yeah, we've been kind of going around. We have to audition to get up into like the higher choirs. Versailles is one of the audition choirs that we have in our school. So we had to audition within the past few years to get up to this choir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And it's been a lot of like work getting to where we are, but we're so happy to like where we've ended up.
So tell us about the CMA, performing down there, what it means to be selected, what it was like to perform, and then just round out the impact of being a part of a choir at Castleview in the Performing Arts Department.
I feel like after all this COVID, being able to actually perform in front of so many people is such a good opportunity, especially since we always just perform in front of our parents and just the people who live in our district, but like kind of in our area. So it's kind of nice to be able to perform in front of all these people and be honored in that way that our choir has worked so hard for.
Yeah, it's really fun to finally get to show everyone our hard work. Like, it's been all coming together through the entire semester and last semester, and we finally get to show it to other people besides our community in Castle Rock. So that's really exciting. We're super excited to go to CMEA because we worked this hard and it finally all gets to pay off.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations to the Castleview High School Versailles Choir. Great job. Keep up the great work. Mr. Walter and Caitlin, Mia, thank you for being a part of this. How about a round of applause for Castleview? Also on the line with us are representatives from Mountain Vista High School and their chamber orchestra. With us are Principal Mike Weaver, Band and Orchestra Director Darren Delap, and student Abby Simpson. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Delap, tell us a little bit more about what being selected to this CME conference meant to you in Mountain Vista, and specifically to your chamber orchestra.
Darren, you want me to start?
If you want, we can jump right in. I'm having trouble with my video here.
Yeah, same. But there you are.
I'm in. So if you want me to start, I can, or you can jump ahead there, Mike.
Yeah,
There you
well,
go.
I'll jump ahead and then I'll hand it over to you, Darren. I think, you know, as Mr. Wise mentioned, being down at the Betcher last week and at the Continental League Music Festival, people would be amazed. And I know the people, even the parents of the kids and the families of the kids that are involved in that, sit there in utter amazement of the talent level that we have in the district. And so congratulations to Castleview and Rock Canyon and all the other schools in the Continental League and in Douglas County for that matter. We're very, very proud of our performing arts department at Mountain Vista. And I think one of the strengths of our department is our band and orchestra department. Darren has so many different classes available and different groups available for every one of our kids, not only ability level, but interest level and passion. And it really has paid off in the number of kids who are involved in the program and the quality of the programs at Vista. And I think it's a sense of pride in a comprehensive high school when you can have so many great things going on, but the music really ties it together, and it's such a huge part of what we do. So Darren is a huge part of that. The kids respond to him. They work incredibly hard, and this is a great, great honor for our building and a great representation of our building, and a great honor, I think, for Darren and the work that he puts in with the kids. So congratulations to him, and I'll turn it over to Darren at this point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the recognition there. First of all, thanks to the district and the board for honoring us tonight in the special meeting here. And it's a thrill to be selected here. I know that in the past, I've been in the district for about 16 years, and in the past, I've never put any thought on on actually submitting recordings to be selected for CMEA. Until this year, I felt like this year was a special year for us to come back, come strong, and do anything that we feel like we can accomplish. And so on a whim, I asked the Chamber Orchestra members, hey, you guys want to submit a recording of a couple of our pieces from the last concert for an audition? And they like, yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. So it was just on a whim, and we set up the recording equipment. Next day we came in and polished a little bit and recorded, and they were selected, and I was absolutely thrilled. And I think they absolutely deserve to be selected. It's one of our top groups of the school's instrumental music program, and lots of immensely talented musicians in the group. And I think they deserve this opportunity, and we're thrilled and absolutely honored to have this chance to perform in such a venue and for such an audience of music educators in the music community in Colorado. So absolutely thrilled, and I think the students are excited. I'm nervous too, a bit nervous. I think the students are nervous and excited too. Unfortunately, Abby, our concert master, who will be featured in playing Vivaldi's Winter from the Four Seasons at this concert, could not be here because she's at another rehearsal for the Denver Youth Artists Orchestra. So we have another representative who's been with us all 4 years, and she's a senior in Abby's section, in first violin section. We have Abby Holland here to share some thoughts. So Mr. Wise, if you want to go ahead and take it from there and kind of quiz Sophie for us.
You got it. So first off, Darren, I want to say to you, look at where you're sitting. It looks like you're in your office at school. Mr. Weaver said it well, that you look at the work it takes to be the instructors and the number of specialty courses you have, the development of a feeder, the time and effort that it takes to build such a great program and opportunities for students. So is it Sophie? Is that what I heard? Perfect. Let me ask you, not only do I want to hear a few words, are you able to play a short little bit for us just to do that? You want a solo, or would you rather speak to it?
I would totally play a solo, but my violin is completely packed up right now, so I don't have it out at the moment, unfortunately.
You got it. I will say my years as a high school principal, your classroom was the spot where I'd escape to. So go down there and enjoy it. So I had to ask. But Sophie, tell us a little bit about what performing at the CME was like to represent orchestra, but also Mountain Vista, and to be selected. You're one of 15.
Well, we're really, really excited. We as an ensemble work really, really hard together. I think one of our strengths is how close we are as an ensemble. We're just really tight-knit. We get together outside of school. After performances, we go and do stuff together. So I think that the most rewarding thing about our performance is just how close we are. And the hours upon hours of rehearsal time that we've put in together as a group, because it's not an individual thing. It's a very, very ensemble and communication-based performance. So, we're just really, really proud of how hard we've worked as a group to get to this point.
That's fantastic. Tell me, you get to perform often, but it was spoken to with Castleview. Was this performance a little bit different, unique? And if it was, tell me how.
Well, we haven't performed yet. We perform on Saturday. So
Okay.
It's completely different from anything we've done before. We've done CHASA festivals and gone on field trips to go there. But this is a very different experience for us because it's less like, I don't know if you want to say competition based like the festivals are, and more just showcasing our abilities and our strengths. And rather than just a standard performance where we're performing for our parents and our families, this is something where we can perform for teachers, and it's not competitive based. It's just showing that we've worked really hard and to show other teachers that they can get their ensembles to that point as well. So
That's terrific, yeah. Hence the nerves that Mr. Duff was talking about. Well, I want to say this to Mountain Vista, to Castleview, and to Rock Canyon, congratulations on being selected. What a great honor. Keep up the great work. Enjoy the performance. Don't be too nervous, but a few butterflies are great for you. So congratulations. Thanks for being here tonight, and we look forward to hearing more about you. So how about a big round of applause? All right, we're going to switch gears for a second. January is a month to recognize school boards. And when you take a look at this volunteer position, the commitment, the hours, the involvement, I personally and we just want to take a second and say thank you. We want to thank you for your service. We want to thank you for the commitment, because truly you're taking on a full-time job. It often goes unrecognized, and really it's not about any one event or night or month, but really just to say for the work that has taken place and continues to take place. And we're very excited to continue that work with you for the betterment of Douglas County Schools to help us be the very best that we can. So tonight, from all of us to the Board of Education, all 7 of you, I have a certificate, and to represent all of the staff in the community, thank you very much for your service and being a part of the Board of Education. Appreciate you. How about a round of applause? This concludes our recognitions. I pass these out. If anyone else would like to have any comments on it, I would love to have it, but I'm going to pass these and go back over as we get going.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Wise. Moving on to item number 5, the acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have any motions?
So moved.
Moved by Weiniger,
Second.
seconded by Ray. We'll now go vote. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Okay, approved 7-0. We will now move to the next item, which is superintendent reports, and we will have COVID updates from our superintendent. You doing okay?
Online is our Learning Services Officer, Matt Reynolds. We also have our Sports Services Officer, Sid Rundle, and our Deputy Superintendent, Danelle Hyatt. As we get going, as we give a bit of an update on COVID, I'm going to start with Mr. Reynolds within our first couple slides of data. Matt, are you up and available? Matt, if you unmute, you should be good to go. Matt's a man of very few words, so even if he unmutes, he is concise and decisive. Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening. Thank you, Board, for giving me the opportunity to present. Can you all hear me?
We sure can.
Perfect. Thank you. So a couple of slides worth of data. First, I would like to start with some operational data. We have presented this before. This is really looking at our sub-fill rates. And we are ecstatic at our fill sub rates right now. We can see that, we're typically in the mid to upper 80s, which is great. What this doesn't capture is all the internal coverage that we have just due to absences. So the other data point that we wanted to present for you all is just the number of self-reported instances for COVID specifically, which is at 28%. We'll continue to monitor that as one of those other indicators of just our overall capacity regarding the uptick in COVID related data and absences. Next slide, please. The severity data as identified in the board resolution from December 7th. We have reportable cases of deaths by age group, our hospitalizations, and also the 14-day rolling average for hospitalization rates. You can see that those have been fairly stable over the last couple of weeks, but we'll continue to monitor that through this current uptick in COVID cases. Next slide, please. This is another visual representation of the incidence rate. This is one that we, as a visual, it's easier to see where we are in terms of just the overall pattern. We typically have seen the ups and downs with COVID over the last 2 years. And that gray area towards the end is the most recent data. That data is still unvalidated, unverified data, but all points to a downward trend in our data, which is really good for us, seeing that the incidence rates across all age groups is declining.
Mr. Reynolds, really, as he talks about the data and he talks about the subrates, I want to start with saying that everyone has been stepping up. Well, I want to say thank you to each and every person. And at the same time, when you say thank you, it's also recognition that with that extra effort, it's at a cost. And the good part is we see that trend data where we are hoping and predicting that it's going to continue to go down. We're hoping and predicting that it levels off and we have a reprieve. It also, when you step up, it's extra. And again, it's been called out, the last board meeting continues, and we just want to echo thank you to those substitute teachers. Thank you for the teachers and staff doing extra coverage. Thank you to central administration, cabinet, and others who are stepping into classrooms, covering at lunches, everything else. To security covering, we have night custodial working during the daytime hours, and everyone's just been stepping up. But at the same time, as we looked at even today, with a delayed start, we and snow and inclement weathers typically have a few more sub requests. You also have fewer subs covering, and we're at, I think, as we ended 88%, which is really remarkable. So I'm proud of what we're accomplishing, but also recognizing the effort that it takes and that gratitude to each and every person. So as we take a look at those things, we said that we are working to not only have a process, but also making sure that we do it in a way that recognizes and gets feedback. I didn't call out the bus drivers, but again, we are covering routes. We've had a few cancellations, but few and far between. And that's schedulers, directors, and others also covering those routes. So it's an effort amongst all areas, including nutrition services, base, and so forth. So if I did not call you out and recognize you individually as a department or a group of people, I just want you each to know it's noticed, it's appreciated, it's recognized. I'm going to have both Sid Rundo and Danelle Hyatt speak a little bit to these next slides. And when we think about it, one of the things that we're trying to do is bring clarity. Sometimes with the changes that have happened, with CDC changes, even within how we work as a local school district and local health department within those, what's it mean? Because there's a lot of times that it has changed and misunderstanding. So I'm going to start off with, I believe, Mr. Rundle, jump in a little bit about the outbreak, defining that a little bit, and then Mrs. Hyatt will jump in from there.
You bet. Thank you, Superintendent Wise. As you know, this is my favorite part of my job. And I don't mean to make light of it, but COVID is just so demoralizing in so many ways for all of us. And so really, I did want to give just a couple of quick updates tonight that I think are helpful, that I think our community are asking about and would be good for us just to articulate again and help assure that the message is consistent. So most importantly, can you go, Corey, I think yeah, there you go. Most importantly is, shocker, Omicron is everywhere, right? I mean, that is the overarching message is the transmissibility, the contagious nature, the communal widespread of Omicron, which is, for all statistical intents and purposes, 100% of what we're dealing with right now, is such that processes such as our notification processes, the way we've done contact tracing in the past, that is all needing and being recommended that we shift and adjust because we're dealing with such a different and evolving situation with this new variant of Omicron. So we have a COVID response team or strategy team that meets weekly. That really is kind of our main objective is to take a temperature of the system, how we're doing, where we're at, what is our community wondering about, needing to know about, and quite honestly, most importantly, where is our staff and where is our breaking point and where is the rubber band stretched as thin as it could get and how do we help get through this? I'm so encouraged when I look at that graph and I see that maybe we are starting to hit the peak and downturn. So part of that meeting, we're always bringing in information from our local health provider, local public health agency, Douglas County Health Department, Jogan Health Solutions, feedback from our building leaders, feedback from staff, and then we get a lot of feedback, obviously, from our parents. And we take that information, and so one of these, the refinement to our notification process is really an outcome of those meetings. One is we've heard loud and clear that our community still desires to know a total count of positives per site. There's still an appetite to say, I want to know at my kid's school how many positives. There's also an appetite to know which of our sites and our programs are reported in some type of outbreak circumstance. Now, the commentary is we are finding, and really that's kind of where I'm going with the next part of this, we are finding that that's becoming less and less useful of a notification piece of information because, for lack of better reasoning, Omicron is in itself an outbreak. It's out. It's out. And it's all around us. And so an outbreak status, we have to be very careful of how we interpret that and what that means. And I'm going to get to that in a moment. But the primary shift in our notification process right now was previously when a outbreak is declared, and again, it's never declared by us, it's always declared by the local public health agency, reported to us, we then notify the impacted members of our community. That's the largest change in our practice right now. Previously, and really under old protocols, and made a lot more sense under the previous two variants, we would notify an entire school. Then outbreak has been declared within your school. By the way, the language there is confusing. Often we say, Crest Hill Middle School is in outbreak. That's lazy language. What we really mean is there is an outbreak occurring within Crest Hill Middle School or whatever school you have. The reason why that distinction is important to understand is because an outbreak, again, could be as few as 5 kids, and it could be as many as theoretically the entire population of kids. Both of them are defined as an outbreak, and by notifying the community generically there's an outbreak occurring within the school was creating a lot of undue panic, a lot of undue questions, a lot of other confusions in the system. In collaboration again with our local public health agency, the suggestion was you ought to notify those who need to know, meaning those who were direct contacts to that outbreak situation for a potential or possible exposure. So that is the biggest change. That's who we are notifying now. Those letters are just going directly to those individuals. And we have situations right now where that's an awful lot of the population of the school because the outbreaks, multiple outbreaks, are hitting so many pieces of that building. And we have other outbreak situations where it only went to the 6 families that were involved. So that I hope that helps clarify a little bit. Again, we're still reporting outbreaks on our website and our positives, but the notification letters will only go to those impacted. Corey, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, if I can add, some of the things we're looking at and evaluating that is trying to notify with outbreaks is not required. We want to do our best to make sure people are aware of factual information and what impacts them specifically. The other thing is when we take a look at what we're asking our staff to do, and is it making an impact? The hours spent to try to do this and notify those exposures. And as a parent, I could get one saying my daughter may have been directly exposed Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. The testing sites have been overwhelmed, access to those, and to be able to be specific to it, we really felt that the website is updated instantaneously. It's updated quicker and more accurate for us to refer to and have parents go to. And then on that outbreak status, as Mr. Rundle said, really getting back to those individuals, because in an outbreak within a school, those that are within 6 feet for 15 minutes, those are the students we need to reach out directly. And at times people are wondering. And when there's wondering, is it my child versus when it is, was our goal. So I just want you to know on those sides, that's one of the purposes we go back to evaluate, look at most impactful ways in which to help community and also help our staff within that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and then this, we covered a lot of this slide, and so I won't be redundant, but again, just for sort of general awareness, and again, it's still a really important question, and I want to make sure that we're being very clear about that, because the word outbreak is a very concerning word. It is a word that we associate with something that is unrestrained and wreaking havoc, and we've just described Omicron. So that's not very helpful in this definition. So we're wanting to constantly communicate the term outbreak as we are using it in in the definitions for COVID throughout the state is exactly as it's listed here. It means 5 or more cases that are linked epidemiologically, that we believe were transmitted, in association with one another. And when we have 5 or more in an individual program or school, that's what then gets called an outbreak. So again, it could be very, very small. It could be a classroom, a small before or after school care program, a single area, or it could be multiple outbreaks as we're having right now in some of our schools in various parts of the school, various grade levels, various team areas. And so it really means nothing more than we are coming to a conclusion that transmission is happening within the school among this group of kids. But really importantly, and I can't stress it enough because we get this question quite a bit, it does not have anything to do directly with the number of positive cases. So we have schools that have very large numbers of positive cases, but the health department has not yet been able to determine or believe yet that there's a reason that those are associated cases, and so they have not declared an outbreak. It doesn't mean they won't tomorrow. It doesn't mean that they don't continue to investigate positives, but the sheer number of positives does not indicate outbreak status. It's the linkability of what they're finding within those. So important clarification, not one that's very intuitive because the language doesn't suggest that, but that's how it's used. And then again, just just be real clear and succinct about it again. Only positive cases are the ones that need to isolate, and that's the isolation is what sick people do. Quarantining is what exposed people do. So sick people need to isolate for 5 days. The exposed individuals in an outbreak situation are the only other, where the notifications get sent, and those are the only individuals that now have to make a decision about whether they are going to mask for the 10 days or whether they are going to quarantine for 5 of those days and then mask for the remaining 5 days. That's really where the options come into play, but it's only the people that are associated with the outbreaks. Yeah, so I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Rundle. Deputy Superintendent Hyatt?
Yes, so it's been 2 years that I've been a part of the team where we've been managing the complexities of COVID. And it's hard to believe we're still managing the complexities of COVID, but we are. And so a few things I just want to highlight that Mr. Rundle and Mr. Wise spoke about. But schools' processes that they have in place in order to manage COVID are responsive, and it can take a whole lot of time, energy, resources, and effort to even just go through identifying who are close contacts. And if you look at our high school data, the good news is some of our secondary data is also coming down in terms of the number of cases. We can see that reflective in the overall data. But 10 cases that may be associated to an outbreak to identify who the close contacts are can take a team, and it is a team that will come together in a school a considerable amount of time to identify who were those close contacts and any other information that they need to gather relative to those close contacts. So I highlight that because we are also impacted right now by staff absences, and our teams are very short-staffed, even in the office in some places. And so all of those things make it really challenging in terms of managing some of those impacts of COVID. And we have the typical daily operations of a school. So those all did not go away, been in many schools over the course of the last couple of weeks, and it feels very typical in terms of student learning and what our teachers are doing, and it's really great work, but all of that is going on simultaneously. So I wanted to highlight that. In terms of how we make decisions relative to managing COVID, I know Mr. Rundle, Mr. Wise mentioned this, but our COVID strategy team meets regularly, and we count on our building leaders, our executive directors of schools, the interactions we have with school staff, to give us feedback continually in regards to what's working, what are the parents saying in your community, because many parents will reach out to district staff in regards to what they think we should be doing. But our principals have great working relationships with their SACs and their parent communities, with their teachers, and they are getting daily feedback in terms of the feedback of things that we might need to adjust. At the last study session a couple weeks ago, we really appreciated the conversation we had about COVID management, and one of the questions you asked us was, what do our building leaders need in terms of taking care of their own wellness, health and wellness? And we also asked, what do our teachers need in terms of what we can do to take care of their health and wellness? So we engaged in some of that. And what came back from that conversation, if you go back one slide, Mr. Wise, was just be aware of what's on our plates, be conscientious at the district level of what we're asking of our administrators and our staff. And so we are really trying to reflect on that and prioritize that. The other thing is there's a lot of community tension right now with COVID, and that really can be challenging, and that can impact staff morale. And what I would say is grace. Educators right now need grace. We're going to get some things right. We're going to be disagreeable on some things, but we're doing really the best we can to manage the complexities of COVID.
Well said. And, getting feedback. We do our best to ask every day with EDOS how our school is doing. It's also important to get out. We had regional meetings last week, so we got out to those regional meetings, listening to principals, and trying to get a good feel of what's really happening. Be honest. Where are those tipping points? What are you most stressed about? And I just want you to know, trying to capture what I think I heard and what principals are trying to represent of their schools. People are working really hard. And I don't think I called out principals and assistant principals and counselors and mental health also covering in classrooms and lunches and everything else. So to each of those, but people are working really hard. One of the interesting things that came about was we've done a lot of work in compensation. Compensation is very important to build us back as a school district. Wanted to really validate that this is going to happen and continue to happen. And I think within that group at DLT, this Thursday, which is our district leadership team, where directors and principals to really state this is moving forward. We are getting the video slide decks out with the voiceovers to explain. We want feedback that looks at what things can be more clear. We've gotten a lot of feedback over the years, but what things can be more clear? What questions do you have? Individually, where are you, and how can we help you within our HR and finance team to really look at your specific situation? Because over the years, each person may be pretty unique in a licensed pay piece. So for licensed staff, really laying out there what you have seen, what we have seen, what principals, now to staff, but also really to verify, to take that worry away. There are compensation resolutions, benefit resolutions that we are moving forward with this. There may be questions and tweaks, but as far as turning it around, that we're confident in this moving forward and happening. And so I want to take that worry and angst away. And I think that's we representing you as a group. And so I want you to know that we're speaking to that with principals, and we'll be continuing to have principals speak that to teachers and staff to take that away. I think the also piece is while we're starting with licensed is a big change. It's a compensation system change. However, we will be making adjustments for all employee groups, classified and admin pro tech. So we will be addressing those. The classified and admin pro tech adjustments, and how we're evaluating that, will come a little bit later because it's not changing the whole system. It's evaluating and making judgments and processes to improve. But again, as we go through this, as we all know, this is a way to improve, but we still have work to do. The feedback is, what do we do for the future? And the large feedback areas might be, how do we address that in a future bond and MLO? How we address it within capital and compensation adjustments in the future. So I think that's a needs-based that we're trying to assess both and move that forward. The other thing is time. So one of the things that teachers said, and we talked a little bit about a wellness day, but one of the things that I heard from principals that we want to continue to get feedback on is really the adjustment for time. At the high school level, majority of our high schools do typically have a late start. Maybe one day a week, where teachers get professional learning community time. Our work and our anchors to be quality, it's really being asked to take a look at that for the future for all levels. How can we create the time for teachers and professionals to work together and build that in? So we've taken that back, and we are actually started it already within our team, starting with transportation. What's that look like within routes, schedules, instructional minutes wise, especially at the elementary and middle school level where we don't have those opportunities, we haven't had those opportunities, we have plenty of minutes. So how can we adjust to that well? So we're going to take that back as an initiative. And I'm not, as I said to principals, I can't guarantee that we can make it happen, but we're going to guarantee we're going to look to see what we can 100% try to make that happen. But we have to, it's complicated. It's transportation, base, special education service, gifted and talented. It's all the above and start going through what are those needs, and we're going to be taking those on. We are looking at either a wellness paid day off or a work day to get caught up in February. It is interesting as we look at every date that we propose, the amount of conflicts that we have in our system at every level, wish weeks, different events going on, to find a day that's good not only just for our system, but we also understand the ripple effect out in the community, what that does with non-parents. It's a tough one. So we're looking at each of those to try to see if there's a good recommendation on it. And then lastly, you know, I think, how can we take things off the plate? We happen to have a meeting coming up with Representative Crow. How we work at the federal level with the representatives of what's all required and what's all on the plate of teachers. What do we have to do, and what are the things that we can maybe take off and ease some of that? So we're taking a look at each of those things, not only as our own system, but also to get feedback up the chain. But we're, you know, we're conscious and really trying to prioritize the needs, prioritize learning, health, notification, time within all of that. And I just want you to know as we kind of end, truly as I started, I would like to end just a thank you to everyone. It is a group effort. Everyone is doing more. I think that's probably true in every industry, but our focus right now is within Douglas County Schools, and I just can't say thank you enough to keep us where we are. We are ending January. We're going into February. And again, hopefully with the data continues to trend down, we're optimistic with that piece that we've hopefully seen the highest peak, and we'll be able to navigate through this, and our numbers of absentee is dropping, and our numbers of sub coverage is increasing, and that's definitely going to help and give back some time to those who need it the most. So thank you for the opportunity to share more and hopefully clarify. I know not everyone wants to watch as a board meeting, but we do have more information on our website, our FAQs. We have some more information on outbreaks themselves, and also the notification of what's required, and going back to the individual notification to be most targeted and intentional. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Wise, for the update. And we'll move on to student comment. Item number 7, we have 13 students tonight signed up to speak. So we will just start with those. And the first person will be Lucas Gauthier.
Hi, my name is Lucas Gauthier, and I am the SAG representative that will be speaking before you all today to give you an update on the meeting that we just had, our February meeting just yesterday, last night. So I'm going to start by going over the different subgroups and where they're at with regards to their policy proposals that they'll bring to you later in the year. The meeting overall was a great success. We had multiple guest speakers come in. We were able to discuss the policy proposals that will be voted on today, and we really started to get into the meat of making proposals that we will ultimately draft to you. So we started working on actually signing those out and getting them formatted. So our first group, mental health, is in the process of creating a class titled Mental Health and Wellness, and they're focusing on creating healthy coping mechanisms and better awareness surrounding mental health. They've already had success in sending out the course intent form. They have that filled out and submitted, so we're well on the way with regards to helping them realize that. School safety had a discussion with Johnny Grusing, our director of school safety, who was also there to speak at our meeting to the general population. They're continuing to investigate avenues for improving school safety. One of the things that they've been looking at more recently is the potential of an anti-vandalism campaign as well, seeing what we're facing in schools. With regards to financial literacy, that group is looking into adding a personal finance unit to economic classes through a curriculum change. And then they're also looking at the feasibility of making an econ credit required across the district, because we recently discovered that at certain high schools it is a required credit, however at others it's not. So we thought that might be something reasonable to equalize across the district. Diversity and Equity continues to contact counseling departments regarding the creation of a student-led training session to help inform teachers of diversity and equity practices, and just sort of an informational session for them. The technology subgroup is working on implementing the Helper online volunteering software platform across the school district, because that's another situation where we have certain schools who are using the new digital format and then other schools that are still doing paper-based. So we thought that that would be a good system to unify virtually. The eco-friendly subgroup is looking at the feasibility of implementing a 5-hour community service requirement of being eco-friendly focused service. So that would be something like picking up trash or building trails or something related to the environment. So 5 of the 20 service hours would be required, or at least advised to be taken in eco-friendly volunteering opportunities. And then they're also looking at how we can make those opportunities more accessible to students as well. Policy Appeals Group is looking at revising their aim and revising their look into the dress code language, which is something that they hope to bring in towards the end of the year. And then our last group, Hands-On Learning, is looking to implement a maker club at schools to improve access to hands-on learning and education. And to further that, they are currently reaching out to potential teacher sponsors at different high schools throughout the district. So it has been overall successful. We're really glad with the place that we're at right now, and we think that we'll be able to bring you some really good proposals come the end of the year. We're still looking at having the meetings or the presentation split between both April and May. That's something that we will continue to discuss and we will refine by our next meeting. Our hope is to have 4 and 3 split, but we're going to have the group sign up for that in our next meeting. Other than that, we had the opportunity to discuss the resolution concerning Douglas County School District's culture of individual excellence and inclusion. Overall, there was general agreement on most of the points presented. The group in general liked the emphasis placed on embracing diversity and inclusion placed throughout the policy. However, there were comments made on certain statements that I think that would be beneficial for the board to consider. So on the 8th whereas the school district staff members will thrive in supporting our students and families in an environment where they can freely express views and opinions that may be counter to others' views and opinions and are free from superficial attempts to ascribe group identity characteristics to his or her beliefs, actions, and experiences. Our group found that it would be this is a point that is extremely important to our group, because we have found that certain people have felt like they were not being heard or communicated effectively in a group discussion. And it's very important to us that everybody is able to engage in a respectful exchange of ideas. And that's something that we think is very important to the learning environment in our classrooms, and something that should be emphasized in that point. And then 2 points below that with number 10, whereas the school district understands and acknowledges that parents or guardians occupy the primary role for establishing their students' core values and beliefs and are integral to every student's academic, social, and emotional growth and success, our group found it very important to emphasize that, particularly in middle school and especially in high school, students are going through transitions where they are beginning to define their own identity dependent from their parents, and it's extremely important to acknowledge that at that point, students will begin to as I said, form their own identity independent of their parents' views. So that's something that we found important to emphasize, just the distinct growth that's occurring at that unique stage in their life. And then finally, right below that, the school district is responsible for ensuring behavior, conduct, and interactions between students, staff, and community members are respectful in order to support and facilitate the educational process, and that parents should also engage school district staff in a respectful and collaborative manner. We also just wanted to place a great emphasis on this because I know, at least speaking to my teachers and other people also communicated, that this has been a really rough year for teachers, especially with community interaction, just because of the numerous tensions and issues that have glared up. So we find it extremely important to ensure that people are able to communicate throughout the district at all levels with civility and communicate kindly in order to try to avoid tension tension and different issues that could result. So other than that, that is most of what we had to say regarding this resolution, as well as the update with our current situation with the subgroups. So I will open it to questions if you have any.
Yeah, usually we don't take questions from normal public comment, but since we're having a report from the SAG, if any directors have any questions for Mr. Gauthier, please let me know. By the way, I'd like to thank you. Very thorough report. Would really look forward to the presentations, whether you split them or not, recommendations, and thank you for the direct feedback from the SAG, to speak for the SAG. That's excellent. Any questions from directors?
I just want to say thank you. You are very, very, very well spoken. Great job.
Yeah, which district do you live in case we have an opening? No, just.
Right up the road, just had to brave the snow to get here.
Yes, Director Meek.
Sure, I want to say thank you again. That was really, really helpful. I'm curious, the resolution feedback, when were you able to get together and have that conversation?
This was yesterday. We just discussed it at the meeting with all the members present.
Okay, perfect. So it was perfect timing for you to be able to review that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think we have one.
I was going to add, Director Meek, one thing we did last night is we actually cut up piece by piece each of the whereas statements, and the students reacted to each of those statements, and their insights are incredible. I mean, I've recorded a few for later discussion tonight, but their insights and wisdom and knowledge are incredible. And I think whenever we have a resolution like this that impacts students, probably the first thing we ought to do is talk to our students. And so I was really pleased that we had that opportunity to do that last night. Director Myers and both and I enjoyed the conversation very much. And your celebrations of this young man are right on. He is, his whole leadership team of 4 are truly top-notch. Couldn't be more proud, so way to go, Luke.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gauthier. Next will be Joshua Liederman, followed by Nick Menzel.
I don't think that the other SAG members are here tonight, because those would be the...
Okay, so just to confirm with you, Lucas, Joshua, Nick, and Sujay, or you spoke for them?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Moving next, we will have our students. It will be Max J, followed by Ryder J, followed by Ashlyn Hancock. Max J, if you are here.
Board of Education members, my name is Max. I'm a student in Douglas County and I'm 12 years old. The systemic racism happening in our society is terrible, and kids need to learn the real history of what Black, Indigenous, people of color have experienced, as well as the experiences of the LGBTQ plus community. Kids need to learn that equality is not always good, and it is very harmful sometimes. Everyone is different in many ways, and we want to support that, not be against it. Equity is not treating people the same, but providing people what they need to thrive. Kids cannot be treated the same because we are not the same. If I had the same treatment as the kids in class have, I would not be doing as good in class because my needs wouldn't be met. Our society needs to be an equitable society so everybody has their needs met. The equity policy needs to stay as it is because it makes kids feel safe in their society and helps stop bullying. In this society, we shouldn't be afraid of using words like racism, privilege, diversity, inclusion, and equity. Members of the board, please do what is best for us as our students, not what makes the adults most comfortable. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. J. Ryder J will be next, followed by Ashlyn Hancock and Trey Thomason. Ryder J.
Thank you. My name is Ryder. He, him, and I'm 14 years old. I want the Douglas County equity policy to stay in place as it is. We need this for kids in not just my school, but other schools who are underrepresented. If this policy is not in schools, kids will not be seen, heard, and recognized as they should be. This is for me, my classmates, and even my teachers. Every kid needs the chance to be heard and seen, and the equity policy will give that to every kid in Douglas County. Equity is not equality. There's a big difference. Equality is giving everyone the same thing, whether or not it benefits each person. Equity is giving the person something that they need, even though it may be different than what I need. For example, if I was trying to look over a fence but couldn't see over it, I would need something to stand on. If my little brother, who is shorter than me, also has the same problem, then he needs something to stand on. If we're given the same size box, that is equality. It might benefit me, but it won't help my brother, because he still won't be able to see, even though he's on the same box as me. Equity would be giving me a box that is high enough to where I can see over, and a taller box so that my brother can also see over. With the equity policy implemented into our schools here in Douglas County, kids from underrepresented communities will feel recognized and heard. The equity policy, quote, commits to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued by increasing and embedding authentic and relevant learning opportunities and experiences involving inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, end quote. Why wouldn't you want this for kids? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Next will be Ashlyn Hancock, Trey Thomason, followed by Drew Middleton. Ashlyn Hancock.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashlyn Hancock. I'm a sophomore in high school and I've been in the DCSD school system since I've been in pre-K. Today I'm here speaking on behalf of the Chaparral Equality Contribution, and this is a club I founded at Chaparral High School, and we focus on equity and equality for all. We currently have a total count of 31 members. Every day, someone in our district is put down for uncontrollable situations. Girls in schools are often told they are not smart, strong, or good enough for what boys can do and learn. Sped kids are put down for not fitting in and aren't considered normal. Racial slurs are thrown around in hallways like they are nothing, and the way this affects people goes to great lengths. The equity policy is our hope for accountability and currently is being considered of being removed. Equity is not an evil word, so let's not treat it like it is. Equity is humanism. More than 8 in 10 students who stand with the LGBTQ experience harassment and assault in their schools every year. 54% of sexual violence reports in the United States are from high schoolers aged 13 to 18. Board, what actions are you taking to protect the well-being of my peers and friends? It appears you are working to please parents' biased needs as opposed to what is best for us students. So little come to these meetings or even speak up due to parent aggression. It creates a scary and uncomfortable environment. Parents attacking children and threatening them for their beliefs does not put them in a comfortable place to speak up. So why should our parents and other adults have to speak for what's best for us when they can hardly stand to listen? Why are these adults having a stand against these policies in the first place? If children are your best concern, then why don't you talk to them personally and ensure they are heard? No child should have to be assaulted simply because a parent decided that education is harmful. Today, we ask to stand together. We ask for solutions to lower these numbers and help us feel safe and comfortable walking in the hallways of our school. We ask for the ability to look at an individual and help them meet their needs. Recognizing someone needs help is what we need to do as a district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hancock. We now have Trey Thomason, Drew Middleton, followed by Gabrielle Hooper. Mr. Thomason.
How are y'all doing tonight? So my name is Trey Thomason. I am also a part of the Chaparral Equality Contribution Club at Chaparral. I'm a sophomore, and I know this looks bad. I ain't got no notes with me. I don't want to take any much of your time. I just want to give you what I've been thinking. As a student of color at Chaparral High School, the things that I've, heard and seen haven't really been school-like, as you can say. I mean, I go to school, obviously, to learn, to connect with people, and to help them no matter what. But if we're a school and we're supposed to, be there for each other, why is it every single day kids are eating lunch in the bathroom because they don't want to be tormented about their race, who they are, or what they believe in? Kids are literally, leaving schools just so they don't have to see that. It's a lot of bad things going on, racism-wise, belief-wise, and just what people have to say. And everyone has their own opinion. And considering that they don't want to share their opinion because they're afraid about what some other kid's going to say about them really hurts. And the main thing I wanted to talk about was how racism is affecting not just Chaparral High School, but Douglas County as a whole. I've talked to many kids around the district, and I've talked to all of them saying, they've told me stories about how they haven't been wanting to come to school because of it, of how they've been afraid to help other people because they, are afraid what other people think of them. And I just think that we need to educate more students, having these type of clubs, learning, what racial slurs mean, because we're kind of out of hand with it. And I just encourage everyone here to, bring someone closer, help them, and reassure them that they are who they are and they can't change that, and that they should love themselves no matter what anybody says about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomason. We now have Drew Middleton, Gabrielle Hooper, followed by Drew Whitney. Drew Middleton.
Good evening, board members. The resolution concerning DCSD's culture of individual excellence and inclusion is, for those who don't know, a resolution that, if resolved, would direct the superintendent to revise policy ADB, most commonly known as the Educational Equity Policy. Where my issue lies is within the justification for this resolution. One statement says that the school district recognizes that any policy that wrongfully prioritizes group identity over individual beliefs, actions, or experiences will hinder a student's learning. Where in policy ADB does it do this? I am frankly sick and tired of this board making baseless claims in order to push their political agenda on kids who are just trying to learn an unbiased view of history, culture, religion, etc. The board's agenda really shines through in their seventh whereas statement, in which they say the U.S. was founded on values of equality and opportunity. Are you serious? Did enslaved Africans have equal opportunity? Did Black Americans have equal opportunity during the Jim Crow era? I could go on and on about the ways this country has consistently held down those who are not Christian or white. Later down the page, it is stated that the U.S. continues to shine as a beacon of unprecedented individual freedom, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. While I agree we do better than many other countries, the U.S. still has laws that disproportionately affect those who are poor, Black, gay, trans, Hispanic, etc. The mere existence of these claims, of these ignorant claims, underlines the need for the educational equity policy. The last statement I will address is the second to last one, which states that legitimate questions have arisen regarding ADB's assumptions and implementations. What questions are deemed legitimate or illegitimate? Is it the ones agreeing with the agenda you want to push? What assumptions are in policy ADB? This board has continually made vague remarks when it comes to the educational equity policy, and that is not what this community needs right now. As a student, I am asking you to not pass this resolution. Should it be resolved, this resolution will hurt those in our community who are most vulnerable, and this board will be at fault. I've heard some other comments that have really inspired me tonight, and I think that a lot of people are not afraid to speak their minds on this, and the community is truly showing that this need for educational equity is prevalent. So please, as a board, I'm asking you to reconsider passing this resolution and to keep the educational equity policy to help students like myself stay safe within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. We will now have Gabrielle Hooper, Drew Whitney, and James Pucella. Ms. Hooper.
Hi, my name is Gabby. I am a junior in the district, and first I'd just like to talk about a couple of the whereas statements given as justifications for passing this resolution. So one of them states that the district mission recognizes policies that prioritize group identity over individual students will hurt all parties. But nowhere in the board's actual mission statement does it say that. The mission as written is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach their individual potential. This resolution sets a precedent for the district incorrectly stating key practices. Being used as a reason to imply that the equity policy is unnecessary or incorrect in its language as it stands right now. This misstatement of the mission places the base of this resolution on an incorrect foundation on top of being simply unclear and poorly worded. Additionally, this resolution implies that the equity policy could impact curriculum in the district. Having both read the policy and the bylaws several times, and as a student chairperson of the Equity Advisory Council, I know this to be false. Policy ADB clearly states that the council's only role is to advise the board. That is all the power the Equity Advisory Council has, and this resolution misinterprets and misstates that. Any advice given is up to the board on whether or not they will accept it, meaning any curriculum change resulting from the equity policy will be a board decision, not an equity advisory council decision. Another whereas statement says that legitimate questions have arisen from policy ADB, but this resolution doesn't offer any of the questions it speaks of. Without direction on what potential issues this may cause, how is the superintendent supposed to adequately bring back information on how these issues can be solved? I strongly encourage each of you to consider, rather than affirming this resolution tonight, taking a second to actually work with the Equity Advisory Council members and with all other community members. Going to schools, speaking to teachers and students, and getting insight from those most impacted by the board's policies has been something the school board has consistently fallen short on, definitely in my experience as a student and in those of many others. The majority of board members have only been on this board for just under 2 months, so I advocate taking a second to actually speak with all involved parties in any policy before taking actions as strong as this. Students, teachers, and other people that are in schools every single day are who are going to be affected by this. I think parents need to be heard and guardians need to be heard, but I think students and teachers need to be a top priority in this and every single decision you make going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hooper. We now have Drew Whitney, James Puchala, and Connor Tarbert. Mr. Whitney.
Hello. To begin, I would like to discuss paragraph 14 of this document. It states that the school district understands and acknowledges that parents or guardians occupy the primary role for establishing their students' core values and beliefs and are integral to every student's academic, social, and emotional growth and success. While I agree that it is the job of the parent or guardian to establish their child's core values and beliefs, the specification that they are integral to every student's academic growth and success concerns me. And while I agree that parents should be involved in their child's education, I understand that too much involvement can be a hindrance to the learning process. Some parents may seek to question or criticize the curriculum that their child is being taught, which, while helpful in moderation, can be intrusive upon the teacher's ability to perform their job. These teachers have degrees in education, have participated in continuous professional development, and are experts in their fields. It's for this reason that I believe that objecting to their style of teaching can be rather frustrating and distracting. Challenging their curriculum is akin to doubting the recommendation of a doctor, and while it can be well-meaning, it is often misinformed and counterproductive. I also worry that many parents are fearful of topics surrounding race and inclusion, and that they would seek to eliminate them from the curriculum. This culture of individual excellence and inclusion policy in paragraph 8 states that the horrors of race-based slavery and segregation will continue to be part of every child's education in Douglas County School District, as it is part of our objective history and is therefore vital to our understanding of our country. Parental involvement in education is welcome, but I worry that following a path of parental control of education could be destructive for the most important topics in our history and literature classes. In addition to paragraph 14, I would like to address the fact that this document is devoid of the word equity, except in the case of referencing the ADB educational equity policy. As defined in this policy, equity refers to providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect in their opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. Educational equity should be the single most important element of any inclusion policy and the foremost principle of any school district. For it to be omitted from this inclusion policy is extremely worrying. The DCSD K-12 website states that the Board of Education works for the students, parents, and patrons of the district. It is impossible to work for students and parents without guaranteeing educational equity. So I urge you to define it as a core commitment of the district and to continue to explore ways to enhance educational equity and progress throughout our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Via Zoom, we have James Puchala, followed by Connor Tarbert. Mr. Puchala, are you online?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, board. I'm James Puchala, a freshman student at Thunder Ridge High School, and I'm here to defend the current equity policy. It is my view that the current board majority is revising and changing the current equity policy or policy ADB for the sake of fulfilling a political agenda that would satisfy the conservative population because of false and fearful rhetoric in this county. The policy now states that the Douglas County School District Board of Education commits to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued by increasing and embedding authentic and relevant learning opportunities and experiences involving inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Those words at the end encompass so many students within our district that ensure they all feel safe and supported within it that it seems wrong to even consider changing policy ADB. Having an equitable environment creates a more open-minded, welcoming, and accessible society to everyone, and nothing in the policy harms students, but keeps all of us safe from discriminatory practices. And President Peterson, you said that this policy was confusing as reported by Fox News, but as I see it, it's pretty straightforward in its role in this county, and so did the other speakers before me. Next, policy ADB hasn't changed the curriculum and is still in line with the Colorado academic standards, which after reading it, doesn't mention critical race theory at all, which has become a fear-mongering tool used by many in this county, even a donor and endorser of the new directors, the 1776 Political Action Committee. As a concluding statement, let me be clear, there's no organized curriculum for CRT in this county, so stop using it as a tool for your political agenda, keep policy ADB as is, and protect all kids you say you put first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pucella. And our final student speaker tonight will be Connor Tarbert. Connor, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Connor Tarbert, and I'm a member of the Student Advisory Group. Directors, student voices ranging from elementary to high schools are constantly rising in our district. More students are voicing their opinions on all sides on some of the ways that affect our community and may want to communicate with their local leaders about these changes. We can make Douglas County a better place to live in. I've come to find out that this is not the case I see in our schools. Although organizations like the Student Advisory Group and Douglas County Youth Leadership provide this outlet for student voice, it does not cover the 65,000 students in our district. Although many students want to voice their opinion, they found it hard because they are nervous, be publicly shamed by their actions, or not be liked by their peers. Students should have more access to showing a perspective to the people that serve us. Everyone should be able to voice their opinion of any change. It is painful to see that students are not able to say what they want by being judged by the community. There is also this belief that students are not voicing their opinion because they believe that local officials will not listen to them and move on with their own beliefs. I do not want to see someone being engaged in a thoughtful conversation with their leaders, and it would not mean anything. As a community, we have to change that. I have seen 2 directors point out these incidences within meetings. Although students cannot vote in elections, we still have a say in what goes on in our schools because the board serves students. I do not want to let this bridge of communication collapse. As a student and member of the community, I ask the board to listen to the students, allow different perspectives into your minds, and engage with our youth so that you can change our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarbert. That is the end of student comment. We will now move on to public comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district, while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests and staff in the room. This is your time to speak at the podium. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing their comments. I will ask Mr. Blair to give a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers while they are speaking will be asked to leave the room after a prior warning. The board president will be responsible for determining when audience members are being disruptive. And here's a new change as suggested by staff. In the future, the public comment sign-up form will be opened on the day the meeting agendas are posted, so people know when it's being opened and when it is closed. And that will also allow speakers to better direct their comments to the items that are on the agenda for each meeting. With that, we'll get started. We will have in-person comment first, then we will do the Zoom comment. First people up will be Becca J., Luke J., followed by Megan Birch. Miss J., are you here?
Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Becca J., she, her, and I am a parent of 2 students in DCSD. I just want to highlight initially that every student who spoke was in favor of keeping the equity policy in place as it's currently written. The definitions of equity include fair, impartial, justice, nonpartisan, integrity. These are all positive ideas that serve our kids' highest good. How is equity, which empowers and elevates our kids, divisive? Consider what the equity policy, as it is written, means for the people who are not represented in this boardroom. This isn't about you as a board. This is about our kids and raising them in a society in which we do not continue to perpetuate systems, behaviors, and attitudes that harm Black, brown, Indigenous, people of color, the disabled, and those part of the LGBTQIA+ community. Inequity must be acknowledged in order to be changed, and you must understand that equity and equality have 2 very different meanings and outcomes. I challenge each of you to have a conversation with a kid, parent, or teacher from the communities just named, and just listen. Because once you've had a conversation with someone who lives a different story, you will realize this resolution becomes unnecessary and harmful. A sign of intellect is the ability to change your mind in the face of new information or facts. A mark of wisdom is refusing to let the fear of admitting you were wrong stop you from getting it right. We can't keep going backward and repeating harm. Please get it right for our kids. Please keep the equity policy in place as it is currently written. The resolution is unnecessary. If you have concerns about implementation of the policy, please work with the Equity Advisory Council.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. J. And we will now have Luke J., Megan Birch, followed by Kelly Marr.
Hello, board. Thank you. Just want to say great job to all the students that spoke. Douglas County is producing some great kids. Martin Luther King is both loved, respected, revered in history, and shown as an example of change and standing for what is right. Survey statistics show that in the 60s, 50% of white people opposed him and the movement for equal rights. 85% of the Black community supported it. Fast forward to now. 50% of white people oppose the Black Lives Matter movement. 85% of Black people support it. As a school district that is 89% white, what side of history do we want to be on now and 40 years from now? Do we side with the white America that opposes progress, or do we side with the America and with the BIPOC community and the LGBTQ+ community that is calling for change? As a school district with 1% Black teacher and 1% Black students, we must do better for them and for us. We must be bold enough to focus on anti-racism, social justice, and equity policy. We have to recognize and educate that students of color face cultural and societal biases. Ignoring this is ignorance. Let's commit to less ignorance and more education, since schools are a safe place of learning and educating the next generation. Please keep the equity policy in place as it is currently written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Next is Megan Birch, Kelly Marr, and Jennifer Iverson. Ms. Birch.
Good evening. I would agree that it's hard to follow our students. I'm Megan Birch. I'm a Douglas County resident and parent to 2 DCSD students. Thank you all for your time tonight. I'm here tonight in support of our DCSD equity policy as it is currently written, no resolutions needed. After reading the resolution that will be discussed and voted on at tonight's meeting, I'm feeling discouraged about the resources that have been used to create the resolution. I feel it's unnecessary. Some board directors have concerns with implementation of the equity policy, and I understand that some of your concerns include a diversity training from May of 2021 with an organization that the district no longer contracts with, a couple of experiential activities in schools, a book in a sociology classroom, and a research-based anti-bullying and anti-bias prevention program. I am confused about why in a district of 65,000 students that these issues created the sense of urgency to create a board resolution. In addition, the district's own Equity Advisory Council was left out of the discussion about a resolution. This council consists of diverse members of our community. Some have expertise with educational equity. I don't understand why they were left out of this discussion. I also don't understand statements that the resolution provides time for the Equity Advisory Council to provide input on the equity policy. We don't need a resolution for that. We have a policy for that. What is needed is for this Board of Resolution to allow time for our Equity Advisory Council to do the work that they are tasked with, to advise on the implementation of the equity policy and make recommendations. So my ask here tonight is simple. Let's keep the equity policy in place as it's written. We don't need a resolution. And please work with our Equity Advisory Council and allow them to do the work that they have been tasked to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Next will be Kelly Marr, Jennifer Iverson, followed by Hunter Smith.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Wise. My name is Kelly Mayer. I'm a longtime community member and mom of many DCSD students. Equity is important for all students. My children all need different things to benefit from their education. I am asking that you hold off on a vote on the resolution regarding the equity policy. Directors, do you believe student voices are in this resolution? If this isn't the students' voices, whose voice is it? We heard some amazing students tonight. As parents, we only see part of how kids are impacted by inequities in school. It is the students who are experiencing challenges every day that you need to hear from. Please take the time to listen to their voices before you move forward with a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Jennifer Iverson, Hunter Smith, followed by Robert Marshall. Ms. Iverson.
Thank you, Board. This resolution that proposes change to the district equity policy is an irresponsible misuse of money used to pay billable hours spent drafting it. DUGCO tax dollars usurped to pay for legal fees to help directors Myers, Winiger, Peterson, plus an outside organization write this. The organization called FAIR claims to be inclusive, yet excludes fellow board members from joining their meetings. That's not inclusive. This resolution is completely, thoroughly, and emphatically unnecessary. The new Equity Council charged with implementing the policy was not even consulted about this resolution. If necessary, the entire board can go through the proper procedures and consult the Equity Council, on which directors Meek and Peterson and even a member of FAIR sit. We have so very many other concerning issues in this district. How can you promote this resolution and waste our time when there are students graduating without the skills they need to be independent, functioning members of our community? What is more important than literacy? What is more important than our students in special education who are not getting their services met under IDEA? There's also an extremely concerning change in how DCSD is applying the Colorado Open Records Act. Individuals exercising their rights to request public records from the district no longer have the ability to redact their name from a request. This is an obvious move to intimidate and retaliate against families fighting for their kids. The DCSD legal team has a long history of expending great resources to fight families. It's time the superintendent and the board rein in the lawyers and prioritize helping rather than fighting families. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next will be Hunter Smith, Robert Marshall, followed by Kendra Appleton. Mr. Smith. Do we have Hunter Smith here? Okay, we will move on to Robert Marshall, Kendra Appleton, followed by Julie Bateman. Mr. Marshall.
Hello, members. I'm Robert Marshall from Highlands Ranch. The 4 documents I gave are for the new members that didn't get it when I put them forward before. Quick little punch in that I've sent to you all before for the 3-legged stool, college bound, VOTEC, and military. Again, I think you let 2 of those legs wither and die, and you need to put more emphasis on them and make them not to be stigmatized. Bring in JROTC and look at doing better on your VOTEC. I'm kind of winging it because I got off what I was planning on saying, but I'm really concerned about this board seeming to be myopically focused on the Fox News outrage of the month. This equity policy took months to put together, and anyone could have been involved in it. It's really milquetoast when you read it. So I don't understand the hate and discontent that's been going on and being generated over this policy. It seems like it's the same hate and discontent that was over the mask policy. And as I suggested, rather than just let that mask policy die a natural death on 31 December when you only had 8 school days left before Christmas break, you had to come in and the first thing you do is murder it, causing hate and discontent and spending time on that rather than the long-term health of the district. The other thing that bothers me about it is on your resolution, you're asking the superintendent to bring his recommendations back on 01 September. Why that date? That's not in time to implement it for the next school year, so why not 01 June? Or why not 01 November or December? It's difficult not to believe that the intent of that is to use it as a political ploy to get people upset for the November elections. So please just at least consider removing the date to another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Kendra Appleton, Julie Bateman, followed by Sarah Wu. Ms. Appleton.
Good evening. The equity policy resolution apparently proposed by a few board members reveals an intent to counteract equity in our district. But to be clear, the opposite of equity is discrimination. The coded language misses the point that in education, equity is essential on all levels. Let's pretend for a moment that we are in my high school classroom filled with 30, 15 to 16-year-olds, each with different backgrounds, abilities, and needs, as you heard earlier. For the sake of this illustration, these are made-up students. Let's say I have a small percentage of auditory learners for whom visual learning simply won't do. Do I say to them, sorry kids, you must learn the way the majority of class learns, even if it's to your deficit? No, equity demands that I find the best way to teach all kids in my class. Maybe I have a transgender student who tells me that her peers have been mocking her and making her feel unsafe. Do I say to this student, sorry, your peers have a right to their own perspectives? No, equity demands that I address the situation and make my classroom a safe place for all individuals. Perhaps I have a student with an IEP who needs to take frequent breaks to avoid panic attacks in class. Do I say to this student, sorry, your movement makes my other students uncomfortable and therefore you must stay in your seat and suffer? No. Equity demands that I address this student and help them feel comfortable. Pretend I have a student with diabetes who walks up to me in the middle of class and mentions that his blood sugar is tanking. Do I say to him, sorry, but I will not stop class to assist you since the majority of my students do not have low blood sugar and they don't need to be inconvenienced by yours? No, equity demands that I immediately stop what I'm doing to keep this child safe. Pretend for a moment I have a Black student in my classroom who's chosen to stop reading assigned novels because she's never felt represented in a single book. Do I say to myself, that's too bad. I guess she'll suffer through class, not feel valued, and not read a single word? No. Equity demands that I teach literature in which all kids can find themselves to give kids the same learning opportunities. This is equity in action. This is the force you're seeking to oppose. Please hear this. Any attempt to block or dismantle equity in public school setting is to completely and deeply miss the entire mission of public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appleton. We have Julie Bateman, Sarah Wu, then Braden Miguel. Ms. Bateman.
Good evening. I'm a parent in the district, and I'm concerned that you put out a resolution on a Friday to be decided on a few days later. I'm concerned that you're reaching out to a politically charged organization, FAIR, to inform our equity policy, and that you are circumventing the Equity Advisory Council. You are intentionally bringing politics into our schools and not transparency. I hope you reconsider the entire poorly thought out resolution. We have urgent problems right now. We have a pandemic, crippling staff shortages, teachers and families leaving Douglas County in unprecedented numbers. The fact that you are even wasting a minute dismantling one of the things that is actually going right is inefficient and embarrassing. We know that Kids First candidates can garner lots of support by knocking on doors. Why not do that for a mill levy and get teachers extra money instead of fear-mongering about indoctrination? If you insist on keeping the resolution, it would need to be rewritten to have unanimous support from the whole board. It needs a lot of work before it can be something remotely representative of Douglas County values. It specifies that staff should support students and families to freely express their views and opinions that may counter others' views and opinions. So what do we do when those opinions are homophobic, transphobic, racist, anti-Semitic, or Islamophobic? What does it look like to support all views when some are directly harmful to others? How do we support opinions about Holocaust denial or minimization of the horrors of slavery, which the resolution referred to as a shortcoming, by the way? These opinions are misinformed, deeply harmful, and problematic. Any input on the resolution should include representation from all communities in Douglas County, not just conservative white folks. You need to have input from within the district that you are supposed to be representing. Better yet, stop micromanaging about equity and focus on making Douglas County a desirable destination for teachers and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bateman. Sarah Wu, Braden Miguel, followed by Janine McDonald. Ms. Wu.
Thank you for taking time to listen to my public comment again tonight. It is wholly inappropriate for members of this board to make medical judgments and public health decisions. As tenuous as the current Board of Health's credibility is, they provide guidance to this board through Jogan Health Solutions. By policy, the school district is required to follow this guidance. During the last work session, several of the new board members made it clear that their own non-medical perspectives were controlling their decision on COVID protocols, which goes against this policy. Specifically, new members of this board put on public record that they were not going to allow the superintendent to follow the mask requirements that Jogan Health Solutions recommended for exposed students because of their own fear of masks. They also undermined public confidence in the COVID vaccine. This is unacceptable and directly against board policy. Also, during the last board meeting, you mocked the community for our concerns around the equity policy, and you implied that we should trust you. However, you've done nothing to earn the trust of this community. You campaign by conflating equity with anti-white. And when seeking feedback on how to change the policy, you ignored the Equity Advisory Committee and went straight to the group FAIR, which still clings to the outdated concept of colorblind. The equity policy is not the same as an equality policy. Please do not undermine the community by passing this resolution tonight. If you want this community to trust you, then you need to earn that trust. To be very clear, you do not earn that trust by taking $500,000 in campaign contributions from a few key donors and then following their orders during this meeting. You do not earn that trust by publishing resolutions at 5 p.m. on a Friday before a board meeting. And you definitely do not earn that trust by mocking us. Thank you for your attention.
15 seconds.
Please do better for the community in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. We have Braden Miguel, Janine McDonald, and Craig Mason. Braden Miguel.
Hello, board. I'm a district alumni who went to schools here from 3rd to 12th grade and know full well some of what the students say about what goes missed and applaud them for showing up. I'm here to suggest changes to tonight's resolution as they are rushed and believe go counter to certain key beliefs and words of all board members. My big question is, how can you know this is what the students want, that this is Kids First? This resolution calls out assumptions while making its own. How can we know that these principles are in alignment with values and interests of our kids and students? The only way to do so is to take the time to engage the students in school dialogue at a wider level, more than a few days. We heard from a handful of small, brilliant students today, but imagine what we'd hear if we gave time and energy to the discussion. My recommendation as the resolution gets dropped or gets clarified as potential language and given a timeline of months to be shared with and discussed with the student body before the final board vote is decided. This is also a positive opportunity to grow as a district. This is complementary to education standards, starting even early as 2nd grade, where 2 different points of view can be discussed and communicated, from social studies to reading, writing, and communication standards. An activity and discussion could easily be created, distributed, and discussed at multiple age levels to achieve these goals. Ultimately, though, if a change of this type is made, it will change the trajectory of the school district and the students for years to come. Fear may be used as a reason to overlook my comment and press forward, but when has a decision made from fear been the right choice when opportunity, unity, growth, and love is on the table? Student futures, siblings' futures. And I'm out of time, but I have a quote, but I have a young friend and her voice being looked at was really important to her, and encourage you guys to talk to students more.
So thank you, Mr. Miguel. Janine McDonald, Craig Mason, followed by Sandra Brownrigg. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My family and I live in Sterling Ranch, and my husband and I have 2 children at our current neighborhood school in Roxborough and couldn't be happier. I'm here tonight to ask you to deny any charter applications submitted in March for Sterling Ranch and to support a bond for the upcoming election to build a neighborhood school. I think you're all aware of the fact that STEM has been working with our developer to add a campus in Sterling Ranch, potentially on the only dedicated school site that currently exists. You as our Board of Education represent all kids, and I hope you can support all kids in Sterling Ranch and not approve the STEM application that will likely come through in March. STEM Highlands Ranch is only a 10-minute drive from Sterling Ranch, which allows easy access to residents that want to attend now. The STEM elementary school has only been in existence for 5 years, and they have had many issues over those years, like high turnover of teachers and students. It would seem like their focus needs to be more on their own school than expanding into other areas at this time. When you look at numbers in Sterling Ranch that I receive from the district, over 70% of elementary age children attend a neighborhood school. 9% attend STEM, which is a whopping 26 children in our entire neighborhood of over 1,000 homes. So the demand for this school in Sterling Ranch is just not there. The district and the Long Range Planning Committee know we need a neighborhood school. A new neighborhood school has not been built in Douglas County in over 15 years, and the population has exploded during that same time. Putting more charter schools into our district would be a short-term Band-Aid for something that needs a long-term approach. I've heard from our developer say, we need a school. And I don't agree, and I represent a lot of other residents that don't agree. Sterling Ranch doesn't need a school. We need a school that has programming that allows most children to be served well and appeals to the majority of families, which based on our current numbers would be a neighborhood school. So does a developer like Sterling Ranch and a business like STEM know what's best for our children, or does our school board in our district? And I believe it's our school board in our district, and I hope that's what you put first is our children by denying charter applications and supporting a bond. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. We now have Craig Mason, Sandra Brownrigg, followed by Will Johnson. Craig Mason.
Good evening, Board, and thank you for letting me speak. I'll be referring to this handout that I gave you folks earlier. So my name is Craig Mason. I'm a parent in Douglas County Schools. I'm also speaking to you tonight in my official capacity as Director of Membership for the Freedom From Religion Foundation. We are a watchdog organization with respect to violation of separation in church and state. And our reports show us that more than 50% of violations of separation of church and state actually come from public schools. So we'd like to you guys to consider us a resource with respect to if there are situations that are questionable that you might want to think about with respect to your constitutional duty to uphold separation of church and state. This cute little handout will help you, figure out rather quickly whether or not those are there. So with my time remaining, I'll just verbally go through what we call the top 10 church and state violations to be aware of. Number 1, prayer at public events. Number 2, compelling the Pledge of Allegiance. Number 3, school Bible distributions. Number 4, creationism. Number 5, denial of atheist student clubs. Number 6, graduations that are in churches and school baccalaureates. Number 7, church meetings in schools. These are allowed, but they must abide by all the rental policies and such. Number 8, displaying religious messages. Number 9, youth pastor access to students. And number 10, proselytizing via music. So again, we are the nation's largest organization with respect to non-believers, and we advocate strongly for separation of church and state. And you folks are government employees now, so we're hopeful that you will adhere to that. And certainly, if you have any questions, my contact information is with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. We now have Sandra Brownrigg, Will Johnson, and Lanaya Dotseth. Sandra Brownrigg.
Been a while. Hi, I'm Sandra Brownrigg. I'm an ex-DCSD parent, ex-DAC chair, ex-joint subcommittee chair, and I'm here tonight about your proposed mill bond exploratory committee. And I'd like to ask, and this is audacious, that you consider me to help with that, to facilitate that. And so, why? You know, I'm listening to the comments tonight. You've got equity issues, you've got religious issues, you've got mask issues. There's a lot going on. I think that there's a lot of division. And so how in the world can I help achieve consensus in this environment? And the answer to that is, the last time we had our first joint subcommittee meeting the day after the 2016 presidential election. And Donald Trump had just won. And there was a range of reactions to that in that group. And in 6 meetings, we went from forming to performing nonetheless, because you have such high-quality people in LRPC and in FOC. So you've got the deep expertise. And then we have a breadth of people in the community who have good intentions, who are not the scorpions on either side that just have to sting people for the heck of it. And I can achieve consensus with those people in that short time, 77 days until you need to have the information necessary to make a go, no-go decision, 277 until the election date. If we don't do that, 2025, 2023 are both board election years. They're odd numbers. I know Director Meek knows this. Low voter turnout, no funding. 2024 is a presidential election, 90% turnout last time, 100%, going to finish this thought, fiscal conservatives. So if we don't explore this with intent, and you guys are all together on this, then we won't be able to give teachers raises, staff raises, transportation, or construction in Sterling Ranch.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brownrigg.
Sorry, till the end of the decade. Thank you.
Next, we have Will Johnson, Lanaya Dotseth, and Julie Killam. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. Thank you, board members, for starting the process of making the equity policy the best it can be for all kids. Many of us were concerned that this policy risked fostering a culture where kids aren't treated as individuals, but lumped into groups based on immutable characteristics, and then treating those groups differently to force equal outcomes, reinforcing the regressive notion that our differences define us and that kids don't ultimately control what they can achieve. We saw that concern start to come true with the consultant group the district hired to train over 900 of our staff in what equity means, who told teachers to hyper-focus on a child's race or gender, that your skin color determines what you can achieve in America today, that systems need to be transformed until outcomes are equal, and that parents' concerns should be discarded. We owe our kids better than that. That divisive mentality, and updating this policy to clearly state what it is for and against helps us accomplish that. In DCSD, we can have an inclusive culture and one focused on academic excellence. We can meet kids where they are and help form resilient kids who know they determine their outcomes. We can promote diverse perspectives and embrace our shared humanity and the principles that unite us as Americans. We can care for the whole child and recognize that parents ultimately own our kids' moral formation. Strengthening this policy is especially important given changes the state is considering to the Colorado social studies standards. These changes would encourage schools to disproportionately focus on our flaws, therefore not teaching our full history, stereotype kids into identity groups, and pressure them to advocate for specific causes. Colorado is a local control state, but to assert that autonomy, DCSD needs clear, balanced policies that reflect the beliefs of our county.
15 seconds.
So thank you for starting this process of refreshing the equity policy, bringing out the best in the current one, and fostering a welcoming culture focused on academic excellence where each individual student knows they can reach their full potential. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
President
Director.
Pearson, I'd like to make a formal request for information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I understand this is an unusual request, but we're in an unusual situation right now. An independent organization, FAIR, which Mr. Johnson represents, drafted the equity policy that we are going to be voting on later tonight, but I don't have access to FAIR to be able to ask my questions and get the information that I need to be able to vote. So I'd like to, with your permission, just ask a question of Mr. Johnson while he's here.
I think you can, sure.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you mentioned that the policy needs to be updated, and I'm just wondering if you can help me understand what language in the policy specifically causes you concern.
Sure. Yeah, good question. I think that the way it's written, while it has good intentions, and there's a lot of good in it, defines, what it does is it risks defining children by their race, their sexuality, their gender, and that, who they are, their identity, what they think, their experiences, what they can achieve is kind of all rolled up in those immutable characteristics. And so although those things are part of their identity, right? They aren't the definition of their identity. And so I think an updated policy is one that really says each child is an individual first. Each child may need something a little different, but each child controls their outcomes regardless of what they look like. And I think if we can bring that out, I think that's going to make the policy better.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johnson. I would ask, I thought you had a question for me. I'll allow it to Mr. Johnson, but if you can hold your other questions for debate over the resolution or questions on the resolution. I would like to address one thing, though. You made a statement that FAIR drafted this. The organization was not approached to draft it, nor did they draft this resolution. So I just want to be very clear. There was no formal engagement between any member of this board that I'm aware of. Certainly I can speak for myself, directly contacting an organization with a request. So I'd just like to clarify.
Last week, or at our last meeting, you mentioned that FAIR was involved in the drafting.
I mentioned that I had reached out to members, including some that are FAIR members. I also reached out to members that had spoken previously in support of the resolution. I'm talking about the educational equity policy, support of the policy, against the policy, and frankly reached out to people via emails and things that have expressed concerns to me. So I did reach out to a broad spectrum of the community. Some of those members were members of FAIR, but I did not gauge any particular organization officially.
Okay. Well, Mr. Johnson's here. Just one last question. Do you mind if I confirm that with Director Winiger? There's usually confusion when you speak on behalf of your colleagues.
I can speak. That's why I said I can speak on behalf of me. You can certainly ask the question, Director Winiger, if she engaged an organization as an organization.
Yeah, no, I didn't engage directly to FAIR. I have spoken with Will about it and just his opinions on it, but he didn't draft it at all. It was all me and some of Mike and just nothing to do with FAIR. I think a lot of people heard that and grabbed onto it instead of seeing it as just a side note, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Director Winiger, and let's continue with public comment. We have Leanna Dotseth, Julie Kilham, followed by Stephen Collier. Ms. Dotseth, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linnea Dotseth, and I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch, mother of 3, and also an educator with a Master's of Education in Special Education. I'm passionate about equity in education and want to speak to you today about my concerns of charter schools in my development that does not currently have a neighborhood school, though over 70% of elementary age students in Sterling Ranch attend a neighborhood school. This shows the need and wants of the Sterling Ranch residents is a true neighborhood school that is able to serve all students. STEM School has promoted their proposed school in Sterling Ranch, and its prospect is concerning to me as both an educator and as a mom. Today, I'm asking the board to deny STEM's charter request and the request of any other charter schools in Sterling Ranch until a true neighborhood school is there. As a special educator, I know all too well the unfortunate role charter schools can play in the education of students with disabilities. A National Center for Special Education in Charter Schools report found that traditional public schools support 35% more students with disabilities than charters. While IDEA ensures charter schools have the responsibility to make a free, appropriate public education, FAPE, available to students with disabilities, charters who cannot provide FAPE to a student can deny their admittance. The district website states that a team will meet, quote, to determine if FAPE is available to the student at the charter school prior to final admittance to the charter school, end quote. On the other hand, a neighborhood school would not be able to deny student entry. And if FAPE was not possible at the neighborhood school, the student's parents would not be the ones responsible for finding alternate placement for the student nor provide transportation. The students of Sterling Ranch need a true neighborhood school before charters are considered within our development. It is my sincere hope the board can recognize this need and address it before the approval of any charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dotseth. We have Julie Killam, Stephen Collier, followed by Greg Francisco. Ms. Killam. Is Ms. Killam in the audience? Okay, we will move on to Stephen Collier, Greg Francisco, and Mark La Liberté.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be back here. And obviously, I want to talk about what everyone else is talking about tonight. And this will be the resolution regarding the educational equity policy. And I just want to start off with as I listen to a lot of the feedback here, and I really do want to give a shout out to the students that were here earlier. Those people, those kids are future leaders, and I look forward to their future. I wish a lot of other kids would be coming forward and expressing their concerns to the elected bodies. But there were some things that were highlighted there, and it really, really concerns me. I want to talk to it real quick. I heard a lot about this last year coming to several of these meetings, and there were children that were coming forward and talking about these episodes at their high schools, and we just heard from the young man at Chaparral High School and about racial remarks being made and things like that. And I heard these same comments 6-7 months ago. And I'm starting to think to myself, is no one firing any of the people that work at these schools who are supposed to be looking out and advocating for those kids? Why am I hearing about the same issues from students about racial issues and perhaps LGBT, anti-LGBT issues? Where are the principals? The previous board should have provided that oversight. Where were they? Some of them are still here, but we're still having the same problems. I find that very fascinating. So why aren't we holding people accountable to truly being the adults that are supposed to be in those rooms looking out for those kids? Because we're failing them, because we're not holding anyone accountable. Maybe we can start to do that at our local schools. But in regards to the equity policy, which in 15 seconds is going to be challenging to do, this board's on the right path. Thank you for bringing this back to center where the pendulum was on the left side going into when the equity policy was first crafted. I do appreciate that happening. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. We now have Greg Francisco, Mark La Liberté, and Gary Colley. Mr. Francisco.
Good evening. Over the last year and a half, we have heard from parents on both sides of this equity policy. It's obvious that we've come to a point where this is not going to be resolved to everybody's liking. We've all grown tired of the bickering, the lies, the horrific and demeaning social media posts directed to those who ask legitimate questions of those individuals steeped in a tremendous amount of hate, groupthink, and ignorance. Therefore, I'd like to just read what I wrote yesterday to the new board members. The public has spoken. We backed you, and we will keep backing you. Follow your campaign promises. I will stand in front of all of you and defend you with all I have got. Please Do not let the noise get to you. Stay strong. Fall on your principles. You are all on the right side in the fight for our kids. Do not be bullied by the cry bullies. Stand your ground and gut this terrible equity policy.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. Marc La Liberté, and the last in-person speaker, we will have more from Zoom, will follow. Last in-person speaker after Mr. La Liberté will be Gary Colley.
Hello, Board. My name is Mark. I'm a citizen of Highlands Ranch, and it's an honor to be here. I'd like to start by giving thanks. As we all know, both science and faith recognize that gratitude is factually at the center of a happy and healthy heart. I have three things for which to be grateful for this new board. First, thank you for implementing the strategies upon which you campaigned and won election. You are restoring good policy. What we voters have seen happen in other school districts around the country and began to permeate this one is disrespect to parental rights and direct confrontation to the natural rights as protected on behalf of citizens from the government. Second, thank you for your courage to take on the difficult steps to restore that which is good in Douglas County schools and service to its student body, enabling them to think independently. For that is how they will meet the real world, to show students that their DNA is more fully unique, like no one before them and none afterward ever will be. No groupthink will get these kids a job later on, but rather hustle and sweat will get them places. Coddling makes kids weak and unprepared for real life. Rewards based on achievement will inspire these kids to push themselves to grow. Having personally grown up poor, learning through good textbooks in a good public school system from teachers that wanted to pull the best from me, I got here where I am today because of academics. I made it through life to this point without a mass of leftist socialist policies. It is and always has been hard work that gets people places. I think everyone on this board believes this to be true. Third, thank you for beginning the process to restore liberty to the parents of Dougco school children and guiding curricula that is healthy, accurate, and honest, not egregious and sexualized propaganda that we've witnessed in other districts that may be hidden from parents for fear of voter backlash. Your actions as this board will undo the damage and enable our school district to be restored. Parents won't flee that which is good. They'll instead be inclined to move in and watch their children flourish.
Thank you, Mr. La Liberté. I will correct my previous statement. We actually have three more speakers present. We had two switch from Zoom to live. We have Gary Colley, followed by Kathy Lees, and then finally Randy Curtis. Mr. Colley.
Well, I'm going to be off topic a little bit, but I am pro school board members, especially with the new four that we have. I don't even know how to approach this because it's so redundant, but the complaint resolution process is still a critical factor. You know, when we talk about equity and all this other stuff that's going on, we don't even look at the fact that we don't have a genuine complaint procedure in our schools for parents to address, or students to address issues that are of concern. So I know this is going to be a topic on your board retreat. This is just a parcel of the information I've gathered over the years regarding trying to establish a complaint resolution process. We have a parent that I'm very proud of that's going to be following me, Kathy Lees, was a big part of this push to get a complaint resolution process in place. So I'm going to try to summarize real quick to get things done in a couple minutes. I approached this with our Ted Knight, Assistant Superintendent, back in December of 2018 to have a meeting to get this process going and was assured we would meet. Eventually, it was scheduled to February after cancellation. And even in February, when that time came, it had to be canceled. Could almost anticipate it. Around that time in February, Kathy Lees wrote a letter to Director Vogel, a school board member, Dr. Tucker, Ted Knight, Ian Wells, about why can't we get a meeting to start creating this process. Always a reason for why it can't be done. She had information here that went back to 2015, and I've been advocating for that kind of stuff before that.
15 seconds.
I'm not going to have time. But I'll just tell you this, there's been enough conversation about this. The resolution process that we have right now is not that far away. Why don't you let me take a couple of parent community members to fine tune that resolution process, and you guys vote that and get the sucker going. I mean, it's enough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colley.
You bet. Enough, staff. Enough.
We have Kathy Lees, followed by Randy Curtis. Ms. Lees.
I'm blushing a little bit with Gary comments. Hi. Good evening, President Peterson and directors. My name is Kathy Lees. I'm the parent of 2 students that attend Thunder Ridge High School. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself. I'm requesting that you hold off on voting for the culture of individual excellence and inclusion resolution. I'm here to remind you that good governance takes time. It takes time to give all stakeholders opportunity to provide input on policies and resolution. It takes time to ask those most impacted by your actions what the possible consequences might be, both intended and unintended. We have seen time and time again where politicians have reacted too quickly and made situations worse for the people they were trying to help. I think we can agree that we should listen to our students when making decisions for the district. The education equity policy is an example of putting students first. Drafts of the policy were posted on the district website for 2 weeks to give the community opportunity to read it, understand it, ask questions, and provide feedback. The student advisory group, which we heard from tonight, worked to give every high school student an opportunity to provide input on this important policy. Finally, many high school clubs provided input on this policy by meeting with the equity group, by writing emails, and by making public comment. Because so many students were included in crafting this policy, we can know that this policy is centered on students. With that in mind, I asked President Peterson and Director Weiniger, how many students did you include in crafting this policy? Have you put kids first? As we heard from the amazing student comments tonight, I'm going to say no. I'm asking that you withdraw this resolution and go back and talk to the students.
15 seconds.
Directly before moving any forward on any policy or resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. We will have Randy Curtis, and I've been informed Chad Cox is also here in person. So Randy Curtis followed by Chad Cox. Ms. Curtis.
Good evening, directors. My name is Randy Curtis. I am a special education advocate. I want to thank you all for volunteering your time. In 1997, Congress became concerned with the lack of reading progress. Experts across the country came together to develop an understanding of reading. As a result, the National Reading Panel was formed. In 2000, their conclusions were clear. Students need direct, explicit instruction that teaches phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. We've known this for 22 years. In 2018, Colorado finally took notice that students in Colorado were not learning to read. The state began cracking down on teacher preparation programs, specifically their approach to teaching reading. Prior to 2021, teachers were being taught how to teach reading using an approach that encouraged guessing. In 2019, Douglas County had approximately 34,000 elementary students. Just over 5,600 of them were on reading plans, not reading at grade level. Sorry, I hate doing public comment. 1 in 6 elementary students were on a read plan. Shortly after this, we would all encounter or experience COVID-19. During COVID-19 closures, parents noticed their children could not read. Many parents who could afford to and were lucky enough to find a reading tutor had to pay between $80 to $95 per hour. This is not equitable. I recently read an article by Kareem Weaver where he states K through 12 institutions must prioritize student achievement and teacher usability when selecting curriculum materials. If our district is serious about providing an equitable education to all students, please choose a reading curriculum that includes extensive professional development Anything else denies all of our students the right to read.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Okay, final speaker in person will be Chad Cox, if you are here. Mr. Cox.
Good evening. I'm just going to ask a favor if you guys can look at me when I'm talking. I have some pictures to show you. This is my son, Gabriel. He's 8 years old. He's a student here in Douglas County. He's been diagnosed with phonological dyslexia. By no lack of hard work by himself or his teachers would he fail if he didn't have equitable resources given to him within his classroom to have full potential. This is my adopted son, Bastian. He's biracial. He was born with a congenital brain disorder known as polymicrogyria with schizencephaly, missing parts of his brain, causing his brain to fold in on itself. He is nonverbal. Without equity, he would not have the tools in his classroom to afford him multiple teachers working with him 4 days a week. It would not afford him a communication device so he could tell us his likes, his dislikes, his needs, his wants, his desires. Without equity, he would not feel as a part of his class, nor would his class afford the ability to see diversity. He is the only child of color in his preschool class. His color is to be celebrated, not colorblinded. This is my family of 4 children, 3 of which are adopted, 1 is surrogate. This is not colorblind. This is diversity. These children love each other. They celebrate their differences in color. They celebrate their differences. They celebrate their similarities. They love each other for the same. Without equity, diversity would not happen.
15 seconds.
Allow our teachers and children to do their jobs. Quit using our children as political fodder. There is no right, there is no left side. It's our children, period. I'm asking you to withhold a vote this evening on this current resolution. I demand you to use the resources made available to you through the EAC. The current resolution as written was written by, seems, a 40-year-old virgin living out of their parents' basement.
Thank you, Mr. Cox.
It's ridiculous.
We will transfer to Zoom. The first person we have signed up for Zoom is Iko Browning, followed by Christina Marriott, followed by Tiffany Baker. Ms. Browning, are you online?
Hello, President Peterson, directors, and Superintendent Wise. My pronouns are she and her. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Iko Browning. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend Douglas County schools. Creating policy by resolution without public input is not transparency, accountability, or integrity. Through your actions, you make yourselves liars. You claim to want to keep politics out of the classroom. You produce a resolution that is available to the public to review for less than 1 week, with no means of community input, but with partisan think tank FAIR or Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism input. This proposed resolution has lots of red flags and partisan code words, such as rejecting, quote, forced equality of outcomes, end quote, a parental rights statement, and the use of the past tense when describing when the United States has fallen short of her aspirational ideals, implying that systemic injustice is a thing of the past. You are directly injecting your political agenda into the school district. You are delivering on your pro-whitewashing, pro-white supremacy light political agenda. Through your actions, you make yourselves liars. You claim to want interactive community input to find the common ground for the common good. Then, presumably, you're going to ram through controversial policy via resolution on a party line vote without community input. Through your actions, you make yourselves liars. You cheapen the words and values of transparency, accountability, and integrity through your discongruous actions. It is the responsibility of the public to shine a light on your actions. Your actions erode trust and goodwill, which you claim to want to develop. Here's an analogy to help people better understand the concept of equity. Shoes. We all have different preferences as far as shoes. I prefer Allegra clogs due to the comfort of fit, functionality, and cork foot bed. You have your own preferences as far as shoes. We need our shoes to do our day-to-day work. Let's say you decreed that all workers and students in Douglas County would be issued a size 10 men's shoe. That wouldn't help me. Let's say you decreed that all workers and students in Douglas County would be issued a pair of patent leather pumps. That also wouldn't help
Thank
me
you,
or
Ms.
most
Browning.
of you.
We now have Christina Marriott, Tiffany Baker, followed by Sarah Widener. Ms. Marriott, are you online? Mr. Brown? Okay. Ms. Marriott, are you on?
Yes,
okay,
I'm
we
here.
can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear
Go
me?
ahead.
I'm sorry. I am the mother of 3 DCSD children. As a mother of 3, I have learned that each of my children requires different things. When my oldest was 6 years old, I did not force her to eat only the food I gave my 6-month-old and vice versa. Instead, I fed each of them the foods they needed, even though those foods were not equal. As they have gotten older, I have met each of them where they are at and provided each of them the resources they need. This was not allocated out equally. This is allocated out with their individual needs at the forefront. It was and continues to be allocated out equitably, not equally, because they don't need equal things. They each need equitable things. With the new resolution being discussed tonight, some Board of Education members are claiming to put steak in front of every child. However, on closer inspection, we realize that the steak is overcooked, dry, burnt, and inedible for many. The new resolution would have us believe this is the fault of the child. After all, the steak is there. Why aren't they eating it? It apparently doesn't matter to this new board if the child has missing teeth, or that there is no stool to sit on, or that there's no utensils. Merely providing the steak while refusing to ensure every child has the tools and ability to participate in the eating is enough for some on this board. Unfortunately, the resolution being proposed tonight does not honor the needs of individual students. On the contrary, this policy wrongly forces our district to provide equal education to each student while disregarding a student's specific needs. The focus on equal access to education instead of equitable access could mean that we no longer have gifted, honors, special needs, or differentiated learning. Instead, everyone must receive equal education, regardless of their unique needs and abilities. In addition, according to this resolution, we can no longer group kids together. So does this mean that we immediately stop IB, honors, AP, and tech programs and special needs services because each child must be treated the
15
same?
seconds.
As a member of this community, I fight against this notion. I am asking that you keep the equity policy in place as it is currently written. The resolution is unnecessary. If you have concerns about implementation of the policy, please work with the Equity Advisory Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marriott. Mr. Brown, before we start with the next, or Mr. Blair, before we start with the next speaker, I don't know if that was her problem or we can turn the volume up, but last two were a little hard to hear. So. Okay, that was on their end. Thank you. We will now have Tiffany Baker, Sarah Widener, and then William Smith. Ms. Baker, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
I recently emailed your board about the participation of our school board members on Facebook pages that allow transphobia and homophobia against DCSD students, COVID misinformation, including giving the contact information for mask exemption letters, doxing our superintendent's home address to encourage protesting outside his home, encouraging violence against him, calling our superintendent a child abuser, encouraging members to harass families who advocate for accommodations for their at-risk special needs kids, accusing DCSD teachers of indoctrination, xenophobic comments against a previous school board director, threatening to contact an organization that I volunteer with and attempt to get the organization to let me go, and threatening to show up to Douglas County residents' kids' schools to confront them about their parents. FAIR, F-A-I-R, Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, is one of these local groups that's creating divisions, including attacking the DCSD equity policies, partnering with partisan conservative school board directors. For transparency purposes, a nonpartisan director asked to meet with FAIR, asked to attend their meetings, and was told they were not welcome. There's concern that our school board is allowing an organization that wouldn't allow a board member to attend meetings influence tonight's resolution. This has got to stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Sarah Widener, William Smith, followed by Kathleen Boyer. Ms. Widener, are you online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello, I am Sarah Widener, a parent to 2 Douglas County teenagers. The process that has resulted in our equity policy is the gold standard of community input. Several dedicated staff members spent hundreds of hours of their time sifting through comments, having discussions, and gaining community feedback. Care was given to hear voices from the right, left, and in between. The stakeholders came together to create a policy that truly speaks to the will of our community. By putting forth this resolution, you are rejecting the will of the community and disregarding parent choice. You are also disrespecting our staff members who have spent years working on the equity policy. We may lose some of our best and brightest educators and administrators if the newly elected board makes substantive changes, starting with this resolution. Cherry Creek not only pays their staff better, but they also have a strong equity policy in place. I urge the board to remember our staff who put in untold hours of hard work on this policy. I urge the board to remember that a majority of staff support this policy. I urge the board to keep the current equity policy in place as it is written and vote down this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Widener. William Smith, Kathleen Boyer, Katrina Gorney. Mr. Smith, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Board of Directors. I am here in my individual capacity as a parent of 2 DCSO elementary students. I wish to express first my extreme pride in DCSO students and educators. Importantly, and the reason for my comment is I wish to express my displeasure and disappointment with the resolution concerning the excellence and inclusion policy. My concerns, to be clear, are process-based. One cannot have a fair outcome without a fair process. As I understand it, the board's role is to set policy. I accept that. I was assured by incoming board members in asking for my vote that parents' views would be considered. In fact, much criticism was cast regarding not listening to parents. I encourage the board of directors to implement an appropriate process and appropriately table this consideration. I have 3 primary reasons for this. Substantively, the resolution is hastily written and poorly written. I will give 2 examples. First, page 2, paragraph 2. Staff members will thrive in supporting, and it goes on. Clearly, this should have said strive. Paragraph 8 of page 1 is a mess. One can look at that page 1, paragraph 8, understanding the lack of attention to detail. I understand my tax dollars are spent by the board of directors on multiple law firms. It would appear, however, that this was not appropriately vetted and not proofread appropriately. This is hasty. One should table this. 2, the board of directors is a political group whose mission should be to seek input from community, parents, teachers, all stakeholders. This feels rammed down the throat of your community. We are all members of this community, and I would encourage the board to consider that a Friday evening release and a Tuesday vote is both, in my opinion, unacceptable
15 seconds.
and intentional. Finally, the U.S. Constitution is cited. In my opinion, this is an attempt to intentionally seek to stifle meaningful free speech and to stifle meaningful due process. The appropriate move is to table this discussion. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, Kathleen Boyer, Katrina Gorney, and Dr. Janet Lanning. Ms. Boyer, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening, board directors. I am Kathleen Boyer, and I live in Highlands Ranch. I first want to acknowledge the students who spoke earlier. They give me hope for the future. As I said, I'm from Highlands Ranch, and I'm the parent of 2 high schoolers. One of my 2 kids has diagnosed learning differences that make reading slow and difficult for him, so he is not someone who reads for pleasure. A couple years ago, he had an assignment to read a book of choice for a class and report on it. He chose a book that is a love story between 2 high school boys. It was the first time he read a book cover to cover and enjoyed it. It was the first time he read a book for school that reflected himself. That is what inclusion looks like to me. Age-appropriate stories and lessons that reflect all kinds of people with different life experiences and different hopes and dreams for the future, and an acknowledgement that those differences exist and are relevant. This isn't important only to kids like mine who are different. It is important to their classmates to know that they exist and that their differences shape their experiences and their lives. All over the world, employers and organizations are implementing equity policies and educating their staff or their members. For people in positions of power, such as yourselves, to not understand what equity is or why it's important is embarrassing. Tonight's resolution is a step backward. It's unnecessary. It puts our students and staff at a disadvantage. We have an equity advisory council. If you have concerns about the policy, the implementation, or its importance, ask them. Do yourselves, the staff, the students, and the entire community a favor and keep the equity policy as it is. You claimed kids first. Putting kids first means preparing them for the future, and that means preparing them for the real world and all its beautiful diversity.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. We will now have Katrina Gorney, Janet Lanning, followed by Remy Rummel. Ms. Gorney, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Katrina Gorney, and I have 2 students in the district, and I'm a former social studies teacher with a master's degree in educational leadership. I am here to ask that rather than caving to national interest and extremist rhetoric, we could act in the spirit of being true to local control and work together to serve our students and staff. The current equity policy was crafted with a wide range of input from the community. However, there are now some of the board who now seek to forgo community input and simply pass a one-sided resolution to cave to their base of loud, angry voters. This is an obvious effort to insert their politics into the classroom. If there are legitimate concerns about implementation, they can be brought to the Equity Advisory Council, which allows for differing viewpoints to be expressed and to feel protected in doing so, a true nod to liberty and freedom. There is absolutely no need for a resolution except to give in to fear and feelings over facts and fellowship. We have heard an overwhelming cry in recent months for parent choice. When I send my kids to school, I expect that they will be presented with standards-aligned topics mandated by the state. I made my choice to send my students to public school for this reason. While a few might find some of these topics sensitive, it is my experience as an educator and as a parent that the ability to analyze these topics helps to prepare children to thrive in the world outside of their classroom door. If others are afraid of these topics or have strong feelings about them, then that is their choice to discuss these issues how they please at home. But to deny my children access to a comprehensive secular education is not the answer. We don't have to agree. However, we are certainly better than this. We need to look at how our actions will reach everyone in our community. Are we being transparent and acting with integrity? And above all, are we doing what is in the best interest of kids first? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gorney. Janet Lanning, Remy Rummel, followed by Laura Reeves. Ms. Lanning, Dr. Lanning, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Janet Lanning Krug, and I am the Student Assistance Director of Douglas County School District. This is my 22nd year in Douglas County serving students who are at risk, and the equity policy has been a love letter to all the students and families I've served over 2 decades. I helped draft this policy with over 1,000 stakeholders from across the district to reinforce my commitment that all students and families belong. I am not a person who denies the fear radiating throughout our county, the resistance to change, and the anger. I am human, and I experience these things, but there is no virtue in self-righteousness, and there's no elevating humanity through remaining in collision with everything and everyone you don't understand or accept or don't recognize as like you. Make no mistake, the venom in the language of those kids and those people is bleeding into classrooms, and children and educators are being harmed. What I hope is that every person that can hear my voice right now can pause and leave space for grace. The grace of asking yourself, am I healing or am I hurting people? Leave the space for grace to allow something greater than your own attitudes, ideas, judgments to work in the lives of folks you don't understand. Leave the space for grace to pause and even stop acting on faulty assumptions and misunderstandings, acting with the intention of being right, but somehow that intention results in vitriol that serves no one. We are at a critical juncture as public servants are leaving the educational field in droves. So ultimately, we need to leave space for grace to acknowledge acknowledge, celebrate, and embrace the people that continue to love and fight for all children. I want to thank the hundreds of current and retired teachers, administrators, counselors, substitutes, community
15
nonprofits,
seconds.
mental health professionals, tutors, nurses, parents, and other staff that have been beaten up and spit out by this global pandemic, and yet still believe in the resiliency of the human spirit and keep a servant heart for all students. Please take a step for equity. And if you must, allow the Equity Advisory Council to review the policy and make recommendations for implementation so we can carry on the commitment to embracing all students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lanning. Now I'll have Remy Rummel, Laura Reeves, followed by Kendra Nilsutson. Ms. Rummel, can you hear us? Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Remy Rummel. I am a staff member, mother, and a 36-year Douglas County resident. Because of my children's identities, they are seen, heard, and understood. My children belong in the educational setting without having to give it a thought. Unfortunately, that is not the reality for every DCSD student. Each student brings assets, diverse experience, expertise, and incredible potential. The educational equity policy was written by over 1,000 people to promise our students, staff, and community a more inclusive future in which each person, through individual and group identity, authentically belongs from the moment they set foot here. Belonging requires understanding multiple perspectives of individuals and groups. When exploring multiple perspectives, students have the opportunity to learn through windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors. They see themselves, they see others, and they have the opportunity for growth. This creates a culture of belonging. Identities are often a window into experience, and identity must be considered at the system level. DCSD's disaggregated data provides one measure of a belonging culture, and more proportionate achievement, graduation, and discipline data across disaggregated groups is needed to indicate belonging. As an educator and mother, I must see people as individuals and as parts of groups. I must partner transparently, and I must seek to understand those who are different from me. There is a tremendous beauty in diversity. As a mother, I hope my children will be taught in school to think through multiple perspectives so they can successfully navigate a diverse global setting. As an educator, I hope you maintain the essence of equity, that we create an environment in which everyone can participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. Don't squelch the voices of many for the story of one. Keep the policy as it is written and leverage the advice of the Equity Advisory Council. I stand for my children and for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Rummel. We have Laura Reeves, Kendra Nilsutson, and Kelly Dixon. Ms. Reeves, are you online?
Thank you. My name is Laura Reeves, and I'm a parent to 4 DCSD students. I appreciate this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to request that the board dismisses the proposed resolution to our equity policy and instead commit to working with the Equity Advisory Committee to properly implement the policy as it stands. Our unanimously approved policy was not a political act, nor was it created overnight or in a silo. It was a long-term, community-wide effort that utilized a robust stakeholder process. Additionally, deep discussions and meaningful debate were encouraged as the policy was developed. The teams of people creating this policy took their roles seriously and worked hard to build the most effective solution for DCSD. They understood the importance of offering an equitable learning environment and workplace. They knew that equity was a key to building block for ensuring each of our students' individual needs are met so they feel included, safe, and supported as they receive their free, appropriate public education. The prior board's full approval of the equity policy demonstrated our district's commitment to being an equitable place to learn and work. It also brought us closer to parity with neighboring school districts, institutions of higher learning, workplaces, houses of worship, and other organizations with long-standing equity policies. These actions were crucial in establishing trust with those impacted by a lack of equity. It remains vital that they know the district is still committed to properly recognizing and addressing their unique needs. I feel strongly about this because I've witnessed the harrowing impact to kids when equity and inclusion are not prioritized in schools. I was very proud when our district passed the equity policy because it is the correct path to take and necessary when considering the safety and education of our students. Regardless of board makeup, I believe this to be true because the same issues and needs persist. Seconds. I know each of you cares about our students. By recommitting to our policy, you can show them you are listening, how much they matter, and how deeply our students are valued. I ask each of you to do what is right and make this a more inclusive, safe, and equitable district by implementing our current policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. We now have Kendra Nilsutson, Kelly Dixon, followed by Caitlin Smith. Ms. Nilsutson, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name's Kendra Nilsutson. I appreciated hearing from the students. I just want to say that at the start and their perspectives, I believe their voices need to be paramount in this discussion on equity. I am a Douglas County resident of 19 years. I have 2 children, a now young adult and a teenager who have lived the entirety of their life in this county. I'm here to comment on the equity policy. I've read the resolution. I also noticed the entire resolution, the only time equity is mentioned is in reference to the enactment of the policy. The Equity Advisory Council has been excluded. This is highly concerning. Keep the equity policy in place as it is currently written. Include the Equity Advisory Council on implementation. This resolution is not needed. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nilsutson. We have Kelly Dixon, Caitlin Smith, followed by Krista Gilstrap. Ms. Dixon, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for your time. I am a resident, parent, and taxpayer in Douglas County, and my demand is simple. Keep the equity policy as it is and reject the proposed resolution about revisions to the equity policy. I appreciate the opportunity to review the resolution in advance. Here are my concerns. First, the Equity Advisory Council, or EAC, has not had enough time to implement the policy as written. It is premature to request recommended changes of the superintendent when we haven't had a chance to see it in action. This resolution means 9 more months of wasted time that could actually be spent addressing disparities in academic performance and suspensions and expulsions, disturbing hate crimes, and other real opportunities to improve students' experiences in our district. Second, per the DCSD website, the EAC, quote, serves to support and advise the superintendent and the school board on issues related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, unquote. Yet this board has decided to consult with an outside organization, FAIR, in the drafting of this resolution and to not include board members that have specific responsibilities with the EAC in those discussions. This is not transparency. Third, I am concerned specifically with the consultation with FAIR. I heard the comments earlier, but frankly, we can all review last meeting's recording. Knowing who is on the board of advisors for that organization, FAIR, and looking closely enough at the code of language the group uses and that made it into this resolution, it is clearly biased. One wonders who is doing the indoctrinating. Fourth, the superintendent doesn't make policy, so asking him to update one seems misguided or uninformed. Fifth, the equity policy must remain as it achieves the bare minimum of the standard of diversity, equity, and inclusion in our world today. This isn't some kind of wild extremism or indoctrination. This is the norm and the expectation in the workplace now, and our children should be prepared for this, in addition to having an equitable learning environment. One only has to look at the publications of area employers such as Lockheed Martin, a foundation for Douglas County schools supported, by the way, Raytheon, Comcast, and Dish Network to see their focus and investment in these principles. I implore you to reject this resolution, and I look forward to hearing about the board and the EAC's implementation of the current equity policy to affect real change in the district. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. We will have Caitlin Smith, Krista Gilstrap, followed by Shayna Miller. Ms. Smith, you're online.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Smith. I'm a parent in Highlands Ranch. I want to first commend the students who spoke earlier. What they had to say was compelling, wise, and inspiring. They're absolutely right that adult politics should not undo the equity protections currently in place to protect our kids. It's your duty to protect all children. Please listen to what they had to say, and don't give in to the people within the community or donors who want to impose their regressive political rhetoric that disregards the unique needs that children of diverse identities have. Let's not waste our resources chasing a solution in search of a problem. That said, I want to address another issue tonight. I understand that cases of COVID have been coming down when many of the current board members campaigned on removing mask mandates in schools. But since that time, Omicron has sent us to the absolute highest level of transmission of the entire pandemic. The visuals that the board provided earlier highlight how rates have skyrocketed since December. The CDC has determined that COVID is leading to higher rates of juvenile diabetes. Many children in our community are immune compromised for a variety of health reasons, and many children have family members who are likewise at risk. How many kids right now have a parent battling cancer or an elder family member at risk? The numbers that you shared regarding teacher absences are pretty astounding. Teachers are getting sick at very high rates. Science has clearly established that masking works when everyone in the room is wearing one. My question is, why has the board not taken these serious factors into account, particularly given the skyrocketing cases Omicron has caused, to reinstate masking in schools until we can get past this horrific wave? This is basic common sense, and publishing total case numbers is not a viable mitigation strategy that doesn't prevent spread. We need to protect our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Krista Gilstrap, Shayna Miller, followed by Connie Ingram. Ms. Gilstrap, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to speak tonight in favor of the resolution of the Douglas County School District's culture of individual excellence and inclusion. It adds needed guidelines on the implementation of the equity policy. It does not eliminate the equity policy like others have stated. As is, we have seen the equity policy be used to pit one student against another on their immutable characteristics. This resolution should help our district become a place where each and every student is seen and matters. We want each student to reach their full and unique potential and not be lumped into a group based on which boxes they check. I'm completely confused by the comments made tonight who act as if this resolution will result in the Lord of the Flies in our schools. Certainly, our staff will continue to do what they have always done and to meet the needs of each and every student as best they can. Having said that, I recognize that there are very passionate opinions on both sides. I have been watching the public comments over the last many months and have heard the hundreds of concerned parents on both sides share their stories. What I have found is there is a lot we can all agree on. I don't want any student to feel excluded, marginalized, or bullied. I hope with these guidelines, we can create practical solutions to real problems without creating new ones. We can teach an honest and complete account of history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, without associating shame or blame to any particular group of students. To the people who have made comments about this being rushed and without community input must not have been watching the board meetings over this past year. This topic has had countless public input, and despite the balance of tonight's public comment, the comments have been overwhelmingly in favor of changing the equity policy. While I hope working with the Equity Council will be fruitful, there are many who applied who were not selected to be on this council, so I don't believe that the council should be the only voices you listen to. This resolution is a step towards restoring some balance back into our district. I ask that you please vote in favor of this resolution tonight. This will not get rid of the good in the equity policy. It just realigns it towards the idea of belonging it was originally crafted in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. Shayna Miller, followed by Connie Ingram, and then Karen Pennington. Ms. Miller, are you online?
Ms. Miller is not online. Ms. Ingram is not online.
Okay, Ms. Miller, Ms. Ingram are not online. Moving to Ms. Pennington, are you online?
Yes, I am. Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Karen Pennington. I'm a nurse of 45 years, nurse educator the last 20. I live in Parker, grandmother of 3 children in the district. My comments tonight are in regards to the educational equity policy. Confusion exists in terminology with regard to equity and equal. These are often used interchangeably. My biggest concern is with the phrase in the ADP policy, groups of individuals repeated throughout. The term equal education implies equal access. Equity education, however, is informed by the principles of critical race theory and implies same outcomes through identity groups of individuals. CRT groups people into oppressed and oppressor groups along lines of race, religion, class, gender, etc. Groupings can lead to stereotyping. CRT and equity can assume that when one does not succeed, it's because they are oppressed by another's success. To what benefit is same outcomes for our students? Each student's inherent worth should be recognized through equal access, respecting individuality. We should be seeking to celebrate the diversity of individual potentials, not achieve oppressive, intolerant sameness. That is a possibility of the groupings that appear in the ADP policy. Lastly, I want to thank you for your service. It can be a thankless job. As parents, we too at times feel that we have a thankless job, but we must strive for excellence. I'm in support of the resolution and hope that you vote in favor of it, because I believe there could be a bridge built between these two policies with the wording from the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pennington. We will have Liz Wagner, followed by Allison Kolinsky, followed by Robin Webb with her comments read by Allison Kolinsky. Ms. Wagner, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, directors. I have some questions for you tonight, and that's pretty much it. First, why didn't the district pilot CKLA as an approved literacy curriculum? Second, why is the district requesting you approve curriculum that is likely to not stand the test of time on CDE's approved curriculum list? Third, why is the district making curriculum choices based on what pairs with iReady instead of the best options for both curriculum and an evaluation tool? 4, why are you considering placing a bond on the ballot when you haven't redrawn school boundaries and consolidated under-enrolled schools? I've lost track of what number we're on. The district is proposing a standalone K-8 effective needs school. What will make it different than the other center-based effective needs classrooms that we already have today? Is this just a money-saving intention, or is this going to be truly different programming with different outcomes? Do you have concerns about creating a school to warehouse special education students? Will you ensure that an MLO ballot language will be specific for salary increases for those who spend 75% or more of their day directly with students, as opposed to the last MLO? And last, but certainly not least, why did the legal department create an arbitrary policy to stop redacting requesters' names? Does that strike you as predatory and retaliatory behavior, as it does to parents seeking transparency without retaliation in requesting their names to be redacted?
15 seconds.
As a special education parent myself, I can assure you, retaliation is real, and retaliation for what you Cora is also real. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Allison Kolinsky, followed by Robin Webb, comments read by Allison Kolinsky, followed by LaTanya Brown. Ms. Kolinsky, are you online?
I am online. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Excellent. I want to clarify the misinformation first that has been put out by several speakers tonight and a particular board member. If attending a fair meeting was so important to that particular board member, perhaps she should have attended the open house she was invited to last week. Now to my actual comment. While the terms equity and equality may sound similar, the implementation of one versus the other can lead to dramatically different outcomes for both individuals and societies as a whole. From historical perspective, equality is defined as each individual or group of people being given what they need to start at the same level of opportunity as everyone else. It allows for personal effort and accountability as a large part of that end product. By definition, equality demands that people work to succeed, and the outcome is based on those efforts. From that same historical perspective, equity is defined as the allocation of resources to force equity of outcome. Because the expectation is equal outcome, innovation, perseverance, and effort, the very qualities we long for in students, become detrimental to their daily lives under that demand that the outcome be equitable for all, above all else. In that same vein, we do a considerable disservice to the students who don't possess those traits. Instead of teaching them how to learn from their mistakes and grow into better people, we kill them slowly with the soft bigotry of low expectations. As a woman of color, I, for one, am pleased at the shift from the equity-based demands of outcome to a more pro-human-centered approach that meets students where they are and helps them to achieve to the best of their ability. Thank you, Board, for considering student needs first.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinsky. Mr. Blair has reset your time for your comments from Robin Webb. After that will be Latanya Brown and then Carolyn Williamson. Go ahead, Ms. Kalinsky.
From Ms. Webb, equity. The government and schools in particular have been overreaching into our lives for some time now. I applaud this board for moving into the direction of giving that power back to parents, first with masks and now with amending the equity policy. Some think equity versus equality is more fair. One big issue with this notion is who gets to decide what is fair. There's nothing wrong with giving people who need it a leg up. A lot of people need that from time to time, regardless of race, gender, or creed. It's quite a different thing to hold others back, to give the perception of fairness, when really, if you hold someone back to uplift another, that's not fair at all. I personally don't know how anyone can look at the resolutions you are proposing and argue that they're bad. The school should never be instilling our children with their values. They should teach our children the academic subjects they need to learn to be successful in life and leave the parenting to parents. Thank you for standing up for personal liberty as well as parental rights. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinsky, on behalf of Ms. Webb. Ms. Brown, are you online?
Yes, this is Latanya Brown.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, board. I'm a Black parent of one current DCSD student and one DCSD transfer to Cherry Creek School District due to racism and inequality at Chaparral High School. The Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines equality as the quality or state of being equal. The definition of equity is defined as fairness or justice in the way people are treated. I read your new policy and attended a few Equity Advisory Council meetings where many of the new board members attend as well. I believe that this board does not know the very history that they're trying to protect. Your policy, co-created by a right-wing group called Fair for All, I thought this wasn't supposed to be political, is a complete disservice to DCSD students of color, LGBTQ, special needs, and their allies. If you knew your history, you would know that the enslaved African people were not seen as human, but property. The indigenous people were subject to genocide. The words written in the Constitution did not include Black people. With the passing of your new policy, which I know you will, the passing of your new policy, you're proving that above-mentioned groups do not matter in DCSD. That's why they keep transferring to other schools. I do not want my children or others to be indoctrinated by your critical colonist theory. Thank you for wearing your hoods tonight and have a good evening. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next will be Carolyn Williamson, followed by Rachel Garmers, followed by Diana Gould. Ms. Williamson, are you online?
Yes, I am.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you listen to the passion of the educators and parents who support the equity policy that is already in place? How can you not support the beauty of diversity? The only reason why the term equity may be confusing or controversial is because it has been falsely equated with critical race theory by you and your supporters, big spreaders of misinformation, AKA lies. I really have nothing to add to all the previous comments by the wonderful students who are living this day to day and their parents. I hope that you will listen to them. They are your constituents. And I'm just appalled at your politicalization of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Next will be Rachel Garmers, Diana Gould, followed by Julie Watkins. Ms. Garmers, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm very excited to hear about the board adopting a resolution concerning Douglas County Schools' culture of individual excellence and inclusion. It is very timely and appropriate. As a parent of 2 children who attend our neighborhood schools, I am in full support of our board adopting and establishing these new guidelines around the equity policies already in place. The current policy is divisive and it highlights kids' differences instead of acknowledging how many commonalities our kids actually share and how those commonalities can be used to create and foster an inclusive culture through our similarities. As a parent, this is something I have focused on with my kids throughout their lives. An earlier speaker mentioned, quote, being on the right side of history, and then compared our country's former civil rights movement to the current BLM terrorist organization, which is absolutely ridiculous. Being on the right side of history would be adopting the guidelines being discussed in this resolution, in lieu of bending the knee to the ideas of woke liberal agendas of organizations like BLM and others. Although some tonight have mentioned that changing the equity policy is merely political, wouldn't you agree that it's political when we highlight the differences between our children and making that a focus instead of the education of our kids? I'd also like to add that at some point it would be beneficial to see the individual administrators of our school acknowledge the adoption of these guidelines, as well as see their written commitment to step away from the old policies. Unfortunately, programs like No Place for Hate and other SEL programs are still promoting division, and personally, I'd like to see our board explore various options to these programs or adopting a new, less divisive curriculum associated with these programs. Thank you to the new board for all of your hard work, keeping your campaign promises. You truly are putting kids first. Thank you for your selflessness and dedication to serving all of our kids and acknowledging the importance of the parents' role regarding these topics and not cowering to the loud but small minority.
Thank you, Ms. Garmers. Diana Gould, Julie Watkins, followed by Dominic Esposito. Ms. Gould, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Diana Gold, and I want to provide a different perspective than that has been presented for most of today. I want to take you along a journey. Imagine a student coming into class. Imagine it was an English class. Imagine the student was asked to write down characteristics that he felt very proud about. Imagine the student was asked to present it to the class. The student stood up. He said, I'm proud that I play football. I'm proud that I'm a brother. I'm proud that I'm a son. I'm proud that I'm a Christian, and on and on. Imagine a teacher saying, why would you be proud of stuff like that? Imagine a teacher saying, boy, that's your white privilege talking. Imagine no longer, that was my son. That what happened at Douglas County in a school at Douglas County. And that was my son. Is this really equality, equity? Is this how our Douglas County values? Is putting down one race to raise another what we're really all about? I really feel like this policy is nothing more than CRT, and it's not misinformation. This policy is anti-American. Its ideology is rooted in Marxism, has no place in our school system.
15
This policy
seconds.
fosters racial division, irrational hatred, and tries to shoehorn every problem into the racism box. Please focus on teaching facts and not promoting a new brand of racist-obsessed and anti-American ideology.
Thank you, Ms. Gould.
Please focus on.
Next is Julie Watkins, followed by Dominic Esposito, followed by Kathy Redmond. Ms. Watkins, are you online?
Hi, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Later tonight, you are planning to vote on a resolution about the district's current educational equity policy. And I can only hope to be half as eloquent as our student speakers were earlier regarding my many concerns on why this resolution is being put forward for vote tonight. I'm a DCSD parent of 2 teenagers who have been part of the district since they were in kindergarten. First, the current policy was designed and approved via a fully transparent process that included substantial input and collaboration from more than 1,000 stakeholders, including district leaders, teachers, and staff, as well as parents, students, and community members. These past few months, the Equity Advisory Council was formed and started meeting as they are tasked with implementation of this policy. Yet the council was not even consulted nor included in the drafting of this resolution being voted on tonight. Even more puzzling is that the BOE President Peterson and Director Weiniger instead engaged in private meetings with the Douglas County chapter of an outside special interest group called the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, or FAIR, to draft this resolution. And although earlier tonight, they both claim that they did not engage with FAIR in drafting the resolution, it's clear that the language of this resolution is quite consistent with language used by FAIR. Fun fact, the Douglas County FAIR chapter openly supported the Kids First candidates who now make up the DCSD BOE majority. And on the surface, FAIR claims to be concerned with addressing racism and inequities, but a closer look shows far-right partisan ties to organizations outside of Douglas County. The Douglas County chapter of FAIR already has representation on the Equity Council, so these meetings with some former Kids First candidates is puzzling. It is also unclear if the resolution has consensus from all of the Board of Education members, or if it is the 4 new ones pushing their political agenda, which it explicitly campaigned on not doing. This lack of transparency and clear effort to sidestep the efforts of the Equity Advisory Committee's work in an attempt to fulfill a campaign rallying call is clearly raising red flags for many parents, teachers, and students.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Dominic Esposito, followed by Kathy Redmond, followed by Katrina Ike. Mr. Esposito, are you on?
He is online. We're asking to unmute.
Unmute. There we go. Good evening.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, President Pearson. I much appreciate it. So I really thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight to the board on the COVID policy. I'm a PhD-trained health economist and health services researcher. I'm truly disappointed with the board's prioritization of politics and anecdote over evidence-based policymaking, which is your charge. The current policy of allowing masks to be optional is counter to good evidence-based policymaking and a shining example of politics and public opinion mattering more than the safety of our children. Now, let me be clear. What is relevant more than the mask policy is its implementation. The board's policy clearly states that accommodations may be made for individuals with ADA-protected disabilities. The board drafted, approved, and implemented the policy with no implementation plan for children with ADA-protected disabilities, which includes, by the way, type 1 diabetes, an immunosuppressive condition with no cure. My son has type 1 diabetes. My son has a federally mandated right to be in a safe environment, in a safe school environment. He does not have a safe school environment because the board chose to prioritize politics over evidence-based policymaking. I'm going to repeat myself so everyone understands. My son's rights and the rights of other children like him are federally provided and protected. And before the board dismisses my insinuation that school is not safe, please note that in January alone, our family received 4 times as many COVID contact notices for our children than for all other months in the public health emergency combined. 4 times as many. I implore the board to follow its own published policy governance principles available on the website.
15 seconds.
Where your job is to direct, control, and inspire through careful establishment of broad written policies. You're not doing that, and you're not allowing the superintendent to do that. And I'm rather disappointed that you don't understand evidence-based policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esposito. Kathy Redmond, Katrina Ike, followed by Chris Page. Ms. Redmond, are you online?
I am.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am the mom of an 8-year-old DCS student who is Black and an American. Many of you in this room know him. We were walking in downtown Castle Rock near the library when a bearded middle-aged white man flashed a white power sign at him and said white power to his face. He was newly 7 at the time. This is one of a few incidents of racism against my son in this county alone. Our Black neighbors, also American, who had just moved from Aurora had their cars spray painted with racial slurs. I'm concerned that white supremacy in this county is not being fought against, but harnessed for voting power and legitimized. By targeting equity and creating a partisan CRT dust-up that Director Peterson acknowledged doesn't exist in DCSD, while Director Myers told Fox News that it does, is a political move designed to target and incite this particular base for upcoming elections. I'd like to point out our county officials also, with the exception of David Ray and Kevin Van Winkle, said zero about Martin Luther King on Martin Luther King Day. Douglas County has a student population of 64,000 people. There are 1.2% who are Black, like my son. That's 768 students, or roughly 9 Black students per
15
school.
seconds.
What or who causes division? The Black students? And given the concern for division and the issue of parent choice in this district, would the white supremacists be given the same preference for curriculum and history as I would as a parent?
Thank you, Ms. Redmond. We have Katrina Ike, followed by Chris Page, followed by Claudette St. Pierre. Ms. Ike is not online. We'll move to Chris Page, followed by Claudette St. Pierre, followed by Tina De Los Santos. Mr. Page, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Principal Page, go ahead.
All right, my name is Dr. Chris Page, and I am the current principal of Highlands Ranch High School in Douglas County. I'm also a parent of a Douglas County student, the spouse of a Douglas County employee, a community member, and a voter. And I come here today in support of the current equity policy as written. Board members, I also come to you with concerns about actions by this board that not only threaten the current policy, but go against many of the assurances you have gave in the November election and beyond. I'm concerned that when our board members expressly say that they are a kids first campaign and are not pushing a political agenda, yet one of the members goes on to Fox News Network championing the fact that she is excited to end the Equity in Education Act before any of these meetings ever began. I'm concerned in a board member that would preach transparency and collaboration, yet has never reached out to or met with the committee that did the dedicated work. Furthermore, over 1,000 voices were heard for over 2 years in the writing of this policy. But it seems like only a select few were heard over the last few weeks for a new resolution. I'm concerned the board members are taking advice from an organization that has utilized Dr. King's quotes that kids should not be judged by the color of their skin, but instead by the content of their character. When those same organizations were officially denounced by the King Center for Nonviolent Social Change and Dr. King's own daughter, Bernice King, for misuse of her father's quote. Lastly, as someone who has helped write the policy, let me be clear. CRT is not equity, and the equity policy is not an inroad to CRT. Implementation will determine what we do.
15 seconds.
As a matter of fact, the only people who've suggested anything different are people who spoke at public comment, but maybe people have grabbed onto it, like was suggested earlier when the board member said that about FAIR. I leave you with the Martin Luther King quote. It may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, but it can restrain him from lynching me. And I think that's pretty important also.
Thank you, Dr. Page. Next is Claudette St. Pierre, followed by Tina De Los Santos, followed by Don Lee. Ms. St. Pierre, are you on? Okay, we'll move to Tina De Los Santos, followed by Don Lee, followed by Lily Porter. Ms. De Los Santos, are you on?
I am, thank you.
We can hear you, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you to the new school board members for delivering on promises made to put our children first. You know, we shouldn't need a policy to empower staff to address racism or cruelty. Just do the right thing. Why not live by the golden rule? Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. Why stereotype? Why install a victim mentality? Let's come together to help them succeed, overcome, and strive to be the best that they individually can be, no matter what their background is. Our children feel they cannot express their own beliefs due to the equity promoters out of fear of being labeled a racist, a homophobe, etc. Let's give all the children a voice and not just a select few. I thank you and I'm in support of this resolution, and I thank you for changing the current policy.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Next will be Don Lee, followed by Lily Porter. Mr. Lee, are you online?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Don Lee. I'm not understanding so many speakers who spoke earlier, stating that without equity policy, they don't feel safe in schools and that there are systemic racism and biases, and bullying and harassing students by anyone already against the rules, and teachers and administrators not doing their job, keeping students safe. For those who are advocating equity policies, since it is your belief that you obtained your positions and status mainly due to your membership in privileged class, why don't you then give up your seat to underprivileged minorities, your positions, your income, your wealth? After all, they are all ill-gotten, right? You are not willing to practice what you preach, but then you want to visit your sins to our children. Typical do as I say, not as I do activism. As a minority myself, I am skeptical of your motives. We can remember and learn from the past, but it's time to move forward, treating each student as an individual with individual needs. If you care about minority rights, the smallest minority group is the individual. Fight for the individual rights, not collective, racial, and identity groups. Let's get back to basics and teach our kids the fundamentals they need to succeed, regardless of their group, identity, membership. That's teaching them basic academics, and keep your social justice activism out of our schools and away from our children. Community has spoken on this issue by electing you. I urge you to vote yes on the resolution. And speaking of the mask issue, CDC now says the mask we force our kids and community members to wear past few years doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. The final speaker for public comment this evening will be Lily Porter. Ms. Porter, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
As a multiracial family within the district and a mom of special needs students, I am in support of adopting the resolution of culture of individual excellence and inclusion. It is clear this resolution fosters individual potential for the students. I appreciate that I, as a parent, occupy the primary role for establishing my students' core values and beliefs. The ABD educational equity policy was put into place without input from all community members, which is why Douglas County voted 4 new board members in to get balance. I urge you to continue with the resolution tonight and not to get derailed by all these loud, angry voices from the left. Thank you for listening and for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. That's the end of public comment. And before moving on, I suggest a 15-minute recess. If Director, we're getting a lot of nods here. It's time 9:06. Let's go. We will restart at time 9:20. Thank you. Okay, we will resume with item 9 on the agenda tonight, the adoption of the consent agenda. The recommendation is that the board adopts the consent agenda as presented unless we have individual items directors would like to pull out of consent agenda. I would like to pull item number 21 to discuss individually approval of core reading program contracts. And I believe Director Ray, you would like to pull item number 22, approval of personnel changes. Do we have any other items that directors would like to pull and discuss individually from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, do I have a recommendation to approve consent agenda items numbers 10 through 20 as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Weiniger.
Second.
Second by Williams. We'll now go through the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, passed 7-0 as amended. Items 10 through 20 on the consent agenda. And that was to approve, just to correct, that was to approve items 10 through 20. We will now move to item number 21 as an individual item, approval of core reading program contracts. Mr. Blair, if we can get Mr. Reynolds on the line, that would be excellent. The reason I wanted to pull this from consent agenda is, we had the READ Act, Reading to Ensure Academic Development, passed here in Colorado in 2012. And this is one of the 3 big rocks that Superintendent Wise has identified for the district. And so I wanted to ask Mr. Reynolds a few questions about what we are purchasing and mainly to get awareness into the public around that decision. My understanding is all programs we must purchase must be on the Colorado Department of Education advisory list, and that the READ Act specifically requires evidence-based programs. So, Mr. Reynolds, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Great. So I have just a couple questions to honor time tonight. If you can just address these one at a time, I'd appreciate it. The first one is, are the programs being purchased based on the science of reading, meaning explicit, systematic instruction in skill and content, or are they based on an older whole world, whole language approach that looks at independent reading based on literature immersion? And just for those that are following along at home, the 3 programs that the district has evaluated that are on this item are the Benchmark Workshop Literacy Program, the Benchmark Advanced Program, and the Wonders Reading Program. So go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, I think it's President Peterson. I think it's well stated. Both programs are on CDE's approved list. And by being on their approved list, that they have shown CDE's done their review and revisions of those programs to state that they're both evidence and scientifically based.
Okay, just next question, moving through. Looking at the science of reading, they have 5 criteria that they look at when evaluating the effectiveness of a reading program. And when I looked at the materials that you sent me regarding CDE's internal assessment of each of these programs, I would like you to comment on how well each one of them meets those. The 5 components that they look at in science of reading are phonemic awareness, which is to identify and manipulate individual sounds and words. The second is phonics, knowledge that letters represent sounds and these sounds blend together to form words. The third one is fluency, an individual's ability to easily recognize words. The fourth one is teaching vocabulary words, so students recognize vocabulary through reading. And the last one is reading comprehension strategies. I personally looked at the materials. Can you discuss, does Benchmark Workshop 2021, Benchmark Advance, and Wonders all include each of these elements, including the phonics element?
President Peterson, thank you very much for the question. And the materials that you're referring to are the rubrics that the state uses to evaluate their programs. They indeed check the programs for those 5 domains of literacy. And yes, those programs do have those 5 components.
Okay, and here's the next one, and I only have a few more. And this one is the one that really concerns me. When I looked at the CDE core program summaries for all 3 reading programs, when I looked at their rating of benchmark workshop, and in fact, I even looked at the internal rubric that you provided that the district used to evaluate these, it was rated as usability does not meet expectations, and that there's some pretty granular stuff in there. But the one that really concerned me is it says it does not meet expectations for professional development. The same was said about benchmark advance, and why Wonders does meet professional development expectations, it did not meet usability expectations. And so I'd like you to talk to the level of support that our teachers and staff will receive if we select these programs, because my concerns are if these programs are good, but we don't have sufficient professional development support at the local level for all the individual teachers and staff that will be administering these programs, there's a lot of risk there. So can you please talk to that?
President Peterson, thank you for the question. In the negotiations with both vendors and in terms of their contract, we did include professional development as part of that negotiation to ensure that we have enough professional development for the implementation of both of these from both these vendors. That was part of the negotiation as we were coming to that final dollar amount that you see as part of that invoice.
Sorry, is there any consideration? I know that understanding and talking to experts in literacy, that unless you are just coming out of an educational program through college, you may not have been taught the core of the science of reading. Do you believe that we may have to supplement all 3 of these programs with a comprehensive district-wide instruction in the science of reading in the form of professional development? Or do you believe there's a chance in the future we may have to do modifications like was previously done with reading recovery, where we have dedicated in-school, in-district supports for teachers that are attempting to administer this program? And if so, is that something that would lie outside the budget ask for tonight?
President Peterson, thank you very much for the question. The question regarding what training teachers need, well, the READ Act specifies that all literacy teachers or teachers that teach reading at elementary levels K through 3 or provide literacy instruction have to have that training in the science of reading. That's not just applicable to new teachers as well. This professional development that we're gearing towards has the science of reading, but it's science of reading in light of the program that's being implemented in that school. We're also going to be implementing a train the trainer model so that the vendor is providing training for additional staff to be trained so that we have our internal experts as well to be able to provide direct supports for schools in addition to what the vendors are providing.
And if I could also add over here.
Sorry, that's Deputy Hyatt. Go ahead, Deputy Hyatt.
Yes, we've had several of our schools pilot both of the programs this first semester, and it's been our opportunity to work with each of the vendors to see what level of professional development they provide, as well as the quality. So that has definitely been a part of the feedback that we've solicited from both our teachers and our administrators with our experience piloting both programs as well.
Okay, thank you, and I'll be quick. 2 last questions. Do you believe, does the district believe, that the selected programs, Benchmark Workshop, Benchmark Advance, and Wonders, will effectively address our students with dyslexia, specific learning disabilities, our English language learners, and our twice exceptional students that may have struggles with literacy? Do you believe this is a broad program that will not only address our mainstream classroom students, but all those students that I just named?
President Peterson, thank you very much for the question. The programs themselves, we were fortunate to be able to partner with other departments within our organization, including Natasha Strayer for Gifted and Talented, Remy Rummel from English Language Development, and Sid Rundle in Special Education for their staff to review the programs as well. for the nuances of the needs of the students that they serve. So that was a great process that we've gone through. Those groups have also committed with us to provide implementation training with these programs. The programs themselves, with providing training with the program itself, it's not just the program that's meeting students' needs, it's the teachers that go along with it. Programs themselves, we believe that these programs will meet a broad spectrum of needs, but we also understand that you need highly trained teachers in the positions to be able to utilize these programs to the fullest extent.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is looking forward. If we adopt these programs, can we look in the future, and I think this is something I'd like to hear in a future briefing that you're going to make. I'm concerned that when we look at the 5 dimensions of the science of reading, that when we use iReady, if there's any gaps in iReady around measuring each of those 5 dimensions, will we look at those and consider possibly complementing or supplementing iReady if we do not think it measures all 5 dimensions of literacy accurately?
President Peterson, thank you for the question. Simple answer is yes. When you think of student performance, you're looking for a full body of evidence of student performance. These core programs come with their own embedded assessments that are part of delivering instruction for these programs, which we believe is going to give us another dimension for being able to look at the literacy levels of our students and provide formative feedback that goes with instruction. We know that iReady is a sampling that happens 3 times a year. That assessment is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and we're looking forward to being able to utilize the additional data that these programs provide our teachers to be able to provide a full body of evidence of student learning when it comes to reading.
Okay, I thank you for your time. And if any other directors have questions about item number 21, approval of core reading programs, Director Ray, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Peterson. A couple of just follow-up questions. Mr. Rundle, I wonder if you could follow up with what was stated about these programs meeting the needs of students with special needs. How was it vetted? What evidence did we have that this was the best program for whether it's a child with dyslexia or any other child that has special needs? What can you kind of give us more of a snapshot of what that looked like?
Yeah, sure. I could never tell you that we know that any one program is the best program for any particular kid. I mean, you have to do a lot of individual work and diagnosis with each individual kid to know what methods work best. And what worked for a kid yesterday doesn't necessarily work again for him tomorrow. So it's a very organic and ongoing question, a very important question. What I can tell you is our best approach then is to ask, for example, the members of our adaptive learning team, that are very, very involved in the technical supports for our students with a variety of disabilities. They dove very, very deep into the programs, took them for a test drive, said, does the text-to-speech work appropriately? Can you increase the size of the fonts? Can you change the color of the screens? A great variety, trying to anticipate, obviously, the scope of work that they are involved in with a variety of different disabilities. And they came back with some pretty rigorous notes on which programs they thought did it better, which programs they thought had some areas of growth opportunity. But overall, we asked them to kind of give us their deep dive analysis of that. That's a very different conversation than with the majority of our students who struggle with learning, which are with more characteristics of dyslexia, where it's a neurological reading condition as opposed to something physiologically happening. And yes, very, very much in alignment with what Officer Reynolds said. The programs couldn't have made it to CDE without having that vetting, without having had, gone through the checklist that it meets those criteria. It's got to be in the hands of professionals that have been trained to use it, and no program, no matter how well crafted it is, can be done can be successful if it's not done with fidelity.
And if I could also add, I mean, these are core reading programs intended for the most part to be the universal instruction. They also both come with intervention programming and support for what we would call as educators tier 2 or tier 3 students who need more intensive reading instruction, but that would not be in replacement of other best practice that our educators are trained in, like Orton Gillingham, et cetera. We will continue to utilize those approaches through either special education or our interventionists for those students that need that level of targeted and intensive support.
So in our pilot schools, did we have special educators?
Absolutely.
That gave you feedback regarding these? I mean, I guess that's where I was wanting to go as well, that you, like you said, you took it for a test drive. Special educators said, yes, this is a resource I could use, in addition to all the other plethora of resources that we use for students with special needs.
What they said first was, what took you so long?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for getting these to us.
Good.
If I could, just to follow up on what Deputy Hyatt just said around the interventions, I assume if we go with these 3 programs that come out of the pilot, I assume we will continue as we identify students early that are behind, that are having challenges, we will continue intensive interventions where, since reading is in deference to the superintendent, it's not just a big rock, it's a boulder upon which all other rocks are stacked. This is so critical, and with disruptions in COVID, distance learning, online learning, everything, will we continue to commit to those intensive interventions where, in fact, we will pull children from other curriculum to ensure that reading happens as soon as we identify there's a deficiency?
I'm looking at Matt Reynolds on the
Okay, we'll
screen,
pitch
and
that to,
I'm happy to.
yeah.
I'm happy, absolutely. So, I mean, it is a huge celebration and it's success for us as a district to get an aligned resource implemented at the universal level. With that being said, we will absolutely continue to review our data. We have data protocols to identify the targeted intensive needs of our students and utilize instructional approaches that meet those needs. So that is just part of the entire process. And I know Mr. Reynolds would like to add to that with fewer words.
Well, actually, I might explore the space here, if you'll indulge me. We will, as part of the package for purchasing these resources, we did purchase the intervention that goes with these programs as well. We really want to get as many tools in the toolboxes of our teachers as we possibly can. And I really want to celebrate where we got from here and the start of this next chapter. I mean, this is a long time in coming. I've been advocating for this for several years to be able to get us to have some common resources for our students for reading. And I just want to thank all of the teachers and experts in our field that helped us get to this point. We had, over 260 people actively participate in a pilot program during a pandemic. As you can imagine, that's a lot of strain to be able to take on a pilot during this time. And well, I just appreciate their efforts in helping us to evaluate the programs, look at how it's being implemented, and evaluate the implementation of these programs to help us as a full district to be able to take these programs on as a whole district and being able to implement it. It's a huge celebration. I mean, we started this process last year by getting the budget allocation approved and getting the programs approved. And this really marks a huge benchmark for us in getting these resources to all of our kids.
Go ahead, Director Ray.
So I would celebrate as well, Mr. Reynolds. I think this is huge for our district, and having been in the district for 30 some years, I would say we've been asking for this for 30 some years to have some real common resources that align and matriculate. So I don't want to diminish that. We had a public commenter tonight say that when we narrowed this down to the 3 resources, that we based it on whether or not they were compatible with iReady. Can you speak to that? Is that true? Did we only look at core programs that were compatible with iReady?
Director Ray, thank you very much for the question. When the revision and review process occurred, they looked at all the menu of options.
So may I ask the question again, was iReady one of those factors to help us pare it down to just 3 that we decided to pilot?
No, we were looking specifically at the components of those programs themselves.
So iReady did not have an influence on the selection process?
No, we looked at the programs themselves. Like I said before, each of these programs also has their own suite of assessments that go with it. And the confusing part with the state is, they approve assessments, they approve the core programs, the supplements. They don't live on one list. And so when you're examining these instruments, you have to evaluate the list independently.
And then my other question or clarification is, so tonight really the agenda item is about the spend and the contract with these 3 programs. So the board already approved these resources. One of the things that I think would be helpful, I know it said, I think back in April 2021 is the timeline. Mr. Reynolds, I went back to the archives and honestly I couldn't find when we had formal approval of these as resources. And I want to just make sure that we are covering our bases, and maybe I just was in the wrong month or my memory was failing me. But I think it's important that we have that, because that also maps out the criteria, making sure that we match curriculum selection to a specific criteria that the board has approved per policy, that we approve those resources. So if someone could just help me do a little bit of background work, just so that we have that available. But just to clarify, the resources were already approved, I believe, based on our policy for adopting curriculum or adopting curricular resources. Tonight, we're just simply approving the contract and the spend for those resources.
Director Ray, is that question for me?
Yeah, well, I just throwing it out there to get confirmation, and I guess confirmation that did indeed the board approve these resources according to our board's policy for adopting curricular resources.
Yes, I will share that with you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on item number 21 before we look for motions? Having seen none from directors, do we have any motions concerning the agenda item number 21, approval of core reading program contracts as presented originally in the consent agenda? And what I'm specifically looking for is a motion to adopt, to approve the core reading program contracts as presented in the consent agenda prior to discussion.
I motion to approve the approval of core reading program contracts as it was provided to us.
Thank you. We have a motion by Williams,
I second.
a second by Myers. We will go down the roll. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
I'll say my aye is conditioned based on us having the documents to prove that we've actually approved this as a resource. So aye for me.
Okay. As noted, Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, 7-0 with the condition as noted. We'll now move to item number 22, approval of personnel changes as requested to be discussed by Director Ray.
Thank you, Director Peterson. Just a couple of things that I want to, I guess it's a question I have. I looked at our personnel changes that we're approving tonight, and we have 30 teachers who are resigning for some reason. Sometimes it's personal reasons, sometimes it's relocation, sometimes it's going to a district for better pay. I looked at where we were a year ago, and we had 6 teachers. And so I think what I wanted to highlight and ask if Chief Human Resource Officer Amanda Thompson is there, is this an anomaly, or is this something we should be concerned about? The fact that we have so many resignations. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. You know, one thing I would say is a piece of this is just the unique times that we are in education. And as I talk with other partner districts and those in my position across the state and those in which I have connections across the nation, the numbers are typically higher this year than in years past. We're also seeing that, in other labor positions, not only in school districts, but also in other industries across the nation. So it is just a different time, I would say, and could definitely be an anomaly due to the ever-facing challenges that we are experiencing right now.
Thank you. And board, I would just editorialize and say, I think we need to start paying attention to this information because we have to be concerned when we're losing teachers faster than when we're gaining them. And so I just think it's going to be important for Ms. Thompson to really highlight that for us so that we're doing everything we can to retain our staff now, as well as we look forward to a potential MLO to retain staff. I think this is data that we can use for our community to say, do you see that we're losing teachers out of our profession for some reason at a rapid rate, and we need to do something to make sure that that doesn't continue. So that's my editorial comment to the personnel changes. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for answering my question.
Thank you very much. And I would love to offer a warm welcome to our new hires that are joining us, and thank you for coming to the Douglas County family.
Are there any other questions from any other directors on item number 22? I will make a final editorial on Director Ray's editorial. Thank you for bringing that up and noting the trend. And I also thank Ms. Thompson for not only paying attention to that trend and continuing to look at it, but also for the comparison to other industries. Anecdotally, I don't think we're unique, which is unfortunate. We're seeing reduction in healthcare workers and workers across the board with, quote, the great resignation and issues we're facing with the economy. But I believe, as Director Ray said, that's great, but we need to focus on our teachers and staff. That's what concerns the board and the district. So thank you for tracking that, Ms. Thompson. With that, we will move. Do I have a motion?
President Peterson.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Director Meek. Go ahead.
If you don't mind, maybe I'll tack on to that. I think it's also helpful. Are we able to track that with other districts as well to see, we do have the great resignation and it's probably all industries, but being able to track against other local school districts would be really helpful information as well.
Yes, I can work with others and my colleagues across the state who are in my like position, and we can work to keep a tally on that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, do we have a motion concerning the approval of personnel changes as originally presented in the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the personnel changes as presented.
Moved by Ray, second by Hanson. I'm sorry, it was Meek. Get that right. And we will go down the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Moving on to item number 23, the adoption of the joint motion agenda. The recommendation, and it's the one item, is the approval of previous board minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the minutes as presented. For those keeping track at home, these cover the meetings on December 7th, December 14th, and January 11th. Do we have a motion regarding approval of minutes?
Motion to approve.
Ray.
Second.
Second, Meek. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We are now moving on to study action items. The first of which will be the formation of a mill bond exploratory ad hoc committee. The recommendation will be that the Board of Education approve the proposed addition to the Board of Education Policy Governance Book to establish a mill and bond exploratory ad hoc committee as presented. We will take any questions on the items, then entertain motions, discussion and statements, and then go to a vote. Sorry, turning to the paper. So, start with the, is there any questions on the proposed addition to the Board of Education Policy Governance book? Looking back and consulting with counsel on how this was done previously, originally there was a proposal to do this via resolution. After looking how previous committees were established, we saw that it was actually done through modification of policy, specifically the Board of Education Policy Governance book. So that's why it appears in this form. So any questions on the proposed text to modify the policy governance book?
I have some questions, but I don't want to mislead and lead into discussions.
Right.
So if my questions are not necessarily clarifying questions, but just wonderings. So you let me know when that's an appropriate
I
time.
think we'll go to motions and then wonderings will be entertained as discussion
Sure.
and statements.
That'll be fine.
Unless there's any questions on the statement, then we can move to motions. Do we have a motion before we go into discussion regarding the changes?
So moved.
Director Williams, I understand you want to motion in accordance with the recommendation to approve the proposed addition as written?
That is correct.
Okay, Director Williams moves.
Seconded.
Seconded by Weiniger. And I would like to offer a second motion around some amendments that I received late to possibly change some of the language. So looking at looking at section 1.7.6.2, it currently reads under composition, the committee shall be composed of members as described in the committee's bylaws to include at least 6 community members. I would like to insert the phrase there, comma, to include at least 1 charter representative, comma, and then continue as written, and the chair of each existing board. That's to clarify some requirements under Colorado revised statutes, specifically 2230.5, 118, and then same thing, 2230.5, 404, which actually dictates around mill levy elections, district bond elections, that we must have a charter representative as part of that. So it's just to clarify that it's not just 6 community members, that one of those must be a charter representative. So that would, I guess, would be my motion to amend there, and that is standing on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Peterson, seconded by Weiniger. So we have 2 motions, one to adopt and the second to amend with that statement. There is one other adjustment that I would like to make, and that would be to insert a 17.6.5 and move the current 165 and insert a 1764 and then just move the final 2 down to 165 and 166 respectively. The new 164 would include an open meetings notice, and the text would be as follows. 1.7.6.4, open meetings notice. Notice of meetings of the committees will be posted on the district's website 24 hours in advance. Meetings may be held in person or electronically in a manner that may be observed by the public, and just to include that for transparency. So that would be a second motion to amend as by myself. Do I have a second?
Second.
And second by Williams. So we now have 3 motions before the board, 2 amendments to the text, and the original amendment to pass the text. Unless there are any other amendment or other motions, we can move to discussion and statements.
I think you can only have 2 amendments open at a time, so you vote on those 2 to incorporate that into the motion, or into the,
Thank you for the clarification.
It simplifies the process a little bit.
Thank you, Director Meek, for the clarification on Roberts. So I believe before we go to that second amendment, let's go to the second motion that was made, which would be the first amendment, and have any discussion on that, and we can vote on that. So the first amendment was to include at least one charter representative into the committee membership. Director, comments, discussion on that item?
I guess the only other question I would have, I have no issues with adding the charter. I'm just wondering, are there other specific groups we should be thinking about as well to call out, for example, a business owner or, or do we want to leave that? But
yeah, I think let me highlight something that's a little different. If you look in the policy governance book, these are all pretty cookie cutter, and you will see repetition of the same language for each committee in general. Where this is different, if you look into 1.7.6.2, because of the schedule, my personal belief, without speaking for the other board members, is we're getting a little late in the process and we want to get this established and we want to move because the timeline around a potential mill and or bond. So in this case, we're doing something a little exceptional, would be to name a chair and let the chair appoint the community members. Existing committee members, as stated in the language, the intent is to, at the next meeting on February 8th, to actually add an actionable item, which would be to have that chair report back to us, bring us the names of the community members that they have nominated, and then have this entire board either approve or not approve as appropriate those members. I think at that time, Director Meek, we can look at the balance in terms of representation and either approve or not approve those members as appropriate. So there is a check and balance by the board. Any other questions around the amendment to include at least one charter representative? So I believe we can vote on that to clear one of the amendments. So we will now vote on the amendment to add to 1.7.6.2 as presented the words, comma, to include at least one charter representative, and I will call the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed on a motion, or excuse me, passed on a vote of 7-0. So now I will introduce a second motion. We still have the first one for approving as, or modifying the policy. The second motion was to add a new section 1.7.6.4 around open meetings as previously stated. Is there any question or discussions about adding the open meeting section to the verbiage? Director Ray.
My only question is, isn't that assumed that, I mean, and I'm fine with adding it in.
Yeah.
I think it's a good add. I don't have a problem with it, but isn't all our committees really comply under open meetings? So.
I agree as well. Frankly, it was a suggestion made by council, which I actually concurred with, and I thought it was good clarification on that.
Okay.
Okay. We'll now vote on that amendment. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 7-0. We have one more motion on the board that we can discuss, which is actually the approval with the two amendments that have already passed. I think I'll start off on that. I think that it's fairly clear that this is an exploratory, that being a very key word, and that the purpose of formation of this ad hoc committee is informational only. This is not an authorizing committee. They don't decide. That power remains with the board. Any advice or presentations that this committee would get are only advisory in nature. And ultimately, if a decision is made to put items on the November 22 election, that must be action that is taken independently by the board, where they could concur or disagree in whole or in partial with any of the advice. Do we think we need to add that, or do we think is in terms of language, or do we think that that is clearly understood based on the current language? And that is a question to all directors. Go ahead, Director Ray.
It kind of leads into some of my wondering. So when we did this a few years ago, it was a joint subcommittee. It was a subcommittee of our committees. And so we were able to expedite that process because we didn't have to change our policy governance book. It was a joint subcommittee of our committees already, so they were already established. It was just a matter of them coming together in a different format to exchange and interact with each other. So, and I'm fine, I mean, and maybe it is more appropriate for us to go through this, but I was thinking about your concern around timing and expediting this process. And it does seem pretty heavy to me to bring on people, do the officers and all that. So I'm okay with this. I don't have a strong argument against that. I think your question though, do we need to be clear about the committee's focus? I would not have any concern with us really specifying more clearly that they're an exploratory group. I think what we found several years ago is where there were some complications is we had the subcommittee that did all this great work to make a recommendation, and then they had to hand it off to a campaign committee that actually campaigned to get it, on the ballot successfully. And so I think where there was a little bit of disconnect with our process is we didn't think through that transition very well. And so there was a little bit of disconnect between those two groups. And so when I see this and that we're adding community members, it feels like maybe a different kind of format than what I recall that we did several years ago. I'm fine with that. The other thing that I'm wondering though is when we formed MBOC, we actually formed that as not a board committee because what we really wanted was some very independent monitoring of how we were doing with our expenditures, the bond and MLO. We changed our governance book after we realized that they needed kind of our oversight, but my wonderings with this group, I guess, is purpose. If the purpose is we want a group that is totally similar to MBOC, that are operating from that they're not operating under our direction, that would look different than I think what we've set up as a board committee. So I'm just wondering out loud, because it feels to me like we want a group of people that can really give us a very objective opinion about should we or shouldn't we, but yet the way we've set this group up, I'm not sure we have that. I mean, for instance, the MBOC, we actually were intentional about putting people that didn't vote for the bond and MLO. We put those people on that group for the purpose of really having a very clean group of people that are objective and really could give us that kind of feedback. So I think I'm just trying to get clear about the purpose of what this group would do. If it's simply to say, board, do it, I think there's a simpler way to do it by just having a subcommittee of our committees. If we want a group that's a catalyst that we can say to the community, look, all these people that are not necessarily under our direction are saying yay, I think then we're looking at this. So that's what I would just throw out.
And I'll address that, and I would like to hear comments from other directors on what they believe or either this says or should be done. So I'd like to back up to a previous comment. You mentioned that there needs to be a clear transition from a board a committee that's advising and recommending and proposing to something that statutorily has to be different, which is a campaign. Just to be very clear, this is not a campaign entity. In fact, when you look under the sunset, it's specifically designed to sunset July 30th because that's when we would have to make a decision as a board for the next month to either put what they recommend or some form of it on or not or whatever. And they would sunset just so it's clear that the advisory portion stops and some other entity must take over if there's going to be a campaign and things around that. Based on your last question is, what is this supposed to be? I think it is the latter. I think it really is a independent group, an objective group, a balanced group. I would say someone certainly people, and you look at that clause under composition, we can't have people with direct interest in a potential MLO or bond, contractors that may be building things or, other servicing things. So it does need to be objective, independent, transparent, and I think most importantly, something that is seen as balanced to accomplish both goals that you referenced. The first would be recommendations to the board. Should we do mill and or bond if they believe it's appropriate? Which one has priority? What do polling things say? What should be the scope of either one of these? Looking at the programs that Ms. Kataska, Ms. Thompson, we know that an MLO will probably be designed to provide us certainty beyond year 2 if the compensation program is proposed there. Same thing with a bond. What's the right scope? What would be the priorities? And that's where I think our committee members really come in. Of course, LRPC, looking at master capital plan and things, but I really think it's that objective advice, scoping, and recommendation advisory function. But I also think it starts to move a little bit towards that second committee that they will hand off to, which is in their advice. If the community looks at the membership, looks at who is providing the advice, and they say, there's some people that maybe politically I agree with, there's some people I politically disagree with, there's some people from these backgrounds that represent these communities, and you have a balanced group making the recommendation, that may carry in and be a good handoff because people will say, I trust the recommendation of this group. And that's why I think it is, in my mind, intended to be this, which is different than a joint subcommittee for both efficiency and thank you, and intentionally to add a little bit more of the gravitas to being reporting directly to the board. Sorry for the long comment. If any other directors would like to weigh in on questions and wonderings that Director Ray had.
I think for me, it would be important to not just have people from our committees, but also people who, like you said, didn't vote for it last time, or even, people who don't have kids, who don't really have a vested interest necessarily, that can provide us some ways to message or, feedback on how much and what's reasonable and those sorts of things. So I think it's very important that we look out not only inside our committees, but outside our committees as well.
Director Meek.
So I agree, having that balance seems like it would make sense. And it does take a little longer to bring people up to speed, though.
So if I can,
Go ahead, Director Ray.
so my other wondering, not to slow this process down, I see Director Weiniger giving me the AI, so if we do, has there been a consideration to look at MBOC doing this task? Because MBOC already went through a very in-depth process of selecting community members who weren't just our committees, were people that didn't have kids necessarily in our district, or were community members but didn't have kids in the schools. They've studied mill levy, they've studied bonds. Has there been a consideration to say, you know what, they're almost done with their task. What about just extending the task to them now to expedite the process again?
Yeah, in fact, there was consideration, and unlike a lot of the other committees, which just include the non-ad hoc committees, LRPC, FOC, DAC, and SAG, this intentionally added MBOC as a committee member for MBEC, and we're going to have to enunciate a lot if we do this, because we wanted those lessons learned from the passage of the last bond in 2018 and the potential challenges and opportunities associated with the spend on the current bond that may inform scope, size, priorities, things like that, if there is a bond recommended by this committee for 2022.
But is there a reason not to use MBOC as this group? To just say, MBOC, we're going to add an additional task to your charge, which is now to think about the future mill levy and bond.
Yeah, and I think I acknowledge your point that could be an option, but I speaking for myself, think that we would want a separate, focused, dedicated group. And we will get to the next item on the agenda, which would be appointing a chair. And when we get to that, I also believe that we should run it back if we had success previously, and we'll get to that item. So, I'll acknowledge we could have done that, but my personal belief is a separate, dedicated, again, given the timeline and the importance, I don't want to speak for the other board members, but I have heard previously a lot of consensus on specifically closing the compensation gap. This may be a vehicle to do it, so I believe this is something that is extremely important to this board.
Yeah, and I mean, we've only met once. I've only met once with the MBOC, and they currently meet quarterly, so this probably would change their structure and meet more often. And I kind of like the idea of using some members of it and not have the actual committee be in charge. It just seems like they are still getting their head wrapped around the current mill levy bond, and I don't know, it's just my opinion.
That's good.
Thank you, Director Weiniger. Director Meek.
So I like the idea of having all the other committees involved because I think that will help educate everyone all at the same time and everything. And I do think the MBOC can be a great resource where there might be multiple individuals that could be selected. So as long as it's not only one MBOC member, that would be helpful. I did have a few questions outside of this question. Is now the appropriate time to raise those?
If they're relative to the committee and not.
Yeah, so I was wondering, it calls out the committee bylaws. Are there bylaws, or who will create the bylaws?
So again, when that was language that frankly was copied, cut and paste, just like the other ones. I frankly didn't want to cause confusion by changing those. It says the committee shall have authority granted by bylaw and its bylaws and board policy.
Right.
Again, this is not going to have a lot of authority, so I do not expect those bylaws to, attempt to encroach. It's really advisory, and that's something that, again, if we pass this, I do plan on agenda planning for the February 8th meeting to have a report by the chair, discussion of what they are planning for bylaws, also an announcement of any members they've identified from the community. And again, this board will get to either approve or not approve based on balance and individual, member opinions.
So we're asking the committee to draft some bylaws to bring back to us,
yes,
is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Wanted to make sure I was following. And then it states that each of our committee chairs, could we make it the chair or another committee officer per se? The chair may not have the capacity unless we've checked with chairs for all of the
I think we would start with the chairs, just like any other committee. If they want to designate a representative, they can designate a representative in their place.
And then it doesn't call out whether there will be board liaisons on the committee, and I'm just curious what the thinking is around that.
Yeah, in fact, that's an excellent question. It does not specify board liaisons. I know when we have had all our board committees have liaisons, I think that's something that we informally took up. I think it was the first meeting we had after swearing in. That is something we can also add to the February 8th discussion. Should we have board liaisons? Do we have volunteers? And I would highly recommend two. And frankly, I'll say it out loud, I would recommend that we have some of the remaining directors and maybe one of the new directors, again, to try to show a balance of view and support for this. But we can cover that on February 8th. Okay, if there are no more discussion, we can move to the original motion, which was to approve the proposed addition to the Board of Education Policy Governance Book to establish a mill and bond exploratory ad hoc committee. Noted that there have been 2 amendments to the language in that original motion. As I get back to my notes, made by Williams, seconded by Weiniger. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye, and I just make one quick comment that because this feels like an MBOC group, if we can really model after that process, because it was very effective, very efficient, and I think we want to expedite this group. So my vote is an aye.
Aye, and comments as noted. Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0 with noted comments by Director Ray. We now move to item number 25, which does not have a supporting document, but which is simply a board nomination and selection of Mill Bond Exploratory Committee chairperson. The recommendation is that the Board of Education nominate and approve a community member to chair the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee. And we can have motions around that. We did have one speaker tonight that volunteered, and that was Miss Sandra Brownrigg. I know she reached out and met with myself and met with Director Williams to express an interest in this position. And I know she also, I believe, personally engaged Director Ray and wrote an email that all board members here should have received, indicating why she wanted to be involved and things around that. So do we have a motion of nomination for the chair for the Mill Bond Committee?
Director Peterson, I don't have a motion, but
Sure.
I have a question. I guess my concern is, have we appropriately asked our community if anyone wants to? I know Sandra Brownrigg certainly stepped up, but have we notified our community that this is something we're seeking, is to have a person chair this committee?
I'll speak for myself. I have not formally put out a request for chair people nomination. However, I believe that I have spoken and other board members have spoken about forming a committee or moving this forward. So I would say in generalities, yes, but not a specific engagement requesting a nomination for a chairperson. However, I will comment that if we approve a chair based on what we just approved to form this committee, we are basically announcing if any other person wants to be a community member to reach out to the chair and then seek membership, which the chair will then consider for a community member. So why we are not asking, I did not ask for a nomination for chair. Again, back to expediency, efficiency, the importance of this matter. I believe all members of the community will now have an opportunity to volunteer or to apply to be on this committee, and that will be considered by the chair and then ultimately considered and approved or not by this board.
So my concern really is, if indeed Sandra is the person that is nominated and the only nominee, I don't want to set her up for failure to make it look like, she was already handpicked before this meeting ever occurred. And so I'm a little concerned. I absolutely agree with the expediting the timeline and the need to move quickly, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with us doing this without really opening it up to our community to let them know that this is something we're seeking. So
Yeah, noted. And again, one of the reasons that the appeal by Ms. Brownrigg resonated with me that I'll speak is she was the one that chaired the previous committee that passed the bond in 2018. So we have, as former member of the DAC, former member, long time of the district, this is not an unknown entity. This is someone who achieved success, in my opinion, brought exactly what we referenced in the last conversation, a balanced, objective viewpoint, and frankly had success with the last bond, which is why I personally would entrust her. This isn't just a random person that I don't think she's political. It's not a hard right, hard left political pick. I believe in her nomination because of her proven success. In fact, to be its centrist, be objective, and her proven results. Director Williams, did you? Okay.
I would just kind of second what you said in the sense that she has experience and so she knows what this is going to take. I think we need someone who's going to be able to hit the ground running so that this isn't starting from scratch. And while I love opening it up, we are really we're so far behind. And so we need to get going. And I believe that Sandra would be great in the sense that she would pick people from everywhere and people could reach out to her and be able to join that way. But with the short timeline that we're under, it makes me feel better that we get some, we just don't really have a lot of time, is I guess where I am.
And noted, there is in my mind, there is a trade-off between larger transparency and openness and expediency. And I realize that we are making a little bit of a trade-off at least I am, in getting this forward based on where I perceive the timeline to be. Frankly, had we not had CU South and some other things, looking back, this is probably something as soon as the board was seated, we should have put in place, or even potentially had the old board put in place, knowing there was, just based on the previous timeline. Go ahead, Director.
And I want to certainly echo, I've known Sandra for many years and certainly consider her a wise individual, and she has done some great work for the district. So my comments in no way diminish whether I have confidence in her being able to do the job. I will be a no, just because I feel like we also owe it to our committees, our standing committees, to at least have informed them. And who knows, they may all have the same response of, no, not me, send somebody else. But I just feel like that we haven't been as transparent, nor have we given opportunity to some of our people that have been currently in leadership roles that may want to do this as well. So that's where I will be.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from other directors? And we still do not have a motion on the table. It may be appropriate to get a motion and then have discussions.
I guess, can I ask Director Ray, do you see another timeline that would work with opening it up? I'm just trying to think of what we're trying to accomplish and what that timeline would look like.
Yeah, and prior to Director Ray answering, I kind of walk backwards. I believe, just to inform your comments, I believe with the school year timeline, I think if there is a recommendation, there's a ballot measure required or not in August, we walk back from that. And I would actually prefer, and we just said in the text that we approved, we would like to have a presentation in April. That way, specifically, while we're still in the school, the academic year, parents, staff, teachers, everybody can hear that from the dais. So if you walk backwards from April to where we are today, that is my concern around the schedule and a timeline.
So to answer your question, Director Meek, I believe we certainly have a couple of opportunities. We have February 8th, which is a work session, but we can certainly notice an action item for that work session if need be, if we were wanting to hold off. And that's only, I don't know, is that a week or two away? We also have our board retreat, I believe, on the 5th. Same thing, we could also notice an action item for that. So that would be, just to answer your question, I absolutely agree, we've got to move quick. And I do feel like, Director Williams, we are indeed feeling behind. I just want to do it with, I just don't want to have anything that would have the appearance that we're doing something without being straightforward with our communities. So that's my only, but that would be what I would suggest with timeline. I think we've got a week, another week that we could do this and still be in a good place. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, seeing no other director comments, do we have a motion?
I'd like to hear what other people think about waiting until February 5th and putting out a call and dedicating some time at that meeting to making that selection.
Yeah, my personal opinion is you say it's only 2 weeks, but then it's 2 weeks to go through a call for a chairperson. Then that chairperson has to select other committee members. Now we're sacrificing another 2 weeks. Now we're towards the end of February with an April presentation. And frankly, given the impact, because we are putting, in my opinion, the mill is absolutely, we have to get this right. I want to make a pledge to our teachers. And if we vote on the proposed budget at the end of this year, we put into motion a 2-year window as briefed before we may wind up in a hole. I personally believe we have to get this mill right, and even to sacrifice 2 weeks, which then causes us another 2 weeks for member selection with an April presentation, I just think we are too far behind timeline. We need to approve the members on the 8th, not be waiting for another 2 weeks so they can coordinate with the committees and do the work required to get us a thorough, deep, and accurate presentation. That's my personal opinion. Director Myers, go ahead.
So may I just ask a question regarding the 2018? And I know Director Ray was here, so was it put out to the public? Were there several people that came forward that wanted to do this, this position?
As I shared earlier, it wasn't it was a subcommittee of our
okay.
committees, so we didn't go through this same path.
Okay, so we tried to, with putting this on the agenda item here, we did have some type of transparency. I know it was shortened, but in the interest of time, we wanted to get, we're wanting to get this going. So, and I'm thinking 2 weeks, and like agreeing with President Peterson, if we keep, delaying this, we're going to lose out on valued time to get this MLO going.
Other comments or questions on the timeline? Okay. So I'll ask you again, do we have a motion, and we can discuss that motion if required? And the motion would be a nomination.
I nominate Sandra Brownrigg for Bond MLO, or Mill Bond Exploratory Committee Chairperson.
Motion by Weiniger,
Second.
second by Meek. Is there any question? I think we kind of discussed the individual, but any other questions around Sandra Brownrigg? Qualifications, I do know that she did write a joint letter to all the directors here and has engaged at least 3 directors, not together, that would be a violation, but engaged directors individually to discuss her views and her purpose. Seeing none, we have a motion to nominate Sandra Brownrigg as the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee Chair. We'll now take a vote. Director Hansen?
Pass.
Pass. Director Meek?
Aye.
Aye. Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Director Ray?
No, for the reasons I stated, concerned about the timeline and the transparency.
Okay, no. Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 5-1 with.
It comes back to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
I didn't think my vote would matter, but I just wanted to see. I will vote aye. I do not like this process. I do not think it's transparent, but I also genuinely appreciate that Mrs. Brownrigg raised her hand and volunteered, and I don't know that there would be a lot of people in our community that would do that, so thank you, and best of luck.
Okay, thank you. So does pass with exceptions as noted, comments as noted, 6-1. Moving to the much commented policy, item number 26, resolution concerning DCSD's culture of individual excellence and inclusion. The recommendation is the Board of Education approve the resolution concerning DCSD's culture of individual excellence and inclusion as presented. We will go through the same process. Questions on the resolution, any motions, then discussion statements, and then a vote. Go ahead, Director
Well, I
Weiniger.
just wanted to, I kind of put something together on why I put this resolution forward, or was in charge of drafting it. Do you want me to do that during the questions, or should I wait till?
Sure. Well, I think we'll take any questions, and again, questions are, I don't understand the content. Again, we can come back and debate whether you agree, disagree, why things are in there, but really the questions are around, I don't understand a statement or things like that. Director Ray.
I'd like to ask Director Weiniger to explain why she put this resolution forward.
Yeah.
There we go. That's an excellent question. And now over to Director Weiniger.
Thank you. I'm a person of few words, so writing it down and reading it is just the best way for me. So first of all, this resolution is not a rewrite or removal of the educational equity policy or the Equity Advisory Council. And no money was spent on law firms or anyone or anything else in drafting it. Its purpose is to initiate the process to get further public input and to balance concerns that many members of the community feel around having an equity policy. So put simply, I and others in our community were concerned with connotations around the word equity and some concerning instances that have occurred in our school district, which could be due to misinterpretations and missteps around the educational equity policy. And I think it's irresponsible to just shoo away those concerns as misunderstandings, as these are serious and genuine trepidations and worries the community has. And just like those in favor of the current equity policy, they have serious and genuine worries and concerns that shouldn't be ignored either, which this resolution isn't suggesting to do, to ignore all that. Some of these concerning instances include esteeming certain identities and beliefs over other identities and beliefs, and reports of shaming and retaliation against teachers, students, or staff who express views and opinions that are counter to others' views and opinions. And to be specific, it includes the much talked about Gemini group, which their presentation focused on reducing success to a person's skin color, religion, disability, sexual preference, and touted statements that discourage the importance of hard work and perseverance. There's also instances of middle school privilege walks, which creates feelings of shame and guilt in the name of pointing out oppressor and victim. There was a high school exam question suggesting that conservative religion believes that gay people are lesser than others and don't deserve protections against discrimination and violence. So our question is, why are instances like this happening, and what can be done to prevent them? So I hope that this resolution is to remind the superintendent and the Equity Advisory Council that they have a watchful eye on them from our community, and they need to take concerns from everyone on all sides brought forth seriously. And basically, it's an advisement of focusing on bringing us together rather than encouraging divisiveness. So that's my statement on it.
A follow-up question?
Okay, thank you, Director Weiniger. Director Ray?
So just as a follow-up question, Director Weiniger, so help me understand in your drafting of this resolution how you felt that this would encourage more public comment, that it would remind the superintendent and the advisory council that they needed to receive more public comment, because in the resolution, there's not one mention of the advisory council. The only action I see is that the expectation that the superintendent is to bring back recommendations for change. So I appreciate your explanation. I'm just not seeing it come to fruition in the resolution. So if you could help me kind of make that.
Yeah, I think I actually had superintendent and advisory council in there. When I ran it by some people, someone was like, well, I think you should entrust the superintendent on whether he chooses to use advisory council or not, equity advisory council. So, I mean, that's why it's not in there, but I'm not opposed to adding it if you feel like that's something that needs to be specified. I know a lot of people had felt like they needed that in there, but I'm not opposed to adding that.
Yeah, and if I can comment on that as well, when the masking resolution was passed, we got a lot of feedback from the community. You should have waited for feedback. You should have slowed down on this a little bit. And what I believe is being done here through the first resolution, which directs the superintendent, but does not, as you noted, specifically mention the Equity Advisory Council, it really says, bring back recommendations. And the way I read this, without to paraphrase, help us to help you. Because remember, ADB is a board policy. It's not a superintendent policy. So if there needs to be clarification in language of the policy or the intent so that implementation is better aligned with the intent of the policy, I'd like to hear that from the superintendent. I also, when I discussed the draft with Director Weininger, discuss, should we specifically say the superintendent in consultation with the Equity Advisory Council? And we thought that would be limiting because we don't want it to be just the Equity Advisory Council providing recommendations to the superintendent. I think it's, of course, the Equity Advisory Council, but also to include any other sources as the superintendent deems necessary. And I did not want to, in a granular way, direct or limit the superintendent's abilities to engage the community. Last thing I'll say, because I think it needs to be said, a lot of the speakers tonight, and frankly, comments that we've received via email, or certainly ones that I've received, have said, please do not cancel the policy. Please do not disband the Equity Advisory Council. This does none of that. The Equity Advisory Council was established by ADB back in March of last year. Director Meek and I are the two board liaisons. They have had a whopping 2 meetings since people have been appointed. And I think there's some confusion that people think that because ADB was passed last March, that we've had a community council that's been working on this for the last 10 months. They just met each other in the first meeting. And then in the second meeting, they literally just elected officers. They still have bylaws to work on, meeting norms, and we did not want to put a short timeline on the EAC. I think it was mentioned, Director Meek, please correct me if they're wrong, I think they have 7.5 hours of meetings time scheduled remaining this academic year, thus the very long timeline to the fall. Of course, if the superintendent thinks anytime between tomorrow and then he has some advice to bring to the board, I'm sure he would bring it prior to that time. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
So we're in the question portion now. So I'm trying to formulate why we think directing the superintendent to give us advice on the policy is the right course of action to address the implementation concerns that we've heard. Like, to me, it feels like we're not really addressing those concerns by waiting potentially till September to have the superintendent give us advice on policy. It's our job.
Yeah.
I mean, the state law sets, let me finish, please. The state law gives us the duty to set policy. If we're seeing implementation issues and concerns, we as a board have the right to ask for a monitoring report. That monitoring report includes the superintendent's rationale, his interpretation, what it means, the metrics. That would give us data sooner rather than later, and we wouldn't ask for it next board meeting. I mean, we would need time because the superintendent needs time to pull that together. But that is what we should be doing as a governing board, is asking our superintendent to give us a monitoring report that includes his interpretation of the policy, how it's going to be measured, how it's going to be implemented and is being implemented. And then we have data to discuss as a board and talk about what policy changes may make sense. And then we would go through a public and transparent process with policy changes where we open it up for the community. Hearing our students give us their input tonight, especially the student advisory group, like, they had the opportunity because they had a meeting, to actually delve into it. But none of our other committees that we engaged had an opportunity to weigh in on the whereas statements and everything else in there. So, and I know we're not in the debate portion right now, but my question is, why do we think directing our superintendent and abdicating our job of policy setting to him, waiting until September, and then trying to address issues that you feel like are happening immediately is the right course of action?
Good,
I
Director
guess my
Weininger.
viewpoint is that the superintendent is the hands and feet of our policy and the implementation of it. And so I felt like this was basically telling him, hey, look, there's something going on with, could be this policy, it could be something else. And we just want you to take a closer look. There's a lot of community members who are pointing at it being this policy. Can you, basically, it sounds like we're asking for a monitoring report without being a monitoring report.
Now you're asking him, I mean, if I'm reading the resolution, we're asking him to give us recommendations on changes to language. And, I mean,
Yeah, it says potential changes to policy. Yeah, like potential parts of our policy that he believes people aren't implementing right, or maybe we just need to refine more because it's being implemented incorrectly or being interpreted incorrectly.
And to look specifically at the first resolution, it says to recommend potential changes to policy ADB and related implementation. And it does say no later than. So again, if the superintendent, in consultation with anyone he chooses to include, the EAC believes that it is, and personally, I don't know. I mean, I've heard issues from the community that says, I don't think the policy is clear. I don't think the policy is helping the implementation. There may be a problem with the policy. I've heard other people strongly speak up. We heard many tonight. The policy is fine. The policy has no problems. But others have said there may be a misalignment between implementation. Frankly, we heard instances from the podium tonight that said, my child, who is a minority, has experienced something that is not in line with the intent of the equities policy. We have had parents say, my child is not a minority and has experienced issues. So we're hearing anecdotally, whether it is professional development, some of the things that Director Weininger said, whether it is just the treatment of students, that somehow, although ADB has been passed and has been in effect for 10 months, there's something that's still not right in implementation, and that's views of the people on the left, views of the people on the right, views of people who support equity, views of people who have spoken out against. So what I see here is the superintendent, I see a lot of the whereas statements, if this policy is passed, to short of changing policy, because I don't think we have time, the EAC has just formed. They have not had time to consider this. I think other members of the community are continuing to weigh in on this. My intent, if I vote for this, is to continue the conversation, not to, as someone said, to throw out the work of 2 years that led up to the policy. It's to add to that work to possibly refine. You know, somebody said, hey, I can't believe you referenced the Declaration and the Constitution in here. Let me go back to the preamble to form a more perfect union, to better refine the intent and implementation of equity. I believe we need to continue a conversation, and that's what it does charge the superintendent with. Again, to paraphrase, help us as the board get the policy right, not move too quickly to rewrite. Notice this, we don't have a resolution to change the policy. We have a resolution around there may be some problems in implementation. Mr. Superintendent, if you think there's things that can change in the policy or in implementation, please recommend them to us, the board, so we may consider them and give you advice.
Yeah, I guess my point is a resolution is the wrong tool to address the issue that we're trying to address. And I think asking the superintendent for a monitoring report where we have his rationale, his interpretation, how it's going to be tracked, and he is talking through that, that conversation and discussion moves us forward much more quickly than what this tool is trying to do. And this tool, even though the whereas becomes the voice of the board. It's the board's voice, and we're putting that out there without getting input. That's the difference between policy and pushing a resolution through that doesn't have multiple readings and allowing people to come in. And I just think I don't believe any student should feel bullied or shamed or blamed. I mean, I think that's a violation of the equity policy. Changing the language in the equity policy, like, it's not that needs to be changed. It's perhaps the implementation piece, if there are issues. And unless I can hear exactly what is the language we need to change, I don't think we should be touching the policy until we actually have monitoring happening. And I feel like pushing through a resolution that has these whereas statements that further divides the community is just not the right thing to do as a board. And so that's my big question is, why do we need this resolution directing the superintendent to come back to us in September? I just think this is the wrong way to address the problem. And I think everyone up here believes deeply in every student should be valued and supported. And changing the language in the policy, I don't see is going to change anything until we actually delve deeper into the implementation piece.
And I will actually agree with that, which is why we do not, in anything in this resolution, change the language in the policy. I will say, I think what I'm hearing from you, Director Meek, is a potential amendment to add, to include or to add language to include a monthly monitoring report on implementation. Am I mishearing that?
I mean, I think that would be an extreme amount of work you're asking the superintendent to do, like monthly monitoring. I think we just need to have a report later that goes into the rationale and how it's being tracked and all of that. But passing this resolution, you are having the voice of the board and the values that are in there being stated. While we are elected to represent the entire community, and the vast majority of the individuals we've heard from have said, don't change it, or they want to weigh in, they want to be engaged. And pushing this through is not being inclusive. It's not valuing diversity of voices. So I think we either need to change policy and go through a policy change process, or we need to ask our superintendent for a monitoring report. And I think what makes sense right now is asking for a monitoring report in the future that may lead to changes in policy language. But it's going through an open and a transparent process.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. Director Ray. No, I'm sorry, Director Hanson, did you have your?
No, I'll defer to Director Hanson. And I just want to clarify, we're still in questions, is that right? Because I feel like we're doing a lot of
we're moving
discussion.
So I will take that.
And I got a lot of questions.
No. I will take that under advisement. Let's return. I think we got a little off of questions. We got into debate and statements and for and against and potential amendments. Let's recenter on questions around content or meaning and things before we move to motions. Go ahead, Director Ray.
So I think this kind of gets at the question that Director Meek is asking, but how does this resolution meet the criteria of a resolution? And in our Board of Education handbook, hopefully you guys have read that, it says that resolutions are drafted in a manner to identify the facts supporting the submission of the resolutions. So my question is, and that's the whereas statements. So my question is, do we feel like the whereas statements are factual? Is my first question, because if not, we're not meeting the definition of a resolution. And then the second part of that format is that resolutions must be carefully drafted to ensure that they are all within the Board of Education's end goals and not in contradiction of board policy. So again, there's a criteria there that says, and I don't see an end statement mentioned in this resolution. So my first question is, does this meet do you feel that this meets the criteria that I just shared with you? One, that the whereas statements are factual, and two, that they are leading us towards our end goals, which is what everything should be aligned to. I'm looking at both of you because I assume you're the two of you are the authors of this resolution.
I will address the second one first. If you, in fact, look under the first resolution, it says to ensure basically language and implementation consistent with the principles set out above and the school district's mission, vision, and end statement. So it requires, in fact, if the resolution is passed, that any recommendations or implementation is in fact in line with the end statement.
It's not what I asked, but I appreciate, I appreciate the answer.
That's how I took it.
Yeah, I understand. And then the first question is, do you believe, authors of this resolution, that the whereas statements are factual?
I believe that, and I will let Director Weiniger answer as well, I believe that the whereas statements, if passed, would constitute at least that they are representative of the views and beliefs of the majority of the board, and that the majority of the board would believe them to be factual. Go ahead, Director Weiniger.
Views and beliefs are not facts. They're views and beliefs. So I want to go back.
Thank you.
So are they factual?
Yes.
Director Weiniger.
So I feel like they are factual, and I know that's one of the one of the guidelines on writing a resolution. And what made me think that a resolution was appropriate for this was it does say they generally provide a request for action. So that's where I went when I was writing this. So yes and yes.
And then my follow-up question to that is, for all of us, is there a desire for us to come to consensus regarding this? Is there a desire for us to find common ground? And I want to just let that linger for a minute, because it will lead me to another follow-up question. But is there a desire for us to come to consensus? Is there a desire for us to find common ground with this resolution?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's why I also pushed for this, because I felt like the current equity policy could be interpreted as divisive and didn't really have inclusivity, is that a word? It wasn't all inclusive of everyone, and just the wording of it and just how it really focused on group identities. And I just wanted us all to have something where we all agree on it. And if it was personally up to me in the beginning of this, I was like, get rid of the word equity. That's what's causing the divisiveness. But it was actually Will Johnson who told me, like, no, I think we need to keep the word equity. So it's something that I want to come together and have us agree on. And I do have strong opinions that I'm working on trying to find middle ground on. And so that's my long answer on, yeah, I do want to come together.
My very short answer on that is, when you say we, if you're talking about the board, that's one question. If the larger question is, do we come to consensus, is that a district, a community, a county?
Talk about the board.
Okay,
just the board.
Talking about the board.
And about this resolution,
Yes.
I'm not asking about the equity policy. Is there a desire?
So I think the answer to that is, I would hope so. And if there is wording or language or changes that could bring members to come to consensus, making changes, I would entertain those. If there is a belief by board members that I, as a board member, are committed to this as written or with slight amendments, or I need an amendment to commit to this, great. If there is, again, the contrary opinion, there is no way I will commit to this, you can't change enough of this, then I request that we don't waste time and take up time of everyone viewing here and do a bunch of strike-throughs and amendments and whereases if an individual director believes they cannot or will not commit to this. So I would hope we could achieve consensus. If we need to do modifications because an individual director believes that will bring them to consensus, let's entertain them. If that is not the case, let's not waste time, and we can have discussion as presented, and then directors can state their individual support or opposition. Director Hansen.
I appreciate that you're concerned about time, but we have all the time in the world. And so if we need to delay this process so that I have a chance to have my opinions heard, I feel like I deserve that, and I feel like our community deserves that if we're going to take it one step further. But when this resolution is passed, as I know the four of you will vote for it, the whereas statements become the voice of the board as a whole. So I will, with all due respect, take all the time I need to make sure that my opinions are heard, because I disagree with the majority of the items that are included in this resolution for a number of reasons.
Okay, thank you, Director Hanson. Director Myers, go ahead.
So I guess my question would be, in looking at the equity policy that came about 10 months ago, what was the reasoning? I mean, I felt strongly once I saw the resolution that, and from hearing in the community, where did it come into being that we needed an ABD policy? What motivated the group, the 1,000 on that board that said we needed that? Because my experience in Douglas County since 1993, have we digressed that much that now all of a sudden we've got grave things happening to kids, just kind of all kinds of atrocities, that we needed to put an ADB policy in place? I guess I wonder, what was the purpose of that creation?
I'm happy to give you my perspective. So let me think how to even start. First off, equity policies are pretty standard practice. It's standard practice in the metro area districts. It's standard practice with higher ed. It's standard practice for all of the companies in our community. Like, having an equity policy is pretty standard. It's not out of the norm. It's actually, I believe, normal. And I actually have links to all of the local companies, the largest employers in Douglas counties. They all have equity policies. So first off, it's a normal operating thing to have. The equity policy was an inclusive statement of values. Like, all the other policies are about violating, federal laws, or it's about compliance. This was a value statement to say every single student in our community are to be valued and respected. It was an aspirational, positive statement about a value for our entire school district. So that kind of set itself apart as well. And then if you think back to 2020, hate crimes were skyrocketing. And 2020 has the highest number of hate crimes ever reported in the nation and in our state. And we were hearing from our community that hate crimes were rising as well. And this seemed to be a very proactive statement as well to be made at that point in time. In the US, 62% of victims were targeted because of the offender's bias towards race, ethnicity, ancestry, which continues to be the largest bias motivation category. Of all hate crimes, 36% were anti-Black or anti-African American, 10% were anti-white, 9% were anti-Jewish. We had a board director who experienced racist comments towards him very regularly as well. So, one, it's standard practice. Two, we found ourselves in an environment where nationally and locally hate crimes were skyrocketing. And I don't even remember what the third one was. But for me, those were some of the major issues, I think, that probably led to that. Oh, actually, I guess the other thing I would mention, the district had launched its strategic plan. It went through a very intensive engagement process. I think tens of thousands of people weighed in on that strategic plan. That strategic plan used words like equity, inclusive, diversity. Those terms are defined in the equity policy. I don't believe you can make systemic change in a system if everyone has a different idea in their head what equity means, or diversity, or inclusive. So actually setting a policy that defines those words that were central to the strategic plan also made a lot of sense. And I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of history, but those are some of the major points that I would raise.
Director Peterson.
Good, Director Ray.
If I appreciate Director Meyer's question, but I would just want to rein us back in. I don't think we're here to debate the merits of the equity policy, and I really appreciate Director Meek giving us the history. If you don't know the history of this, I think we need to have a presentation from our staff to really present very thoroughly to you the years of history that have led to us wanting to make a commitment to educational equity. So I want to be careful that we don't go into debating the merits of the policy, which we have said that we don't want to change. We have a resolution that says we want to direct our superintendent to come back and give us recommendations for changes by September. And we have a bunch of whereas statements that we want to say is collectively factual, as opposed to what Director Peterson said, which I think is more accurate, is beliefs and views, which again, I would contest that is not appropriate for a resolution. So that would be one thing. Are we still on questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Director Ray. I would also like to echo that this is not a debate over what should be in the equity policy, how the equity policy should be changed, if it should be changed. This is about the resolution. And again, I agree with Director Ray. What is the question here is at hand is, do we have members that agree with the resolutions and the whereas statements, knowing that if they are voted, that it is an indication of the majority of the board, that is the belief of this body, noting that individual directors can certainly not agree with that, register their disagreement and non-support. But really, this is focused on the resolution. So what I'd like to do, because I'm hearing the discussion continuously stray off of questions, it does not sound like there are questions as to what these mean. And if there are, I'll come back to them. So I'd like us to confine the current discussion to, do you have questions on meaning, content, things? Again, then moving to motions. Then we can have discussions, statements, things like that, and then move to a vote. So Director Hansen, I see you would like to speak.
I guess I can just start with, are you amenable to making changes to this resolution? Or are if you are not, then I'll just list my concerns during the debate portion.
I will speak for myself. I'm amenable to making changes if the changes you're looking to make would move you to potentially voting for this. If they are not something that you need to see to vote for it, then I would like you to do as you said, and please register your issues, reservations and things during the debate portion. Thank you.
I will save them.
And do any other directors want to make comment on that? It's not a single director voting on this.
I agree. I'm open to them, but if it's just to extend time, then, and not really to get to a resolution of where you'll be okay with voting yes on it, then I don't really.
Yeah, and just Director Weiniger, for the future, just wait till I recognize you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we know who's speaking, because I was actually going to recognize Director Meek. Director Meek, go ahead.
Oh, my question really is, what language was disagreeable and needs to be changed in the policy? Like, just straight up, what is the disagreeable language that I have heard mentioned over and over again?
Yeah, and I'll take a shot at that first, and any other directors. I think that is the question, right? If I'm speaking for myself, if there is, as some community members have indicated, a misalignment between implementation and policy, what is it in the policy that causes that misinterpretation? With deference to our superintendent, there's a couple potential things here. Either the policy is not clear, therefore implementation is floundering because we, the board, are not clear in the policy. The other thing is, and it's a potential, is the policy is very clear and that there's something else going on in implementation, and maybe the policy doesn't have to change. I think what the first resolution does is basically ask that question. is there something in the policy that should change to assist in implementation? So again, that's a question that is then posed to the superintendent, the community, and everyone to try to answer that.
So you have no problem with the language in the existing equity policy?
I personally think that there could be clarification, but in terms of the macro intent around inclusion, belonging, respect, kindness, educational opportunity, the things that I believe it is intending to convey, I have no problem with what I believe it's intending to convey. I have gotten input from others that they don't share that common understanding that that's actually what the policy intends. My personal, I don't want to use the term umbrage, but concerns are specifically around misalignment, my perceived misalignment in implementation with what I believe is the good intent of the policy. Director Meek, did you have more? Oh, okay, Director Williams.
Well, actually, I was just also going to answer because I know that you've brought up a couple times. Chris, you sat on the DAC and you never said a word, which is all true. And I will say that because looking at the policy at face value, I actually didn't have any concerns at all. My concerns have come since then with some of the things that have happened and have occurred under potentially the guise of the equity policy, and that's where my concerns come from. So it's not that I actually see anything wrong with it at face value, it's just what has happened and transpired since then.
Go ahead, Susan.
Director Meek, then Director Hansen.
I was just going to say, I appreciate that. And what I keep hearing over and over is, we don't know what we would want to change in it, but we know we want to change something. So we're going to ask the superintendent to research that and come back to us. I just think this is the wrong approach. It's the totally wrong approach, and there's nothing we can say in this resolution, because the resolution is the wrong approach to try to address implementation issues.
Okay, Director Hansen.
Ditto.
Okay, thank you, Director Hansen. Director Ray.
Can I ask some questions about the actual resolution, if I may?
Yes, please.
One of the whereas statements states forced equality of outcomes.
Can you give us a direction?
Sorry. So I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th whereas statement.
Okay, thank you.
And it ends with this notion of forced equality of outcomes. I'm just wondering, what is that?
Go ahead, Director Weiniger.
Well, that comes from, I know the Gemini group mentioned that. I actually wrote down like a quote from them. Equity is about outcomes and impact. It's not about intentions. So we just want to redefine that. We're not about forced equality of outcomes. No, we're not about making sure everyone has the same outcome no matter what. Like, they need to work for their outcome.
Yeah, and I'll comment on that as well. When we look back to the mission and vision of the district, when we talk about assisting each child, each student to achieve his or her individual potential, because those individuals have different potential, we cannot have equality of outcomes. And to try to say everyone will arrive at the same space regardless of their individual potential, I think is what's being addressed here. To try to force an equality of outcome would be unjust. Where I see, or not where I see, where I've had parents express concern around this is around, for instance, if we lowered tag standard, talented and gifted standards to lower what we were doing in there to try to put more children or less children or things, we should be pursuing excellence and setting a high bar, not trying to create a lower bar or diminish standards. We should be interested in academic excellence, not academic equality, or we should just issue everyone a C. Right.
So basically, we have no evidence other than we were upset that some outside group made this mention, but we have no evidence that there's this going on in our system right now, so we're going to go ahead and say, we don't want
Yeah,
this to
it's
occur.
more about prevention because of the connotation around the word equity. Some people understand it to mean that, honestly.
Yeah, and I would say it's addressing a perception that is, whether it is accurate or not, is definitely shared by at least a significant member of folks that have spoken to me about their concerns. Is this coming? Well, why do you believe that? Because I saw it in a PD session, or I'm concerned about standards, or I'm concerned about trying to do some type of grouping where that seems to be exactly contradictory to the mission statement I just referenced.
Number 3, after the therefore statements, we have, consistent with commitment of Colorado and federal law, the school district shall offer and afford every student and staff member access to educational opportunities. Typically that statement says including race, color, ancestry, creed, and sex, etc. Why did we change federal law to skin color?
That's probably just an overlook. It probably should be race. What do you remember, Mike?
No, I got no comment on that. I think skin color could be in one of many. We could add race in there if that makes you feel better.
No,
it may not. I grant it may not be an all-inclusive list, and once you start listing, you inevitably will leave something out.
It's not to make me feel better, it's just to make it factual if we're saying we're consistent with federal and Colorado law, which does list those categories with the exception of viewpoint or perspective, but I'll let that go for now. I don't really need an explanation of that. My last question then regarding the content is the whereas statement, 2 whereas statements above the now therefore be it resolved, where we say, whereas legitimate questions have risen from school district staff and parents and the community at large. Again, what I keep hearing, I heard Director Peterson, you say this, people come to me but my question again is, where's our evidence? Where is our evidence that says that we have this many people who have had asked a legitimate question, and what is a legitimate question? Because I don't know that I understand what that is either. So I'm just wondering, where's our evidence and who gets to determine what is a legitimate question or not?
Go ahead, Director Weininger.
I mean, legitimate, I think, is just an adjective for what we're describing for questions. If we need to get rid of the word legitimate and just say questions have arisen, I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so that wasn't intended to be a value statement that the people that are asking you questions are legitimate?
Not at all, no.
Okay. Thank you. And then evidence, where have we, other than you on the campaign trail and your base of people that have said, we don't like this, what evidence do we have to validate the need for us to do this resolution?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. I think we heard some of it tonight from the podium where people have talked about instances which I believe certainly do not align with the intent of the equity policy. Certainly when we get into, forget equity, we actually get into harassment and bullying and other things that are definitely across the line. I can refer to, since we were sworn in, or since I was sworn in, or the new board was constituted, we just saw recently, we had parents that opted out of the Healthy Kids survey, and yet were administered that survey in a class. Now, I know that's being addressed. That's one example of where parents believe there was an issue. We can go down other issues where we look at the privilege walks that occurred both in a middle school and high school, and parents believe those to be a misimplementation of the equity policy because, in their view, their child was singled out based on certain immutable characteristics and then was told what those characteristics mean about the child based on a stereotype. There has been other things that have come in via email. Again, I'm talking about public comment, email, where there are multiple instances with parents have experienced this seems to be, certainly when we go to a previous whereas statement where we talk about parents being the primary role for establishing, and noted the sad comment that as we get older, we may move away from those. But in terms, certainly in the kindergarten and the early ages, parents have the primary role for establishing their students' core values and beliefs, and they believe that some of the implementation is going against those beliefs. And in fact, here's where, back to a comment made by Director Meek, they believe that it's not in accordance with what they believe the intent of the equity policy is. So we're back to implementation.
So the easy answer is anecdotal evidence.
Anecdotal evidence
Right.
as reported by community members.
So we have no scientific evidence. We have no
We have no
okay.
scientific evidence,
All right,
although
thank you.
I will ask this, and this is for the superintendent. Do we have a database that we look at? I know you address through policy KE, public complaints and everything, anything that a parent or community member believes is inappropriate, where there's issues. Do we track those in any type of database that say this is something involved with equity, or this is a racial issue, or this is a gender issue, or anything that may involve opportunity and a violation of school policy? Do we have any type of database that we look at that?
So I would start, a few of the things that I've heard. There's examples that I would say probably fall under code of conduct and student behaviors, which are addressed. I think there's, in my opinion, and my experience, when issues are brought up, they are handled in a number of ways. You try to correct behavior, that can include consequences that can be very, very serious, expulsion charges, everything else when you say harassment, discrimination. But there's also ways in which you try to trade behavior and change it and improve it. You also try to be proactive. So when tracking some of those, when it comes to behaviors, absolutely we do that within our Infinite Campus and behavior, okay? When you start looking at other complaints, there's different types of complaints. When you get to a formal level, as you talk about within our policy, we have a complaint process. Other times you work with the individuals involved and you try to find that to resolution. Those are less formal. On the less formal to track where it goes, I would say we do not have a good tracking system on that. The formal process, I think we have, and we could go back to start to track and create more of a formal process to answer that.
Thank you.
I have one final question, I promise. And then
Can I add one other?
Go ahead, Superintendent Wise.
We also, thinking about it, we have Title IX and other sort of discriminatory actions that are very much formal and tracked. In fact, we've hired and created more of a team around this. So that has added within that process too. So as I'm just thinking of formalities and process in which we have in systems. Sorry.
If I could add as well.
Go ahead.
Just in terms of some of the behaviors of concern that are being equated to an implementation issue with the equity policy. When I hear of some of those particular behaviors of concern, they are really code of conduct violations and student conduct violations, more so in regards to non-discrimination and harassment than they are an implementation circumstance with the educational equity policy. And so anytime we hear of a concern, some that were mentioned during public comment this evening, there is a process in which a school works through to determine, investigate, and take action, which we may or may not be privy to in a public comments sort of format. But that behavior is tracked through as Superintendent Wise said, through our student discipline data, because we have an obligation by state and federal requirements to report those instances.
Okay. Thank you. Director Hansen.
Thank you. Each of you at one point or another have admitted that your concern is an issue of implementation. And you've each continually referenced specific incidents of implementation, yet I've asked multiple times to point out the language in the policy that's problematic, and I don't have anything. There's nothing concrete that you can say. I mean, it's 3 paragraphs, 6 definitions and then 3 or 4 more very small paragraphs. I had hoped that tonight in our conversation, someone would be able to say, in paragraph 2, this line is a problem. My question is, this resolution directs our superintendent to recommend changes to the policy. If not a single one of you can identify what the concerns are, what are your expectations? What is Superintendent Wise even supposed to do with this? And President Peterson, I would really like to hear from someone else, if you wouldn't mind letting some others speak.
Sure, absolutely. Director Williams.
So I think I've said, like, when I looked at it at face value, it looked great and I didn't see any problems. I think where my vision would be that it would come back with some more clear and concise around how it will be implemented and what things we're actually looking for, because I think that it's pretty vague, which makes it sound great. And that is where I'm coming from.
So that process would actually be more appropriate for a monitoring report. Would you be okay to postpone the resolution and to pursue a monitoring report, which is actually the format in our policies that we use for exactly what, I mean, almost word for word what you just described?
I think I would like to know, I guess, what issues you have specifically with all of the whereases before I would want to commit to anything like that.
I have issues with the whereas statements, but I think my biggest concern right now is that we're setting our superintendent up to fail, and we are delegating our primary responsibility of policymaking to our superintendent, and that is clearly out of bounds within our system of governance. And I guess it goes back to even what we were talking about in our last meeting. I'm not sure why we bother with policies and procedures if we're not going to follow them. So I'm really unclear, and I have seen enough in my career of employment law and in HR. If we don't give our superintendent or our employee clear expectations, we can't measure whether or not those have been achieved, and we don't have any system of accountability. So if none of us are able to identify a problem in the language, it concerns me that we're saying, yeah, we can't really do this, but you go figure this out, when the policymaking is our responsibility. So biggest question is, what are our expectations from Corey? And what does that process look like? Superintendent Wise, I apologize. What does that process look like? And we have to be crystal clear on this, or we're just, we're passing something that has absolutely no meaning and no way to create accountability around it, which is a huge issue of importance that I've gathered from you guys. So I just want to understand that.
So
Director Myers, go
are
ahead.
we in the discussion part?
My question is, what are our expectations from Superintendent Wise, and how is he, what are you looking for that will satisfy that he is recommending policy changes?
Were you alluding earlier to what about the educational equity policy? Can we point out in that policy things that are red flags or something to, I mean, I've gone.
Just if I may interrupt, again, we are not changing the policy. We don't want to debate the policy change. Let's try to stick to the resolution. And if you can answer Director Hansen's question, what is it that you hope to achieve relative to providing guidance or intent to the superintendent through this resolution?
So one of the things that, yes, I do have some concerns with the equity policy, and I've gone through, made my notes, but one of the comments tonight and one of the things that came to my mind about the resolution, and I can't remember the name of the lady that spoke it, I made a note. She used the term, the resolution could be a bridge. And in my mind, looking at the resolution, I'm thinking a companion, can we not merge? Can we not use, maybe we go back as a board and with our liaisons, and we reword some things, and we relook at, and maybe marry somehow. Does that make sense?
It does, and I actually appreciate that. That is our job. If you can identify specific concerns in the equity policy, why are we not looking at the language of the equity policy and doing our jobs? Why are we not trying to revise the policy to meet and address the gaps and the concerns? Part B of that question is, why are we asking Superintendent Wise to look at that policy if you've already worked through it and you know the concerns that you have?
That part I'm not real sure on with Superintendent Wise. I guess I just feel that with us only being elected and on the board since November, and now seeing these things come in, this policy come into play, and going back to hearing comment from the public concerning things that were happening in school with their children. And so this ADB policy has been in for 10 months. And so, yes, it could be implementation, but in that 10 months, did we see some significant positive things that were happening to decrease some of the comments that we heard tonight from our kids? Were we seeing some good, and you know what I'm saying, Susan?
You're asking for a monitoring report. I mean, that's what you're doing. So again, instead of postponing addressing real issues and concerns that we've heard, which is what this resolution would be doing, it's kicking the can down the road so that later we can get some ideas on policy language changes from our superintendent. We should be doing exactly what Director Hansen said. We should be passing a motion to ask our superintendent to give us a monitoring report. The monitoring report would be looking at data. Now, granted, this is brand new, so you're going to be having some new baseline data, perhaps, but there will be other data. And again, it gives us an opportunity to ensure that things are being implemented. We can talk through policy changes that would make sense instead of pushing through a resolution with language that was not developed through an inclusive process. So I think you're asking for a monitoring report.
Go ahead, Director Hansen, then Director Myers.
I don't want to interrupt the conversation. Go ahead. I'll follow up after.
You might have to go. I think I lost my train of thought, but go ahead.
At the retreat that we had, my dates are messed up, but Superintendent Wise, do you remember when we did the calendar of monitoring reports? What month is equity on the schedule for now?
Originally, it was set up for February. We are looking at the capital needs bond and everything else. So right now, it is reestablished for April for that monitoring report. So that's inclusive of a number of things which we can adjust. We can adjust what that's entailing, because we're looking at involvement, growth. So it's part of the student achievement piece, but also involvement and inclusion within that CTE programming, PK-12, and that plan. So all the above.
Okay. So Director Myers, I completely understand. There's a steep learning curve on this board, and it ramps up quickly. My question is, would the four of you be open to to listening to someone who has been on the board for longer, that has kind of worked through some of that learning curve, when I suggest that exactly the solution that you are seeking is a monitoring report? That monitoring report is currently on our schedule 6 months before you have requested feedback or any kind of a process that's going to have any impact on our students. If this is critically important to you, we could move that monitoring report up. We could spend our time tonight focusing on what we want to include in that monitoring report and really trying to bridge I love that, bridge the gap and bridge the two different sides. We have an opportunity and we can use our time tonight to do that, or we can continue down this path. And I personally just want to request that we seriously consider, humbly, a monitoring report that is truly the correct process to address each and every one of your concerns.
I'd like to answer an earlier question you put up, because you did ask Director Myers, what do you hope to achieve? And that was, I think, directed at Director Myers. I am not opposed to a monitoring report. If we have, and I just looked at the schedule again, and it is on there for April. If we have a monitoring report for scheduled for April, I would love to hear it. However, there's a different objective that I have, and it's twofold. It is one, to provide opportunity personally as a liaison to the Equity Advisory Council, opportunity for more voices and more recommendations and more things to be heard. I look at an implementation again 10 months ago, and I personally, a policy passed 10 months ago. I look personally at the implementation and hear issues with that. Some of those I share. So I have two objectives tonight. One, to ask for more help and more conversation. You can call it a bridge, you can call it a continued dialogue, you can call it whatever you want. And the second thing is, frankly, to put a little bit of guardrails around the implementation through the whereas statements while that discussion is continuing, because I believe there are potential areas for abuse or in the name of, which I do not believe, and I've stated this multiple times, aligns with the intent of the policy. But while we are continuing that conversation, while we're having monitoring, I personally think we need some guardrails or some intent expressed through the whereas statements to help the superintendent understand that there are concerns and some things that we may not want to do or ensure does not happen in implementation while that discussion's going on, while we're doing monitoring. That's a personal objective. Director Meek.
So you don't think the superintendent has heard the concerns or understands what the board is thinking and feeling right now individually from all of us?
No,
You feel the need to pass a resolution that was created, in my opinion, in a clearly direct violation of Board Policy 1.8.1 that states members must have loyalty to the entire ownership, unconflicted by loyalties to staff, other organizations, including interest or advocacy groups. FAIR is clearly an advocacy group, and President Peterson publicly stated at our last meeting, and I quote, "Director Weinegar is running point on that. On that, she is putting together a draft, socializing it with some members of the community, including some of the fine folks over at FAIR, which have a very balanced and even mind on this." And yes, I heard President Peterson try to walk that back, indicating that they're working with individuals at FAIR. And I do not think that argument holds water when the individuals are the leadership of that organization. You know, it's just important for me to have transparency. And when that organization refused to admit other individuals into its Facebook group, into communication channels and meetings, yet chooses to include some board members and deny entry to others, you know, it just raises red flags, and you're dividing the community by pushing forward that resolution. So I have copies of the emails, because I guess it became kind of popular that I raised this concern last time. So I will hand out copies of the email exchanges. You know, Mr. Johnson was great tonight coming up and, you know, talking to me and trying to explain why they feel it's necessary to only have like-minded individuals in order to have a safe environment. And I can understand that, but our Equity Advisory Council is operating in a public manner where it's not, you have to make yourself very vulnerable. And so on multiple occasions I reached out. Even on October 4th, I received a reply. I was not aware that you had previously requested to come to a FAIR meeting. I have shared your email with our other leadership and look forward to discussing with them what the disconnect has been and why arrangements have not been made to accommodate your request to attend a meeting. I never received a response back after the October. I emailed them again in November, still did not receive anything until I made the comment at the last board meeting. So regardless, the policy states working with the entire ownership, not socializing it with some members of our community or friends. Taking action on this resolution would clearly further divide our community, and this action would openly demonstrate a violation of the policy and our governing style. Our governing style at the very beginning of our policies state that we'll govern with a diversity of viewpoints and sufficient evidence. So getting into the furthermore, the whereas statements, those statements included in the resolution become the voice of the board once it's passed. And the voice of the board is meant to be a reflection of our community's values. That is why our policy development process that we have is open. It allows multiple readings. We let the community tell us their opinions. They weigh in. I mean, that's why we have that process. So by choosing a resolution to push these values forward, you're using the least transparent, least accountable, and frankly, the most clumsy governing tool that you can use for leadership. We should be not passing a resolution, we should be asking for a monitoring report. And it's devaluing the work of all those who've chose to engage in the policy development process. It devalues the work of the newly formed Equity Advisory Council because you didn't include their voice in the whereas statements. You didn't allow them to be part of that process. So it undermines our democracy, it undermines our policies, it undermines the processes that we put in place. So I just want to encourage us to think of the ramifications of our actions. And for all of these reasons, I just believe this is the wrong tool for us to be using at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Director Meek. I think we're, again, getting past motions into for and against. I will state my personal opinion. This was not written by a group. It was written by mainly two directors that looked at it, and I do believe, contrary to your beliefs, that it is reflective of the majority of our community and things, statements, concerns, and beliefs held by the majority of the community, and that is what I intend to represent. So I do not consider it a violation of policy, as my intent is to represent what I believe to be the majority view in the county. Director Weininger.
I just am curious what you think ramifications will have if this resolution does pass.
I think the vast majority of the public comment we heard tonight was asking us not to change it. And so I think you are making people feel, first off, 1,000 people engaged in a process. They believed in the process. They weighed in. They sit on committees. They come, they give public comment. You know, we go through this entire process, and it's open, it's transparent, it fosters engagement and opportunity to be part of it. But at the end, it comes down to the board voting, right? It comes down to 7 people voting, and then that becomes the voice of the board. But to shortcut that process, you are going to alienate a lot of individuals who feel like their work has been devalued. Why did I try to participate? Why did I want to be engaged? Why should I trust this board? And at the same time, we're talking about going out and asking people to trust us with an MLO or bond potentially. So I just think actions have consequences, and we need to really take that seriously as we're thinking through our decisions that we're making.
Director Hansen, go ahead.
I
I would just like a chance to weigh in on that question too. I just have a slightly different perspective. I think the consequences of passing this as it is, completely ignoring the whereas statements, just looking at the only actionable item in this resolution, which is directing our superintendent to recommend changes to the board policy ADB. I think the significant consequences of that is undermining the stability and the sustainability of our school district. The way our board is structured is so that we, the 7 of us, are accountable to voters and we set policy. We have turnover every 2 years on this board, and that gives our community a chance to weigh in and say, yes, you're doing a great job with those policies, or no, you're not. The superintendent's job is to implement those policies. And when we bypass the process, we are creating a situation where our superintendent is now accountable to the voters. And our superintendent needs to have more stability to be able to do his job effectively. So there's significant potential consequences of passing this because we are delegating our core responsibility to someone who has an entirely different set of responsibilities. So significant consequences.
Yeah, and I'd like to address just those last 2 statements. One, I actually disagree with your interpretation. I heard loud and clear, many speakers had said, do not change the policy. We support the policy as written. This resolution does not do that. In fact, this resolution says, and I'll get to Director Hansen's here in a second, it does say, please, superintendent, by inference, EAC, and anyone else he wants to go to, tell us if you think it needs to be changed. Again, it's really around the implementation. If the policy needs to be changed to assist the superintendent in implementation, because we're not being clear, I think that's the intent. To Director Hansen's comments about abdication of power, this is not saying superintendent change the policy. This is not saying superintendent update the policy. This says bring recommendations to the board. Ultimately, this board as a group of 7 will either concur, accept, reject, qualify any of those recommendations, and it will be this board and only this board that will either rescind, modify, change, or do nothing to that policy based on recommendations that come through our one and only person we can direct. We have 1 employee. I don't think it would be right for this board to say EAC. They're not our committee. They're not a board committee. They report to the superintendent. So the only thing we could do is say, superintendent, help us help you. If you think that we, the board, should update or change the policy so that implementation aligns, please help us help you. So that's my response to both of those comments. And I again, this is my fault. We keep straying into arguments for and after. So what I would like to have now is a motion that we can then, what I think we've had plenty of comments for and after, I'd like to hear a motion. If there is further discussion, fine. Ultimately, what I think I'd like to do is get each individual director's statements of I support or I don't support after more discussion is required, and then we can move forward. So at this point, go ahead, Director Hansen. But I would hope if this is going to be a position for or against, that you would wait till after a motion.
Oh, no,
okay.
This is the motion you're looking for.
Sure.
I would like to move that we indefinitely delay the resolution concerning Douglas County School District's culture of individual excellence and inclusion and move forward with a monitoring report scheduled for April or earlier if we deem necessary per our policy governance structure.
Second.
I'm sorry, hold on. Motion by Hansen to delay or table the resolution, okay? And I'm sorry, Director Meeks, second. Okay, discussion on the motion, or we can move to a vote.
Just one, Director Peterson?
Go ahead, Director Ray.
So I would also like to enter into the record that we received a letter from all our building administrators and as well as many of our central office administrators requesting that we not move forward with this resolution. The request was that we advocate that you allow policy ADB to stand as is written. We ask that you allow the Equity Advisory Council opportunity to provide advice to the DCSD superintendent and the Board of Education. And then I would be glad to read it in its entirety because I think it really summarizes our people that are closest to our children, their plea for us to allow our Equity Advisory Council to do their work and to make sure we're standing strong on this notion of educational equity. If you would allow me to, I would like to read it in its entirety because I think this is people that are closest to our kids. As you consider a DCSD Board of Education resolution regarding educational equity, we ask that you consider our perspectives as school and district leaders. Policy ADB, educational equity, is a collective stance that positively and directly impacts every student served in Douglas County School District. As leaders in this district, we advocate that you allow policy ADB, educational equity, to stand as it is written. If your concerns are truly centered on the implementation of the policy and not with the policy itself, we ask that you allow the Equity Advisory Council opportunity to provide advice to the Douglas County School District Superintendent and the Board of Education. In the past year, since the policy's unanimous approval, there has been no commentary against the policy itself. The only dissent has been through the lens of implementation. This can be analyzed through public comment, parent insights, and charter school presentations at Board of Education meetings. Each and every student and family in the Douglas County School District brings diverse gifts, talents, passions, interests, expertise, and incredible potential. Policy ADB formalizes a stance that our district values its diverse stakeholders and champions for a more inclusive future. We advocate that you do what is right for our students, staff, and community. We advocate that you consider multiple perspectives in your actions as community leaders. We advocate for the collective stance that each student, staff member, and community stakeholder truly belongs in our district. We advocate that you maintain this policy and its intention that Douglas County School District commits to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued by increasing and embedding authentic and relevant learning opportunities and experiences involving inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. In solidarity and standing for educational equity, unanimous signatures by all our high school and middle school principals, unanimous signatures by all our elementary school principals, and a collection of our central office leaders. I read that into record to defend and support the motion that's on the table that we should be tabling this, especially when our leaders that are closest to working with our kids are advocating that we stay out of it for right now and allow our Equity Advisory Council to do its work and allow us to move forward with the educational equity policy as it is written.
Superintendent Wise.
You know, as I listen tonight and try to process everything, I see ways in which we are having conversations about implementation. You know, equity has been the work of our school district for many, many years, as referenced Director Myers back to 93 and my career started in 96. I do feel our goal as a board and as a district is to come together. The idea of creating consensus, working on this, I'd also say of our community and our staff. I do have great worry of the division with this topic. We have an opportunity to come together. I also feel that in everything that we're discussing, the work that needs to happen to review of what has taken place, the implementation, whether sometimes it is intentional or unintentional, I would say some of the work in action with our strategic plan was separate from the policy itself. The intent is to implement and take action, and is probably pretty similar to all of ours in our purpose. But I also would like to say I do feel, and I checked our calendar of planning, we will have a monitoring report coming up. I said April. It is actually listed as May because it goes back to, that's where we moved it back with budget things. We have study sessions. To use the newly formed Equity Advisory Council to work this forward, to start coming forward with what has taken place, review, rationale, we can include data, look at a little bit of everything that's laid out here. Really that, where are we now? It allows you as a board also then to review that. I'm reflecting this, just trying to pull it all together. So for what it's worth, I do worry about the impact of our community. I also worry about the impact on our staff and the division it could create in all of this, because we want to do it well, but it's not just about a policy doing well. It's also our actions doing that well, and what maybe we can move forward together. So just reflection out loud. I hear what you're asking of me, along with our staff, which I think is very important to make sure we include our EAC, include others within Voice to do this, that it's not just any one person. And I think that's called out on what you're hoping to see, monitoring what we have started and where we need to go moving forward. But the division that we've seen in recent months, 10 months recently, and what could also continue, I do worry about. And so I just want you to know my goal to be win-win, that's a stressor.
And I just have one follow-up question for the superintendent. Since Director Ray entered the letter, which we all received, I believe it was today, I'm trying to recall. Superintendent Wise, were you aware that this letter was being sent or drafted to the board before it was sent?
No, I was not.
Okay. My comment, and I appreciate you reading the letter in for transparency, is like many of the speakers tonight, it did not address this resolution. It directs, consider, it says, as you consider the resolution, it goes into state, as leaders, we advocate you allow policy ADB to stand, talks a lot about the policy, and then it talks about, goes on to say in the last year since the policy approval, comment against the policy, analyze through things. So again, I'm hearing, and I think I've heard this from various directors using different words. There seems to be a broad consensus by a large number of people in support of the policy. That's good. That's the beginning of a conversation. But that is separate in my mind from the resolution. Back to the points that you put out, Director Ray. Really what we're taking up tonight is whereas statements, as everyone has said, they would become statements of the board. Again, depending on who votes for them, you can do that. And there is a resolution. And what I just heard from Superintendent Wise is we have a monitoring statement. We do have a monitoring deliverable. Now it's in May. It was under April, May. I have an older version from the past report, but we have that coming up. So thank you for the comments and reflecting them. I look at a lot of those as continued support for ADB. And again, I'll state one more time for the record, this resolution does not rescind, change, or do anything at this time to ADB. That is something for this board to take up based on continued conversation and input. So I'd like to move back to discussion of the motion. We do have a motion on the table by Director Hansen, and then seconded, that is a motion to table the resolution and move to the monitoring report. So is there any more discussion on that motion? Because I'd like to dispose of that one, and that may move us forward. Director Meek.
Sure. So when I ran for the board, I spoke about my desire to ensure educational equity for all students. Our students are our future leaders. And the equity policy is a values statement about ensuring all students feel valued and respected and have the same access and opportunities. The concerns I hear about labeling students as oppressors and oppressed goes against the very nature of this policy. Teachers go into teaching to treat students as individuals, not as groups. There's a fundamental belief in educational equity that drives their compassion and their commitment to teaching. It has nothing to do with the false narrative that's circulating around right now with trying to label students or hurt students in any certain way. I just want to reiterate that if we truly care about teacher retention, we should take this topic very, very seriously. We just heard a letter asking us not to move forward with a resolution. That was in the letter as well. And a recent survey by Stand for Children found that 37% of teachers said they're more likely to leave the profession at the end of this school year if a push for laws preventing honest teaching and conversations reaches their classrooms. This is being debated nationally, right? And so I think we need to listen, and I think we heard this earlier tonight, the stakeholder groups of students and teachers who are in the classroom, and listen and hear their perspective. And I am so thankful that the SAG met Monday and had an opportunity, but it clearly wasn't enough of an opportunity. You keep saying the resolution doesn't change the policy. It adds whereas statements that have not been vetted by our community. It directs the superintendent to do something that basically kicks the can down the road from actually even addressing changes to the policy. The right action we should be taking is exactly what has been proposed, which is asking for a monitoring report.
Thank you, Director Meek. Any other comments on the motion on the table? Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I read the letter. If your concerns are truly centered on the implementation, that's not my only concern, is the implementation. I am concerned with some words and some statements in the ADB policy. So I am concerned with some things there. But I know we weren't here to discuss the ADB policy, so will that be something, if we passed the resolution, is that something that they'll go back and take a look at, or how will that be looked at with the representation of Director Meeks and President Peterson on there? Is there a chance for the Equity Council, who just has had, 2 meetings, and you had 1,000 stakeholders before that, which, and I did have one concern because I did get a couple of emails from that the applications, I don't know if it was for the Equity Council or back when the stakeholders were put together, was there a wide diverse representation of all views?
So I think that's a great question for the superintendent because of the implementation piece. I mean, the board wasn't engaged in that process, so I can't really answer that. But I don't think passing this policy addresses your concerns specifically on the policy. This resolution is just asking the superintendent to come back to us by September and make some recommendations to us on language changes. If you want to get into policy changes, then that's the board conversation that needs to happen, which is separate from this resolution.
I agree, Director Hansen.
I was just going to say, Director Myers, you are 100% right on. You completely understand this. If you have a concern with the policy, that is the board's job, and we tackle that. So this resolution would not be what you are looking for. You are looking to bring the policy forward and actually discuss the language of the policy. Period. You have absolutely captured exactly what our work is.
Director Ray.
Just to support the motion, tabling the resolution achieves the goal that you set out to accomplish. Director Weininger, you said at the beginning, I want more public comment. I want more public engagement about this. We've been engaged for about, 6 hours on this topic. tabling this allows us to continue that engagement through April and May when there's a monitoring report. And so I just want to reassure you, because I know that there's a sense of urgency. You know, you hear from your supporters, stick with your campaign promises. Well, you have. You've brought it up. You've engaged in discussion. It's being talked about. Let's give it time, as opposed to pushing something that's going to cause more division, like Superintendent Wise described. Let's just say, you know what? We want to talk more about this, and this is exactly what we should be doing. And then when we come back to the table and we think we need to put some statements together, it truly is reflective of the board voice as opposed to two voices or whomever else you chose to speak to. And so I just think I want to reassure you that the motion accomplishes the objective that you set out to accomplish.
Yeah, Director Weiniger.
Just a quick comment on that. So, I mean, obviously, when we came here, we were like, we could rescind this policy, we could revise it. And then we had this idea of, well, let's get some more input on what's best for it. And so we thought putting the superintendent in charge of that was a great idea. And he could come back and say, all we need is monitoring reports. He could come back and say, yeah, you need to change the equity policy, but I don't have any specific recommendations, and that's fine. I think this resolution is addressing all that, and I thought it was the best way to bridge the divisiveness. I hear you on, like, it's the board's words, didn't go through a process of community input, but obviously there was some failings on the former process, since there's a lot of realizations of what this policy may actually be doing. So I just don't see the harm in passing this resolution. I mean, I know you guys said that you saw a lot of ramifications, but it doesn't change anything. The Equity Advisory Committee is still there. The superintendent still has his role on just giving a simple recommendation or saying no recommendation. So that's just how I feel about this.
If it doesn't change anything, why would we pass it? If it doesn't accomplish anything?
It's bringing it to the surface.
I think it accomplishes, frankly, whether you agree with it or not, what Director Ray says. If this is passed, it does direct the superintendent to provide recommendations as he sees fit, no later. In fact, the other resolutions, which we haven't discussed, although they're not actionable, it does support what I believe is the core intent of the equity policy, which is to reaffirm a commitment to all individuals, providing opportunity for them and supporting inclusion and belonging. The other thing it does do is, again, it would support the whereas statements if passed, whether you agree with them or not. So I think it does do stuff. It may not do the things that you are looking for. And again, with that, I would like to actually, because I think this will advance where we're going tonight, I would like to take a vote on the resolution to table and pursue a monitoring report, because I think that will move this conversation forward. So without objection, if we have a motion made by Hanson, seconded by Ray, to table the resolution concerning Douglas County School District's culture of inclusion, the Douglas County School District's culture of individual excellence and inclusion, and to pursue a monitoring report is the motion before this. Director Hanson.
Aye.
Sorry. Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
No.
Director Peterson, no. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
Nope.
Director Weiniger.
No.
The motion fails on a vote of 3-4.
During a board work session where we have time to really discuss further the whereas statements and really get the resolution possibly to a better place where all of us can come to agreement. So my motion would be to delay it to a time-specific board study session to further discuss the resolution.
Okay, I have a motion by Director Ray to postpone to a later date, specifically a motion to postpone the resolution to a later date to coincide with a board study session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Made by Ray, second by Hanson.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead,
When
Director.
when you said the motion to a specific date, can we name that date?
Sure. Our next study session's on February 8th, and I can't recall what that study session's,
The long-range planning, I believe.
is it long-range planning?
It's long-range planning, also down for an update on academic excellence. And I also indicated tonight that we would have to confirm MBEC members as nominated by the chair. So to be specific, is the resolution to motion to postpone to a later date, specifically 8 February?
Yes.
Okay, friendly amendment accepted to 8 February, second by Hanson. Any questions on that? Okay, we'll go have a vote. Directors Hanson,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers. If you're not sure, you can pass and come back. All right.
I'll pass.
Peterson, no. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
No.
Weininger.
No.
Back to Director Myers.
No.
Director Myers is a no. Motion to postpone to February 8th failed on a vote of 3-4, 4 against. Do we have any other motions? We still have the large question of the motion, the original recommendation, which is to approve the resolution concerning culture of individual excellence inclusion as presented. Do we have a motion around that?
Motion to approve the resolution concerning DCSD's culture of individual excellence and inclusion.
Motion by Weininger. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Williams. I'll entertain any additional either discussion or if at this time individual directors would like to make a strong statement, we can entertain that as well. I think we've had a lot of, unfortunately, my fault, a lot of statements for and against the resolution throughout the evening. Director Hanson.
I still need clarity on what we are asking Superintendent Wise to do. This is very vague and very broad, and directing Superintendent Wise to come back with potential changes gives him almost zero direction. And as a supervisor, this is a very poor request of an employee. He won't have any guidance. What is he supposed to do with this? What are we looking for? How are we going to measure him in, yes, you have achieved this goal, or no, you have not?
Okay, any comments from directors? I think I addressed it earlier, at least. Director Williams, go ahead.
I think it will give him I think this really just gives us an opportunity to hear from more voices. I do have concerns. Looking back at public comment over the last 10 months, there's plenty of people who didn't agree with the original policy. So I feel like this gives us an option. It gives Superintendent Wise time to go talk to the educational or the Equity Advisory Council. It also gives them the ability to talk to staff. It gives them the ability to talk to people who are closest to the students. And it also gives opportunity for parents to weigh in. It does all of that. This is just saying but to give them some guidelines as opposed to what the original policy does.
Our,
Sorry, go ahead, Director Hanson.
the people that you're asking him to go and speak to, our building leaders, have already weighed in. So that box is checked. What other sources do you want him? I just think it's only fair to him to flesh out what you're looking for. I'm unclear. He has to be unclear. So building leaders, check. Community, EAC.
Well, I will say all building leaders were not on that letter. So that is 100% true. All of elementary schools weren't on there.
Correct.
So I just want to point out that it's not this unanimous signatures, that there are some that for whatever reason didn't put their name on there. Maybe I don't know the reasons. I can't speculate, but I think that this gives him the ability to go talk to a lot of people.
And frankly, I would like to, as the liaison, hear from the EAC. As I mentioned earlier, the EAC has only met twice and just elected officers and is still working to finalize bylaws, meeting norms, and a bunch of foundational things. I personally, the previous board formed the EAC with ADB. That's how it came into existence, yet they've only had 2 meetings because it took so long to do the selection and stand up. Frankly, I want to hear from the EAC and get their advice through the superintendent.
Hopefully,
Director Myers, go ahead.
Sorry. Hopefully also one of the things with the superintendent, and I realized most of the high schools and the middle schools signed the letter, maybe this will open the door for some that feel they don't have a voice in the schools, and we heard that. We have heard that. I have heard that. And emails, and some even just sent to me, did not have a voice in their school. Teachers, some students, some parents. So I would hope this would open the door for that now they could feel confident to come forward.
Director Weinerger, go ahead.
I just don't personally see anything wrong with not being specific enough. I think vague direction is fine in my opinion, but that's just how I feel.
Okay, other discussion or statements around the motion? Go ahead, Director Ray.
I do want to apologize my misrepresentation of unanimous. Thank you, Director Williams, but I will just rectify that by saying that there were 21 high school and middle school principals that signed the letter, 31 elementary school principals, and 13 central office leaders, just to rectify the record. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion items by, go ahead, Director Meek.
You know, in my opinion, besides violating our governing process of governing with a diversity in viewpoints, this resolution is inane, unnecessary, and simply backwards in providing the direction that it's providing to our superintendent. Passing this resolution undermines, again, I know I said this, the democratic process. It undermines the policies that we have put in place. And all of the processes that have been put in place by boards going way back in Douglas County school boards who have spent time creating board committees and processes for policies and, you know, engaging the community to be part of everything. It undermines all of that, which was really designed to help foster inclusive practices and diverse voices in the development of board-stated values. I believe our teaching staff, our parents, and our community deserve more of an open conversation and dialogue and not backdoor deals with groups that refuse to be open to the public. And so I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. I'll go down since Director Meek just made a comment. Director Weiner, do you have any final comments?
Nothing else to say right now. Thanks.
Director Williams?
No, I think I've said everything.
I think I personally have said everything, although I take umbrage with the backdoor deal comments. I don't have any backdoor deals. Director Myers?
No.
Director Ray?
So I can save this for my vote, but I will just say here's 4 big reasons that I'm a no. I believe the drafting process of this resolution violated board policy. I believe that the resolution goes against standard expectations of the intent of how a resolution is to be written. The whereas statements create division, and many are not evidenced as truth. And I will tell you that our student advisor group, and Director Myers was there as well, they had very different opinions about the whereas statements. And so even with our students, this resolution is creating division because they weren't in agreement with all the statements. And then I believe that not allowing a second reading of something that is supposed to be representative of a voice of the board is careless and negligent and counters everything that all of us have ever said that we believe in: transparency, community engagement. It goes against everything that we all, 7 of us, have said we believe in. So that's, I guess, a summary of why I will be voting no.
Director Hansen, do you have anything to add?
Yes. The whereas statements in the proposed resolution are not factual. This is not a valid resolution. The facts are that we have asked numerous times for the specific language in the policy that is not clear or that does not align with the intent, and no one can point me to any concerns other than Director Myers, and I genuinely appreciate that. Just to make sure you understand, Director Myers, voting yes for this resolution essentially waives your voice. You are telling Superintendent Wise you are now in charge of the policy, even though you have shared that you have concerns with the language of the policy. You are giving that responsibility to Corey. Second fact, policymaking is our job. That is a crystal clear fact. It is not Corey's responsibility. Implementation is the superintendent's job, and you have been very clear that your concerns are with implementation. Fact, using whereas statements as guardrails is effectively changing the equity policy with zero process. Fact, you have each said over and over and over, accountability and transparency is how we get this district back on track. And this resolution is the exact opposite of transparency and accountability. Fact, we are setting Corey up to fail because we cannot give him any specifics. We are setting him up to take on this isn't a resolution like let's increase teacher pay that the majority of our community would get behind. This is one of the most divisive and critically important representations of our community. And as a group, we are passing that responsibility and therefore all of the blame for the people who don't agree to our superintendent. And that creates instability within our district, which again goes against what every one of you have said. So I cannot vote yes for this with any form of amendments, simply because it is against our policy, and it's not fair to our superintendent, and it's not fair to our constituents. This is our job, our work, and we need to be accountable.
Thank you, Director Hansen. And unless there's any other comments or reactions, I'd like to take a vote on the resolution. The motion was made by Director Weiniger, seconded by Director Williams, that the board approved the resolution concerning DCSD culture of individual excellence and inclusion as presented. Director Hansen.
No.
Director Meek.
No.
Director Myers.
Yes.
Director Peterson, yes. Director Ray.
No.
Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Weiniger.
Yes.
Passed by a vote of 4-3. Moving on to Board of Education reports. number 27 on the agenda, President Report. Agenda planning for 8 February. School board meeting is scheduled for 11:30 on the 27th, 2 days from now. A joint meeting between the Board of Education and the Board of County Commissioners is scheduled for February 1st from 12:30 to 2 p.m. A Board of Education retreat is scheduled for 5 February, and the next school board meeting is scheduled for 8 February and will include action items, specifically board approval or rejection of mill bond exploratory committee community members as selected by the chair. I will also announce for parent input that Colorado Department of Education is requesting input on proposed changes to K through 12 social studies curriculum and standards, and those input forms can be found on the CDE website, and they close out on February 1st. Item number 28, Vice President items. Over to Vice President Williams.
So the only thing I have is that I know last time we talked about parent engagement. I was able to meet with Stacy Rader over the last week, and we are starting to try to get that committee or whatever we turn it into to move forward. But right now, we're just trying to figure out what all different opportunities parents in the community have to engage so that we can kind of put it all under one umbrella so that we're not recreating the wheel that's already in existence. So that's where we are there. And then also just talking to SACs and things like that, so.
Okay, we now move to item number 29, director items, board committee, and liaison reports. And I will just go down the dais. Director Meek.
We had a DAC meeting last week, lots of conversations around the equity policy and concerns around it, transparency and not having time to review it. Lots of conversation around the change in the core request processing, which we heard a public comment on earlier this evening. And then changes to the COVID exposure notifications. We had questions on that as well. So just wanted to let you know what the conversation was about. And also when it comes to parent engagement, I'm wondering if it makes sense to have some kind of presentation to DAC on what the work is being done, or maybe we can talk about alignment in that work. Also last week, Director Hansen and I just had a public open house and invited anyone to come, and we had great conversation. Unfortunately, it was the day it got really icy, so we had to move it online at the very last minute, but I have not had a chance, and I'm not sure if Director Hansen has had a chance to write up the notes and all, but we'll be sharing all of that content with everyone. It was a really great opportunity to hear from the community. I think that's all I have.
Director Weininger.
I just met with FOC and MBOC, and unfortunately didn't write down any updates, but I think it was mostly routine and nothing that this board needs updated on right now.
Director Williams, do you have anything else? To fill in what Director Meek said, we both met with the Equity Advisory Council on 12 January. It was their second meeting. They elected officers, and the DAC chairman, Chester Shaw, was elected as the council chair. So I know they are just standing up based on the resolution that was just passed. If you have inputs for, against anything, please consider the EAC as one of your outlets to put those, make those comments known. Also, the DCSD Safety and Security Committee meeting was virtual on 5 January and provided updates on safety coordination policy and priorities. As a result of that meeting, I did request from Director via the Superintendent, Director Abner, some updates on the spending, specifically what money allocated from the Board of County Commissioners was spent, what was left allocated, and a look at priorities. And I know that conversation is ongoing and will continue, and maybe maybe something the Board of County Commissioners wants to discuss on 1 February. Director Myers.
I was on the DAC meeting with Director Meeks, and I'm not sure, did you get the letter, or yes, that Chester sent out regarding apparently some concern about topics that, and some, I don't know if I'm using the correct word, the way some people were talked to and what happened in that meeting. And so I think we just took a look at that. Director Ray and I had the SAG meeting last night, and great meeting. He had a little activity for the kids that he put up the resolutions for the kids to go and look through. I did tell him next time I would be arm wrestling him for some time to speak. So, and then I had a RIMSL this morning, and it was just virtual, so it was my first one. They had my email wrong, so I hadn't been able to participate in that, and I will plan on going out and visiting them soon. And that's it.
Director Ray.
Yeah, just to follow up with Director Myers. So 2 things to make sure we get on our board calendar is SAG is asking for an April and a May session to present to us, so if we can get that on our planning calendar. Also, I had attended RUMSL until we got Director Myers on board. But one of the things we need to get going on, and I will rely on our General Counsel, Mary Klimisch, to do this, is that RUMSL's IGA is being renegotiated this year. And so we've got some conversation about where we are with that school as being part of our portfolio of schools. But also, I believe, Ms. Klimisch, there should be some contact from Coulter, from Kaplan and Ernest, to discuss with you about the process for renegotiating that IGA. And I assume you'll need some input from the board in terms of how to move forward. So just a couple of items to get on our calendar. Oh, and I also just wanted to say I went to the Continental League festival, music festival down at the Betcher. It was incredible, just absolutely. I would encourage you, that event just is truly showcases the talent of our students. So just want to shout out to them.
All of
Director
the items
Hanson.
have been covered.
Okay, thank you, directors. And that moves us to our final item on the agenda, adjournment. Recommendation that the Board of Education adjourns the meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Ray.
Second.
Second, Williams. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek. Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0.